Good morning. The time is 10:02 a.m. on Monday, April 22nd, 2019, and this fiscal year 2020 budget oversight hearing of the Committee on Government Operations is called to order. I am Brandon Todd, chair of the committee, and we are holding this public oversight hearing in room 412 of the historic John A. Wilson building located at 1350 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. The Committee on Government Operations is responsible for overseeing the executive, administrative, and operational functions of the government. The committee also oversees a wide array of offices that advocate for the diverse population of the District of Columbia. It works to ensure accountability and wise use of taxpayer dollars across all offices and agencies under its purview. This is the final budget hearing the committee has scheduled. Today, the committee will hear from the following offices under its jurisdiction: the Mayor's Office of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Questioning Affairs, the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, the Mayor's Office on Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs, the Mayor's Office on African Affairs, and the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs. These offices are within the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, which is led by Lamont Akins, Director of the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs. I want to applaud him and his staff for all of the hard work they do on behalf of the residents of the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia's population has crossed over 700,000 people. The district is a growing city, and one of its greatest strengths lies in its diversity. Diversity comes in many forms: gender, race, religion, sexual orientation, age, culture, socioeconomic background, and education. Diversity provides us exposure to different people, cultures, traditions, and practices. This exposure helps eliminate ignorance. The district remains an inclusive and welcoming city because we embrace and celebrate our diversity. With a diverse population comes diverse needs. The Mayor's Office of Community Affairs is responsible for meeting the diverse needs of district residents. I applaud the mayor's focus on the district's continuance as a welcoming and inclusive city. The agencies and offices before us today are charged with making certain that the district remains welcoming and inclusive for all residents in all 8 wards. I can assure you that I, along with the rest of my colleagues on the council, will continue working to ensure that all residents and visitors in the district feel safe and welcome. The committee looks forward to hearing from our public witnesses throughout the budget process. Input from our public witnesses is vital to helping shape the budget decisions this committee will make and how we will conduct our oversight responsibilities. The public's involvement is a valuable contributing factor to ensuring that the district government is responsive to the needs of our residents. Due to the large number of witnesses present today, I ask that witnesses limit their testimony to the allotted time. Remember that you can always submit written testimony for the record. The committee will begin today's hearing with the Mayor's Office of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Questioning Affairs. The mission of the Mayor's Office of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Questioning Affairs is to address the important concerns of the district's gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender residents. The district has one of the highest self-identified LGBTQ populations in the country, with over 10% of the population self-identifying. To continue fulfilling its mission, the office offers 4 services: capacity building, outreach, education and training programs, and technical assistance. The committee will now call on our public witnesses, and I ask that all public witnesses state their name for the record. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to testify, and businesses and organizations will have 5 minutes. Okay, we will begin with Dr. Imani Woody, founder, CFO, Mary's House for Older Adults. George Kerr III, board chair for Policy, Advocacy, and Outreach, Mary's House for Older Adults. Olivia O'Neill, Mary's House for Older Adults. And Dolores Satterfield, Mary's House for Older Adults. June Crenshaw, Executive Director of Wanda Austin Foundation. Okay, Mr. Kerr, we will begin with you, and please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chairman Todd, members and staff of the Committee on Government Operations. I am George Kerr III, the Chair, Policy, Advocacy, and Outreach of Mary's House for Older Adults and a U.S. Navy vet. I just received a text. Dr. Imani Woody is not available to come today, but she will submit some testimony. Thank you for allowing me to testify as an advocate for approximately 10.8% of more of the district residents who may identify as LGBTQ. who are often invisible and who are receiving long and short-term service and support in their homes, in nursing homes, in assisted living residents, and in community residence facilities. Housing plays a critical role in the health and wellness of all community members, including our seniors in the DC LGBTQ community. The director, Sheila Alexander Reed, has been out in the community mobilizing us to have a very difficult conversation for the LGBT community faces on a daily basis, and I should say her staff as well. Director Reed, Dr. Woody, and I serve on DC Department of Aging and Community Living LGBTQ Task Force. Our research has housing and isolations are the top issues. In budget year 2017, the budget gave the Office of LGBTQ Affairs 10 vouchers. We work with the director of the many folks that reach out to Mary's House for support. This year we are asking for 24 vouchers, Local Rent Supplement Program, LRSP, to be allotted to the office. A disproportionate number of older gay men are living with HIV, and these HIV-positive seniors require adherence to medication routine to remain healthy. It is estimated that in 2017, nearly 50% of individuals living with HIV in the U.S. are age 50 or older. LGBTQ seniors face stigma, discrimination in their daily lives, decreasing their access to service for the aging, reinforcing social isolation, and reducing equal access to senior housing. When housed, the risk factor for social isolation affects LGBTQ seniors in a unique and disproportionate ways. LGBTQ seniors are more likely to live alone, not have adult children to provide caregiving, and have generally thinner support networks. Research shows that LGBTQ seniors face higher disability rates, struggle with economy, insecurity, and higher poverty rate. And many live with mental health concerns. They come from having survived a lifetime of discrimination. These factors influence LGBTQ seniors' capacity to locate, afford, and remain in affirming residential settings. Many seniors living facilities targeted to reduce social isolation are in fact not LGBTQ affirming, thus forcing LGBTQ seniors back in the closet and inadvertently increase social isolation. I will continue to support the LGBTQ roundtables for vets. The next one is scheduled for April 30th. There is also a DD 214 upgrade event coming up. It is vital to our community that the opportunity is available to them. Currently, a small number of vets are aware of this important opportunity. I continue to recommend the establishment of a full-time position for an LGBTQ/SGL Veterans Coordinator in the Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs. For maximum opportunity, it should split the time in the Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs and LGBTQ Affairs. We are now moving in the right direction to find solutions to address these issues. I want to thank the agency for the first step. We look forward to working closely with the agency and the director in addressing these current concerns. Thank you for your consideration. I'm available to answer questions you may have about my testimony.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Olivia O'Neill. I'm here on behalf of Mary's House. Good morning, Chair Member Todd, members and staff of the Committee on Government Operations. I am Olivia O'Neill, Ambassador, Volunteer, Policy Advocacy and Outreach at Mary's House for Older Adults, Inc. I have been living in Washington, D.C. since the 1970s and am a current resident of Ward 6 that was formerly Ward 2. Thank you for allowing me to testify as an executive volunteer and ambassador for Mary's House for Older Adults. As you may know, Mary's House for Older Adults is creating the first housing in Washington, D.C. designed to house lesbians, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and same-gender loving elders. Know that many seniors never come out of the closet and many go back in because of bad treatment. Many of us may be receiving long and short-term services and supports in our homes, in nursing homes, in assisted living residences, and in community residential facilities. However, we are often invisible because of the fear to come out and live our full lives. For many of us, it does not feel safe to be our full selves, to come out of the closet, if you will, because of the stigma still associated with being gay in many of these facilities. Mary's House for Older Adults seeks to create safe environments for the approximately 10% or more of the district residents who may identify as LGBTQ SGL by providing advocacy, education, and culturally competent trainings throughout the DMV. We know that quality and affirming housing plays a crucial role in the health and wellness of all community members, including seniors in the DC LGBTQLSGL community. As a peer counselor at the Whitman Walker Health and group facilitator of LGBTQ seniors at Iona and Max Robinson Center, and now an ambassador and executive volunteer for Mary's House for Older Adults, I know the following facts. Lack of stable, safe housing is recognized as a public health concern. Provision of stable, safe housing can reduce recognized public health risks and chronic health issues, poor medication adherence, and mental illness, including depression and substance abuse and social isolation. DC has the largest LGBTQ identified population in the country, 10.8%. It's estimated that in 2017, nearly 50% of individuals living with HIV in the U.S. were aged 50 or older. Also, a disproportionate number of older gay men are living with HIV, and these HIV plus seniors require adherence to medication outline routines to remain healthy. Despite this, there is little reliable citywide data specific to the unique housing challenges and needs of LGBTQ seniors, hobbling DCOA's data-driven approach to finding best practices and competent solutions. The Office of LGBTQ Affairs did not receive any vouchers in the last fiscal year. Therefore, many of qualified and needy seniors were not helped. Because of this and other facts, I am requesting that the Office of LGBTQ Affairs be provided 25 vouchers to help address some of the affordable housing issues and the housing disconnect among LGBTQ SGL seniors in particular. Thank you for your consideration. I am available to answer questions you may have about my testimony.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good morning, Chair Member Todd, members and staff on government operations. I am Dolores Satterfield, a U.S. Air Force veteran, a retired attorney, a resident of Ward 6, and now ambassador and executive volunteer to Mary House for Older Adults. Thank you for allowing me to testify as an ally for approximately 10% or more of the district residents who may identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer, or same gender loving, otherwise LGBTQ/SGL. Mary's House for Older Adults is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation established to develop and facilitate the development of affordable housing and related facilities and programs for persons 60 years of age and older, and also of low and moderate incomes. It was also formed to create environments that are friendly and acceptable to LGBTQ/LGL persons. The building of a Mary's House in Ward 7 will help to create a solution to the housing crisis experienced by older adults, particularly LGBTQ/SGL older adults. As a past volunteer of the Legal Clinic for the Homeless and a former housing provider for 20+ years for low-income residents, and now as ambassador of Mary's House for Older Adults, I am very aware that LGBTQ/SGL seniors face stigma and discrimination in their daily lives, decreasing their access to services for aging citizens, thereby reinforcing social isolation and reducing equal access to senior housing. When housed, the first risk factor for social isolation affect LGBTQ/SGL seniors in unique and disproportionate ways. For instance, LGBTQ/SGL seniors are more likely to live alone, not have adult children to provide caregiving, and have generally thinner support networks. Research shows that LGBTQ seniors face higher disability rates, struggle with economic insecurity, and higher poverty rates. And many live with mental health concerns that comes from having survived a lifetime of discrimination. These factors influence LGBTQ seniors' capacity to locate, afford, and remain in affirming residential settings. Many seniors living facilities targeted to reduce social isolation are in fact not LGBTQ affirming, thus forcing LGBTQ seniors back into the closet and inadvertently increasing social isolation. Indeed, as a veteran, I know firsthand of the stigma, stress, and discrimination that can result in identifying as LGBTQ/SGL in a military setting. The Office of Veteran Affairs states it this way: as a result of stigma, stress, and discrimination, veterans with LGBT and related identities face increased health risks and unique challenges in health care. And we have provided the link with my testimony that will be given to you for the records. Based on the foregoing, I am requesting that the Office of LGBTQ Affairs be given 25 housing vouchers to help address these issues. The Office of LGBTQ Affairs was not given any vouchers in 2018 and only 10 vouchers in 2017. This issue is not going away, but is getting more severe. Thus, your affirmative response is greatly needed. Thank you for your consideration. I am available to answer questions you may have about my testimony. Respectfully, Dolores Satterfield.
Thank you, Ms. Satterfield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Todd and the Committee on Government Operations for this opportunity to speak and for your support of LGBTQ young people. My name is June Crenshaw, and I am the Executive Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. At the Wanda Alston Foundation, it's our mission to eradicate LGBTQ homelessness and to ensure LGBTQ youth between the ages of 16 and 24 who are experiencing homelessness are treated with dignity and respect. We work to provide all our youth with a safe place to call home, access to services and support to reduce the impact of their homelessness, and the ability to move into permanent housing upon leaving the Wanda Alston Foundation. Our programming is youth-centered and trauma-informed. As an organization founded by transgender women of color, we are dedicated to ensuring that all LGBT youth, especially youth of color, have access to services that improve their overall quality of life. We're committed to health, well-being, and safety of our youth. We are committed to the promotion of personal development, independent living, and self-sufficiency. We achieve this through personalizing our programming and connections to services that best meet each individual resident's need. The overall representation of LGBTQ youth among the homeless youth population is not surprising to anyone who has lived the experience of being bullied daily at school or rejected by family and friends because of one's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. 59% of LGBTQ youth say that their families make them feel bad because of their identity. In DC, young women of color are the majority in the LGBT homeless youth population. LGBT youth are particularly vulnerable during episodes of homelessness. Once homeless, LGBT youth experience higher rates of physical and sexual assault. 62% of homeless LGBT youth were physically harmed by others, and 38% of them were forced to do unwanted sexual acts. There is also a high incidence of mental health problems compared to their heterosexual counterparts. 80% of LGBT youth report usually feeling depressed, and 62% of LGBT youth experience homelessness are likely to attempt suicide, compared to 29% of heterosexual youth. In addition, there's an uptick in hate crimes in the DC area, and that youth feel unsafe in traditional shelters. So we have a local and a national epidemic on our hands. Our program works to directly address the aftermath of trauma and psychological, emotional, and social obstacles by connecting our youth to mental health and behavioral health providers, and by providing in-house support to acute and immediate mental health challenges. Our biggest challenge is a lack of financial resources to support our facility and our programming. Our youth and our agency are impacted by institutional and systemic racism, homophobia, discrimination, and poverty. We are challenged with the acuteness of the youth we serve and the specialized attention required of each case. We need more resources to do an adequate job of addressing the high needs of our youth. The work that we perform takes time to show lasting and sustainable results. We do not have a quick fix to the issue of LGBT youth homelessness, and there is a lack of resources available to small nonprofits. The Wanda Alston Foundation is extremely appreciative of the much-needed funding and technical support that we receive from the Mayor's Office of LGBT Affairs through the FY LGBT Homeless Youth Empowerment and Self-Sufficiency Grant. This small grant has helped us to cover the cost of an on-site clinical supervisor, but we know that there's more work to be done. We cannot sustain improvements. We require more resources to our agency, which serves the most vulnerable of our community. We ask for $3 million in resources for the Office of LGBTQ Affairs so that LGBT organizations like the Wanda Alston Foundation can be supported in the critical work that we do. Thank you for an opportunity to speak before the council this morning, and thank you for your continued support.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and thank you all for your testimony this morning. I know we have two different constituencies represented, seniors and young people, but it sounds like one of the biggest challenge for both is the ability to get affordable housing. And that's a challenge all across the city, but uniquely so here. And I know that Mary's House, the three of you have testified that we should provide at least 25 vouchers. And I do have a question, and I'll ask the director. We got 10 vouchers in 17, but it doesn't appear that any were provided in 2018, and I'm not sure why. And I don't know if either of you know, but we'll ask the director when she comes up to provide her testimony. But we will work with the Housing Committee as well as even maybe the Human Services Committee to see what can be done to increase the number of vouchers for fiscal year 2020. But thank you all for your testimony. And that was a good suggestion about the shared staffer potentially between MOVA and LGBTQ Affairs. So we'll take a look at that. And thank you, Ms. Crenshaw, for your testimony. What is the amount of the grant that you received from the office? Do you remember?
Yes, it was $15,000.
$15,000. And how many people was that able to assist?
So we have youth in our program for 18 months,
Okay.
But folks come and stay for different periods of time. So for FY17, we served I believe it was 15 or 16 youth
Okay.
for that $15,000. It helps to support and pay for our clinical supervisor. And she does immediate assessments around trauma and mental health and care. And so it's really important to trying to stabilize the youth that's coming into our facility.
Okay. And that is something that this committee, we heard it last year, we heard it during Oversight, that the office needs more grant ability. And so that's certainly something that we'll be looking at as we move through the budget season. But thank you all for your testimony. And if you haven't submitted your written testimony, please do so by email. I think the record is open for at least until the end of the week? Till Wednesday at 5 p.m. Thank you all so much for your testimony. Okay, we'll now call Richard J. Rosendahl. Gail Avent, founder and owner of Total Family Care Coalition. Tia Jones, Youth Move Coordinator, Total Family Care Coalition. Jaia Dixon, Total Family Care Coalition. Holly Goldman, Casa Ruby, Inc. Ruby Corrado, Casa Ruby, Inc. Tiara Gregg, the DC Center for LGBT Community. And if there were any other individuals in the hearing room that would like to provide testimony, you can join us now at the table. You just press the button. And
Oh,
yep,
that's
there
it.
you
I
go.
always forget. I'm sorry, Councilmember Toddy. Good morning. Thank you. My name's Holly Goldman. I'm the Director of External Affairs at Casa Ruby. I'm also a community activist. I'm a member of the Capitol Pride Board and a former member of the board of the DC Center. So I've worked with the Office of LGBTQ Affairs quite a bit over the years. Casa Ruby works with homeless LGBTQ youth, and honestly, listening to June, I really think that our peers have done a really accurate job reporting the issues that are going on. I don't think it needs to be repeated because it's true. But I sort of just want to focus on the fact I know that there isn't much money there, and I know that is what we're asking for. But with the bit of money that's had, I just really find that Sheila's office has really been very helpful all the time. The grant program, although it's not a huge grant. It was easy to compete in. The follow-up's been great. I think there's true care about our program. What we've been doing is it's a new unique program. It's a mentorship program for lesbians in the support group, and it's primarily conducted in Spanish. And as far as we know, it seems to be the only official one in the country. I keep looking. Maybe one day I'll find something else, but we can say DC has the only one. And yeah, we know we need more money, but also I think something that just happened, I'm sorry, and I'm trying to read this, but I don't like the way I wrote it. Recently, in the Dee Dee Dodds case, who was a black trans woman who was murdered near the 4th of July in 2016, there was a mistrial, and a lot of people did go down to the courthouse to protest. And I think what was wonderful is that Sheila did work with us right away to create a roundtable discussion. I mean right away within a couple days, and that was with the director of OHR and OVS, and I thought that was pretty amazing. I thought it really showed the dedication of the office and of Sheila to the issues in the community. And it wasn't a one-time thing. She's planning others, so it's an ongoing process to get the needs out and bring other offices in. And I like the idea of the offices working together. And I know that has been brought up, and maybe that is a way to help get more funding and more programs to the community. And I trust her to keep advocating, but I really just want to say I think the office really needs a bigger budget for the needs of the community, and I think the Office of LGBTQ Affairs is very well equipped to handle the bigger budget and really could serve a lot more people, and I think our city could solve a lot of problems. and I'm totally going off script right now. But it's like, last night I read something about, I think it was San Francisco, had a trans-specific housing program, which I think I think we do that here without calling it that. But I also see, like, Philly, a friend of mine I think she's about 70, she just moved into a beautiful high-rise that was put for LGBTQ senior housing. And I just would like to see DC just be the best in the country. And I apologize for going off script. I decided to talk about what was going on in my mind instead of what I wrote down last week. But again, I really do want to thank Sheila and the entire Office of LGBTQ Affairs on Record. Everything, they do care and they help, but again, we need more.
Okay.
And they're they're capable of doing it, and if the funds become available, that would be perfect.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Todd, and members of the committee. I'm Tiara Craig, the Treasurer and Chief Financial Officer for the DC Center for LGBT Community. The DC Center helps support the LGBTQ community in the district through direct services, support groups, community events, and helping new LGBTQ organizations reach their potential. We partner with other LGBT organizations across the city and with the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs. I'm here today to talk about the need for more funding for the Office of LGBTQ Affairs. We, the DC Center, support $3 million to allocate to the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs to address LGBTQ health equity and to make sure LGBTQ residents have a fair shot. Priorities for this funding include youth, seniors, the transgender community, housing, and employment opportunities. We support the Mayor's Office for LGBT Affairs receiving 24 housing vouchers for LGBTQ older adults through the District of Columbia Housing Authority. We further support the continuation of grants through the Office of LGBTQ Affairs to support LGBTQ youth experiencing homelessness. We acknowledge the unmet housing needs of the LGBTQ adults and specifically LGBTQ seniors, and encourage the DC Office of Aging, Office on LGBTQ Affairs, and the District of Columbia Housing Authority to work together to address these needs. We support the creation of a new staff position to support the LGBT veterans and service members at the Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs in partnership with the Mayor's Office on LGBTQ Affairs. Thank you for your consideration to these requests as you consider your budget for the Office of LGBTQ Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning. You can turn your microphone on. Yep.
Good morning. Okay. Councilmember Todd and members of this distinguished body, it is my pleasure to once again testify. I do understand the importance of community involvement as it relates to policy and finances in this ever-changing city. It is important to me that we have these discussions to promote wellness, accountability, and inclusiveness. I've had a relationship with the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs, the DC Center, as well as Casa Ruby. And I'd like to acknowledge at this time the good work the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs is doing. This office is making a difference, and this office is an example of the Mayor's commitment to this community. However, we as a government should never rest on our laurels. It should never be about how good we look, but how effective we are. And being effective is about filling the tanks so we can go the distance. Because it should never, once again, be about how good any entity looks, but how truly inspired that entity is about reaching as many as possible, and also as impacting as many lives as possible. Far too many of us in this government get complacent and rest on our laurels and be more concerned about how great we look. I'm not, and we should never be. So let us, in looking at the work, the wonderful work this office is doing, by committing ourselves to continue to reach out to our LGBTQ vulnerable youth, to also reach out to those misplaced seniors in our LGBTQ family. Because let's face it, we live in very trying times. We see a growing number of LGBTQ youth committing suicide because they don't believe we truly care. And believe me, they can understand when we're faking. We have a growing number of misplaced LGBTQ seniors who find themselves homeless and being treated like throwaway persons. I, for one, can say that the LGBTQ office, Mayor's Office of Senior Affairs and LGBTQ Affairs has been effective. They have helped me. And everybody knows that I help myself more than anybody else. And that's how it should be. But for those people who can't, this office is a godsend. But I must caution us. We often lull ourselves into this belief that work is completed, and it's not. We need more funding because the disparities in this city and in this country as it relates to LGBTQ individuals is growing. We know that as a fact. This is not the gospel, it's not rocket science. Everybody knows this. So to meet that challenge, we must have collaborations with the DC Center. We must have ongoing collaborations with Casa Ruby, entities that are already doing the work. And the only way we can do that is we can expect the good work that the LGBTQ Office of Mayor's Affairs, I'm saying it wrong, but the only way we can continue to do that work, we have to be committed to the resources that is necessary to do it effectively. Thank you. I will give my testimony to this office. But like I said, I don't want us to lull ourselves into the belief that one agency or one entity can do all the work without the collaboration of the whole unit.
Okay.
It does take a village, and we have to keep on remembering that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your continued commitment. I think we've heard it today, we heard it earlier this year, but certainly this morning, that the office does an amazing job with the resources they have, but that they need more. And certainly that's something that this committee will take into consideration as we move forward over the next few weeks with the budget. But I do commend you all for the work that your organizations do, and if you're not with the organization, what you do individually. And we certainly appreciate it, and we need your continued support. But thank you for taking the time to testify today. Thank you. Okay, we will now call on our government witness, Ms. Sheila Alexander Reed, Director of the Mayor's Office of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Questioning Affairs. Do we have any Yes, okay, you can come right now. Are there any other individuals that weren't here? Okay, you can join us. Sure. That he's watching the clock when people aren't scheduled, that we only give him 3 minutes, because last time we gave him 5. Okay, Ms. Avent, you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Gail Avent. I'm a mother of 4 children. And thank you, Councilman Todd, for the opportunity to testify before you today. I am the founding director of Total Family Care Coalition, TFCC, a second-round recipient of the LGBTQ grant. I have the pleasure of working with Sheila Alexander Reed, Director of LGBTQ Affairs, and Leandra Gilliam, her program analyst and housing specialist. At TFCC, we understand families. We don't judge them. TFCC is in the business of helping to mend broken families and to reunite families and children. TFCC is in the business of helping to mend broken families and youth, whether it's because of trauma, lack of understanding, how our youth are making decisions about their sexuality or mental health and substance use impacting parenting skills. We are often called to help stabilize families who are in crisis. We are most welcome for this opportunity for incorporating family and youth support to support this population on communication and reunification. TFCC has been in operation as a not-for-profit family-run organization since 2005. Our challenges continue to be working with parents who struggle to understand their children and young adult sexual preferences. It is hard for parents to understand how their youth are making their life choices and why. They forget that trauma and sexual abuse plays a major role. It is this disconnect that drives families apart and youth into the street. I am encouraging this council to be visionaries of hope. Total Family Care Coalition provide wraparound and family support to youth in a holistic approach for those youth penetrating systems. We identify many of the families that have or had a youth in the system. To grow up happy, healthy, and whole is every child's dream. This is also hold true for every parent to have a child. TFCC believes the mechanism to achieve this type of stability in family and meeting their needs is to have a foundation of safety in our homes, schools, and community. When things happen that disrupt this feeling of safety, it can affect individual ability to pursue educational and employment goals and to establish close personal relationships, all which can lead to other difficulties in achieving a full life in the community. I have been working with a family. The family consists of a mother, a son, and a youth stepfather. I received a referral to help this family improve their family engagement. The youth was already questioning his sexual preference and having feelings of depression. After 3 months of working with the family, TFCC offered free HIV/AIDS testing workshop to our youth. This young man got consent to take the test. The test revealed a positive result. After hearing the news, the youth revealed to our caseworker that he has been having sex with his stepfather and wanted help in letting his mother know of the test results and the fact of the relationship with the stepfather. The youth also was afraid to go home, not knowing how his mother would take the information. The youth revealed he had only had sex with his stepfather. We decided to ask the mother to come into the office so that we can support the youth. The mother was devastated after hearing the news. The mother tested also. They are both receiving treatment. We continue to work with his family. While the mother was not happy about contracting HIV/AIDS, she stated that we made it more bearable to hear the news. It is difficult for a parent or mother to admit their choices of personal romance over the well-being of their families. Parents and the public alike tend to forget these human beings are searching for emotional support and acceptance since they frequently experience trauma or rejection from their friends and family. We are asking for increased funding for the LGBTQ initiative so that when the next mother comes to help, so when the next mother needs help with her family or even providing them with vital information, she does not have to hear this disappointing news. Thank you for the opportunity for providing testimony on behalf of the LGBTQ community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Young lady, if you just turn on the microphone. Yep, there you go.
Good morning, Chairman Todd. My name is Jayana Dixon. I attend Washington Leadership Academy. Today, I will be speaking on behalf of the youth and the LGBTQ in our community. My mom had me come to Total Family Care Coalition because I have my own difficulties in life like depression and degradation. My family became connected through TFCC, and I was assigned to Ms. Tia, my support worker. With my support worker, we work on becoming more social and coaching me in various ways to help me out with coming out of my shell and trying to get me to be more confident in myself. Since I have been here, I have had a great experience because I've had many different opportunities. One of the opportunities I've came to have is joining Capital C Youth Move. The way I got into it is by my support worker and her belief that it will help me come out of my comfort zone and meet new people. Capital City Youth Move has been a great experience. I have met new people, and I'm able to say that I can talk to new people without being nervous since being in the group. Capital City Youth Move has also been a place where I can learn different tactics that I can use in my everyday life to help me communicate with others. Since being with Total Family Care and Capital City Youth Move, it has helped me improve my relationship with my family and friends at school. It has helped me not be ashamed about my sexuality and who I am as a person. My experience has helped me become more confident in myself. I believe that there should be more funding put in place into expanding LGBTQ youth programs because there are more youth out there just like me who may not have the resources and skills to be more confident or to get the help they may need. And with this funding, I believe we would be able to give the youth the skills and resources they need in order to be more self-efficient in life and come out of their shells to be who they truly are.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Todd. My name is Tia Jones, and I'm a support worker with Total Family Care Coalition. I am here today just to speak on how the LGBTQ funding has tremendously helped our youth programming, allowing support workers to get training as far as cultural competency is concerned, to improve how we interact with youth who are transitioning or questioning their sexual identity and how to support them. Also with the funding, we have incorporated platforms in our youth program to create GSAs, Gay Straight Alliances, with other youth programming in which all of our youth can come together and be able to speak as one voice. I'm also here to support Jayana. I'm very proud of her to be able to come on her own and speak. Having funding will be able to give other youth like Jayana opportunities to attend public events and things like that to speak on how their experiences has positively impacted their community and hopefully give leeway to other LGBTQ youth to do the same.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Corrado.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Council. My name is Ruby Corrado, and I am here because I am once again asking for support for the Office of LGBTQ Affairs. As a person who has been in advocacy for communities that are marginalized, such as LGBTQ youth and immigrants, it is very important to me to not just talk about the need for funding, but really to talk about the challenges that we, the LGBTQ organizations, face when trying to access government funding through other means. For example, which the Department of Health, it's very aware that the HIV epidemic is still concentrated in youth who are youth of color, Black and brown, when it comes to the HIV epidemic. Despite the data and the conversations that have been had for the last 20 years, which I have been a part of, very little funding is allocated to LGBTQ organizations, even of youth, to address the HIV epidemic. With the support of Sheila Reed, when she first came into the office, she made a priority that we will make the case to the Health Department, to the HIV/AIDS Administration, that there should be funding allocated to LGBTQ organizations. We were very successful with her help to secure, after 20 years, a human care agreement that will allow for LGBTQ youth of Washington, D.C. to access HIV prevention. One of the things that I did not realize when I signed the document is that on page 2, the amount of the agreement will be $13,000 for HIV prevention in 2018. Now you tell me, what will $13,000 pay for HIV prevention in a city that already has, some of the worst numbers in the country? Year 2, which is 2019, we were increased due to the fact that we did some good work, $40,000. So, and this is just one of the examples where what I feel the bureaucracy, not necessarily the people, it's really putting LGBTQ organizations at a disadvantage, because we have issues that need to be addressed. The health of young people in this city is not being addressed properly because the people that are able to do the work, that have access to the populations, these are marginalized populations that you can't just go to the park and find them. You really have to go really further to enter the social networks, and only LGBT people can find their own people. The other case is the Office of Victim Services. Despite the fact that it has been documented time and time again that the LGBT community is now facing the burden of hate crimes in our city, very little is invested in addressing hate crimes for LGBTQ people. So once again, I'm asking, like the last time I was here, I asked for a minimum of $5 million. Because if you walk into LGBT organizations, most of us, and I'll probably exclude myself, are bringing resources that are not part of government funding. I have to travel outside of Washington, D.C., so I can bring resources to the nation's capital to serve D.C. Washingtonians. I think that is unacceptable. The Office of LGBTQ Affairs has already done a tremendous amount of advocacy to bring the stories, to bring the realities of our community. And year after year after year, we really don't see the change. So I am hoping that in 2019, the decisions that get made for 2020 are really centering the leadership. This year, more than ever, you have heard from members of the LGBTQ community, because one thing that we cannot do is we cannot sustain important work that is saving the lives of our DC residents with no resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you all for your testimony. There's a lot that the government can do, but we can't do any of it without our partners like you all. So we're so grateful, and as I listen to your testimony and yours, it just reminds me that we have to support you more, right? Because you have the ability to get the resources exactly where we need them to be. So thank you for that. And Ms. Event, thank you for your testimony. How much is the grant that you received from the office for this year? $10,000. How many people does that allow you to serve? Not enough, right? No. Not enough. What do you use the grant dollars for?
Well, we use it to bolster our young adult program, as you heard from our young adult today. And I supplement it with other little funding that I get. But I think it's important for me to support the young adults. So like you heard from Ms. Dixon this morning, she feel good in coming to work with my support worker and participate in our program, and to have a way to talk where she can feel comfortable in going on with her life in school. And you heard that also, it improves relationship. So if I can work with the youth, then I'm getting to where I need to be so that I can stabilize their family, like I say, for a safe community.
Right.
And for them to go on to aspire for what their hopes and dreams are. We don't want to put a damper on that because of their sexual preferences, or they questioning themselves from what they want to be. We want to support that in any way we can and support the parent in understanding this is still your child. It's no different. It may look different to you, but in essence, this is your child. And we want them to feel good about supporting their child so that they can have the children feel good about having a future.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Dixon, for your testimony. We're really proud of you because you articulated yourself really well and you talked about how the program has helped you. And that's exactly what is helpful for the government when we're making decisions, right? Because we hear from a lot of adults that tell us why we should do things, but when we can hear from a young person like you who can outline why these programs are helpful to you and they make you feel more confident in your life's choices and they'll make you a better adult and citizen. So congratulations for doing a great job, and we're here to support you. And thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Jones, for your testimony. It's also helpful to hear from individuals who are doing the work. And so we appreciate that the funding has helped you to get training and different things to be able to help young people like Ms. Dixon. So thank you very much. And Ms. Corrado, thank you for the work that you're doing. We appreciate it. And I hear you loud and clear. I know you talk about it every time you come before the council about how we have to do more.
I understand why we have these conversations and not a lot to.
Yeah. Yes, I hear you.
You see why we're here? Because the truth is that we have these special offices within the office of the mayor because DC residents are going without.
Yep.
And the reason why these offices were created is to address the bureaucracy that does not allow DC residents to get the services when they really need them. Another example that I almost forgot to talk about, through advocacy from many HIV advocates for the past 25 years that I've been a part of, the city put money to address HIV in transgender communities. There was a grant for $225,000 that was put out last year.
Was that through the Department of Health?
Yes.
Okay.
Now you will think that if people keep up to date with the news, if they know what is happening on the ground in the community, they will know who is serving transgender residents. I run a transgender organization that actually has a mission written on our statement that we advocate for the lives of transgender people. We applied for that money for like 3 times in a row, and we were denied access to funding for HIV prevention
All
in
3
trans
times?
communities. Yeah.
Okay.
But this time, they said, we want to fund something that is innovative. We want to do something different. Well, guess what? It doesn't get any more innovative than what we are doing. And if our work can be featured on CNN, ABC, and all the major networks, and people across the country are flying to Washington, D.C. to find out what is going on at Casa Ruby and take notice and copy our model, why can't the District of Columbia government be innovative and put the money where it is needed? So the reason why I'm here is because the only office that I have truly been able to access resources, not just financial resources, but to have an advocate that every time we have a situation where a trans woman gets killed on the street, the first person that I call is that woman over there. And year after year after year, when we have unemployed trans women, Black trans women that are seeking a better life, I call that woman. So this is really more than just coming here to testify, because at the end of the day, LGBTQ people in the District of Columbia are going without. 5 years ago, the president of the council told me, oh, Ruby, we don't do earmark because LGBT people should be able to walk into any government agency and access services. And that is not true. We can't walk into government agencies and access services because of homophobia and transphobia. That doesn't go away just because the District of Columbia passed a law saying that it is against the law to discriminate against trans people. We have seen it over and over and over, the injustices that we are facing as a community, and we are here. I am hoping that you become an advocate for this community.
Absolutely.
Because we do not have people, even in our city council, advocating for these communities.
I think that I'll speak on behalf of all of my colleagues and the mayor. I think we are all advocates, but we can and we should
need
do
money.
more. I hear
Money.
you. I
Show
hear
me
you.
the money.
Show you the money. I got it. All right. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, and thank you all for your work
Thank
that you're
you.
doing. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. I really
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Has anyone else joined that would like to testify before I bring the director up? Okay. We will now move to our government witness, Ms. Sheila Alexander Reed, Director of the Mayor's Office of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Questioning Affairs. Good morning, Director. And it is the practice of this committee that all government witnesses swear in. And please state your name for the record and raise your right hand, and we may then proceed with the oath.
Right.
Yes. State your name for the record.
Sheila Alexander Reed.
Do you solemnly affirm under the penalty of perjury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Director. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Councilmember Todd, members of the committee, and committee staff. I am Sheila Alexander Reed, Director of the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs, and I'm pleased to testify before you today. Excuse my scratchy throat. Last month, Mayor Bowser presented a fair shot, the fiscal year 2020 budget and financial plan, the district's 24th consecutive balanced budget. This budget does more to make Washington, D.C. a place where people of all backgrounds and in all stages of life are able to live and thrive by making key investments in infrastructure, education, affordable housing, health and human services, economic opportunity, seniors, and public safety. These investments reflect the key priorities identified by district residents at budget engagement forums and telephone town halls held during the budget formulation process. I am honored to serve as Director of the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs, working to give the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer/questioning residents in Washington, D.C. a fair shot at a pathway to the middle class. As you know, and as you've heard today over and over, the District of Columbia has one of the highest concentrations of LGBTQ residents in the country, representing an estimated 10% of the population. Our office works in collaboration with an advisory committee appointed by the mayor to engage residents, define issues of concern to the LGBTQ community, and find innovative ways to utilize government resources to help address these issues. The Bowser administration has a demonstrated commitment to the LGBTQ community, and our office is a central hub that has successfully leveraged that commitment to make tangible improvements in the lives of the district's LGBTQ community and all of our residents. Mayor Bowser's FY20 budget doubles down on her commitment to the LGBTQ community by maintaining existing programs and supporting the office's unique needs. We are especially pleased that the mayor's budget allows our office to continue our community grant work, including $75,000 to local nonprofits to be granted in partnership with the Department of Human Services to assist in executing our mission within the DC community. In FY19, we distributed our grant dollars to 8 grantees. 2 of these nonprofit organizations are first-time grantees, and 2 others were not grantees in FY18. So this has allowed us to expand our network of engaged partners in the community while maintaining important links to all corners of our community. We are excited to continue this grant and capacity building work and plan on granting $75,000 again in FY20. According to recent studies, LGBTQ individuals in the district face unemployment rates 20% higher than the non-LGBTQ population. To address this reality, we have been working with businesses and the community to make sure that LGBTQ residents get a fair shot at the middle class. Our Pathways Project, an employment readiness program, has provided services to a cohort of LGBTQ residents. These services include job training, coaching, and mentoring to prepare them for the next step in their careers. Last year's programs resulted in 64% of participants finding meaningful employment. We also continue to work with our advisory committee and the Department of Employment Services American Job Center to assist our participants in navigating the job market. In partnership with DOES, the Department of Employment Services, and Department of Parks and Rec, we have hosted 2 hiring events for LGBTQ millennials and youth in the district. In addition to the hiring event with Department of Parks and Rec and DOES, we are hosting a summer youth series of activities and programming with them specifically designed for LGBTQ youth in the district. We are currently in the process of finalizing these plans and are excited to kick off the series in the next 2 months. We will continue to rely on agency and office partnerships to put on these events, and with our FY20 budget, we will be able to continue to operate these partnerships. In FY20, we will continue our partnership with the Capital Area Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce to provide cultural competency training to its members. We will also continue to collaborate with the Department of Human Resources, DCHR, also known as that, Department of Human Services, and Department of Corrections, Department of Employment Services, and the Department of Youth Rehabilitative Services to deliver regular cultural competency trainings to district employees. We are also exploring different ways to provide train-the-trainer services and to improve coordination between trainers that provide LGBT cultural competency services, because as you know, we're a small agency and we can't do it all ourselves. In FY20, the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs will also continue its work on the LGBT Committee of the Department on Aging and Community Living, providing recommendations on how to best serve the district's aging population, especially LGBTQ elders. We will also work with the DC Health's LGBT Health Report and Data Collection Working Group, which brings together city agency staff, healthcare practitioners, and advocates to improve health data collection of the district's LGBTQ residents. In addition, we will continue our contributions to the Department of Corrections Transgender Task Force Committee and the newly formed Street Harassment Prevention Act Committee, which consists of 8 government representatives and 8 community members, to craft and implement a district-wide survey on street harassment and make policy recommendations on how to prevent further harassment. Public safety is also a priority for our office. The Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs works with the Metropolitan Police Department and their LGBT liaison unit to manage the relationships between law enforcement and the LGBTQ community. As a community at risk nationally and locally for experiencing high rates of bias, discrimination, sexual assault, and harassment going back to the Stonewall riots and beyond, our office is called upon to do the important work of both ensuring that law enforcement keeps our communities safe and that they become a trusted presence for all of our community members. Working with MPD, the Office of Human Rights, the Office of Religious Affairs, and the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, we have conducted 4 listing labs in the community, meeting with crime victims and their service providers. We're listening to their stories and experiences to better make policy recommendations on how to keep them safer in the district. We have also maintained a violence and prevention and response team, also known as VPART, that brings together law enforcement, community leaders, and victims advocates, service providers to make sure that information and activities are coordinated. Mayor Bowser's FY20 budget will allow us to continue meeting with our community where they are in coordination with our sister agencies to best protect their safety and rights. In closing, the resources allotted to the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs will play a critical role in supporting residents' efforts to reach and remain on the pathway to the middle class. The Council and this committee are critical allies in this effort, and I appreciate your work to ensure we operate efficiently and effectively. I look forward to our continued work together to achieve our shared goals and give all residents a fair shot to benefit from Washington, D.C.'s continued prosperity. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Director. Certainly thank you for the work that you're doing. I heard from a number of people this morning, as you did, that they are grateful for your leadership and what you and your mighty team are able to do on somewhat limited resources,
Thank
even
you.
as it relates to getting money out in where it should be, and getting organizations the resources they need to serve our community. So thank you for what you're doing.
You're very welcome. We are small but mighty.
Yes. No, you do a great job, and you know, that's how we do it in Ward 4, right?
Yes.
I do have a few questions, a couple of them related to some testimony that we heard today. Specifically, we'll start with the housing vouchers.
Yes.
And it sounds like your office in 2017 received 10, but none in FY 2018.
Yes, we were very disappointed at that. Those vouchers came from DCHA.
Okay.
And the following year, and we got 10, and I think returning citizens got 10 as well.
Okay.
And that was the first time we had that, and it was a really, really significant step in getting vouchers where they needed to be, because, you know, vouchers in DC are very hard to come by. And we had never had some specifically set aside for our community. And we reached out to Mary's House, which was one of our key partners, in getting them to seniors. But unfortunately, the following year, we were told that those vouchers, the structure was being realigned, and they weren't going to be set aside specifically for my office nor returning citizens.
Okay.
And we really never got a clear explanation as to why.
Okay. So the committee we will try and work with Councilmember Bonds and the agency to figure out how we get some allotted for your office this year. I don't know. I don't have any idea as to why they did it one year and decided the very next year not to.
Yes, she was very excited to do it, so I'm not sure why we weren't able to repeat it. And we were
Okay.
very successful with those.
And you got all the vouchers out?
We got 9 out of 10 out. One of
Okay.
them was declined at the 11th hour because of some lack of information, and I think one person was over the limit by $100. So those vouchers are really, while they're life-saving, they're also very complicated. And homeless people don't always have the paperwork, the document necessary to prove that they're homeless. And so by the time this last person got the documentation in, they were over the limit by it was literally under $200. The limit for income, because she and her partner together were slightly above it.
Okay.
And then they didn't have time to reapply because the deadline had passed.
The deadline had passed.
And then when that deadline passed, it was a hard deadline, it was cut off. So we were really disappointed in that, and we were looking forward to getting it again the following year, which was this year, and we did not.
Okay.
And that person, by the way, is still struggling with
For
housing, yes.
So how long, so your office got the vouchers, was it at the beginning of the fiscal year?
They announced it at the beginning of the year. We got it maybe halfway through.
Halfway through?
And so then you have to get the word out about it.
Right.
Then people have to apply, and the application process is something.
Now, did they begin that process with your office, the application process?
Yes.
Okay.
Specifically, they came to us, and returning citizens also got the 10 vouchers, and,
Got
you know,
it.
they did a yeoman's job getting it out to their people as well. But first of all, you need a couple of ramping up months to do the outreach to let people know, and then you have to have people apply, and then there has to be time to process to see if they are truly qualified.
Okay.
And some people, you can imagine, are going to be kicked out because they didn't quite qualify, or they may have not had all the documentation. And then to go through all of that and to provide your documentation, then to find out that you were over the limit because you or your partner makes slightly too much money, it was just really heartbreaking.
And then so you had to use them before the start of the next fiscal year?
Yes.
So by September 31? So you had a
Well,
project.
they had to have been approved and
Okay.
then put out to them, right? And then they have to go out and find a place to live.
Right.
It's a very sort of long process. And
Okay.
we really, I don't want to sound, ungrateful, but we really had to do it in a very short amount of
Right.
time and didn't really fully have time to get the word out and actually get enough people to know about it. But
Okay.
it shows the need because the people that did find out about it, all those vouchers were snapped up pretty quickly.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's helpful. And we may have some additional questions around the process as we move forward over the next few weeks.
Appreciate it.
And so in your office's proposed budget, it includes an additional FTE, and,
Well, we thought it did, but after checking with our budget people, they sort of realigned one of the employees that we already had, and so it's.
So was that one of
It's
the-
not an additional FTE.
so was that the person who was, what do you call it?
It was our person that was,
Detailed to you?
Detailed
So they're
from
gonna take that
DHS.
away and just put a permanent person? Is that?
something like that. They restructured so it looks, it is a full-time FTE versus detail.
So you will no longer have a detailee there?
It's the same person. It's the same
Okay.
person, but.
So your
we don't
net
have any
gain,
new
your
people.
net gain will be zero?
Exactly.
Essentially. Okay,
No gain and no loss.
okay. So do you need some, okay, all right, I got it. That's good, but it's not good. Okay,
I'm gonna let you say that.
okay, well, I said it.
It is what it is.
I got
We
it.
were excited about the possibility, but we're also excited the fact that,
You have a permanent,
exactly, it
Yeah.
solidifies what we have.
okay. And in your office's proposed budget would increase by 85,000. What would that additional funding be provide for?
No, that is.
Is that the-
That's the
okay.
funding for the FTE. There's no
Got it.
additional funding.
And we heard a lot from your grantees from FY18, and there were 6 grantees. Is that correct?
And FY18, yes,
Okay,
but we had 8 in FY19.
okay. Who were your FY19 grantees?
I was hoping you'd ask me that. That's Young Playwrights Theater, the Wanda Alston Foundation, Total Family Care Coalition, and by the way, you heard from Wanda Alston Foundation today and Total Family Care Coalition, Latin American Youth Center, Latino History Project, the DC Center, who also you heard from today, Breaking Ground, and Casa Ruby.
Okay. And how much grant funding do you have currently?
Totally is $75,000.
75.
And it started off at 50, and then for the last 2 years, it's been at 75,000.
Okay. And what was the average amount of the grant? I guess probably 10,000 or below was probably average.
10 to 15 for most of them.
Okay.
And, 75,000 doesn't get you a lot.
Right.
But we're really excited because, as I said, we started out with 50. And if you have 10 grantees, that's 5,000, which is,
Right.
they can do very little with that. So we were excited to get that little bump.
How many organizations applied for grants that you weren't able to provide them?
I don't know the exact number, but I'm going to say there are probably maybe 5 or 6 that we declined.
So at least 6 other organizations that aren't able to do the work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, what is your office's policy around follow-up and working with the grantees to make sure they are efficiently using the grant dollars?
So we use something called Zoom Grants, which is a CRM, and that enables us to get reporting from them via the system. We don't have to actually get, paperwork. And it also enables us to, when we do site visits, which are regularly scheduled, put the information in there, and they apply through Zoom Grants. So it's a really sort of robust operation. But I think that my housing specialist, Leandra Gilliam, who's here today, does a great job following up with all the grantees, and also every couple of months she has a meeting where they all come to the office, and it's been really effective for them to hear each other's stories and also sort of build on the success and also hear each other's challenges, because some of them may have things in common and some of them may have some remedies for the challenges that they may not have known. And so it's been a really great process for them to be able to sort of work together versus sort of the crabs in the barrel type of mentality. So it's really brought them together well.
Okay. Can you outline some of the services and programming your grantee organizations provide?
Sure. We'll start with the Young Playwrights Theater. It's sort of like a therapy for homeless LGBTQ youth. They get to write their own stories and their experiences, and you can imagine some of them are very trauma-filled and horrific. And then Young Playwrights Theater gets actual actors to act out these stories. So it's very empowering to see professional actors in a play or in a reading doing your story. And so it's therapeutic in the fact that they actually got to speak up and speak out and write their stories, and then actually to see them acted by, you know, an incredible, talented group is really effective. Wanda Austin Foundation is another grantee, and as you heard their director, June Crenshaw, say today, that's an 18-month house for homeless LGBTQ youth. A lot of them come having experienced a lot of trauma. So that 18 months is a time where those kids are stabilized, and ultimately they're in a work setting or a school setting. And I've met a couple of them this past year, and when I tell you the stories, or they're just happy to get to a place with clean linen and to be given a toothbrush and toothpaste, just the basics. Right. There tears coming out of their eyes because they got that and a place to stay. And, you know, these people care for me better than my own family cares for me. It was really moving. And so you really see the work that you do, and you see the effect that it has on people, and lets you know that you're doing the right thing. And they also are very sort of small but mighty and do a great work. Another one is Totally Family Care Coalition. Ms. Gail Avent, you heard from her and her crew. They do something that's really unique, and they not every family is going to benefit from reunification, but some parents have put their kids out because of their sexual orientation or gender identity or gender expression, and sometimes when it's in that child's best interest, she can go in and work with the family and get the child back at home, and when and only when it's in their best interest, because sometimes it's just a miscommunication. And so we have found that if you can keep a child at home and not into the system, foster care system, sometimes that is what's going to, you know, help them thrive. I'll speed it up. Latin American Youth Center is another grantee. They do great work. They have so many programs, but the one that I really am impressed with is that they have a van that goes around at night, reaching out to youth, asking them to come and get their services. They're not waiting for people to come to them. They go out and find the youth, and they're providing the services. And they're giving out toiletries, and they're giving out condoms, and they're really working with these youth to sort of get them stabilized. They have multiple programs once they get them off the street, but that's the key, is to go out and find them. And they are sort of peer-to-peer. They have people that speak these kids' language to go out and speak to them, and that's been really effective. The Latino Hispanic History Project, sorry. They're another new grantee, and they in the past have been really effective in telling the story of the LGBT Latinx community, and they were a first-time grantee of ours. And what they are doing is meeting with youth to write down their experiences, a little similar to Young Playwrights, but there's no acting it out, just writing out your stories as part of the history project. And they have also a clothing drive, and they're doing makeovers for youth. So these things that just sort of empower the youth and help them sort of see the value in themselves to get off the street. Because sometimes, it's really hard, even though they're homeless, they don't want to follow rules and get off the street. I'll speed it up. The DC Center is one of our grantees as well. They do a myriad of things. They have lockers, because you can imagine homeless youth don't have a way to keep their things. So if you have ID or you have something and you want to go get a job interview, you can keep your ID and things like that in a locker, which is really effective. And these are the things that most people don't think about, but these are sort of like the safety, and just having a place where you can put your stuff is really critical. Breaking Ground is another theatrical group that we have funded, and they do similar work to Young Playwrights, where they have plays where the actual youth are in the plays. And then we have Casa Ruby, who, in addition to just providing wraparound services and from drop-in center to counseling, this particular grant we funded with Casa Ruby was to support their lesbian support group. And so, as you can see, it's a myriad of services that we were able to provide with just $75,000.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, Director. And the committee will probably follow up. We will follow up with you around the process for the vouchers, but that's something that we will work with the committee
Yeah, I
on
think that's
housing.
Councilmember Bond's
Yep.
office.
So we'll connect with her around what we think happened over the last 2 fiscal
I would love to
years.
see that.
Okay.
I mean, that goes a long way.
Yep.
And it really cuts through the red tape to help the most marginalized, the neediest. And so that would be a really a great way to show that, you know, we're putting our money where our mouth is.
Absolutely. All right. I don't believe the committee has any further questions, but if we do, we'll put them in writing. But thank you again,
You know where to
Director.
reach me.
We know how to get you.
Ward 4.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Take care. All right. I want to thank all of our public witnesses for testifying before us today, and I thank you, Director Alexander Reed, for your testimony, and commend you and your staff for your hard work. The committee will continue today's hearing with the Mayor's Office on Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs. The mission of the Mayor's Office on Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs is to improve the quality of life for District of Columbia Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders through advocacy and engagement. The Mayor's Office on Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs advises the Mayor, the Council, and the district agencies on the views, needs, and concerns of the Asian and Pacific Islander community. The Mayor's Office on Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs provides recommendations on district programs and initiatives affecting the community and helps coordinate programs and initiatives within the government that promote the overall welfare of the Asian and Pacific Islander community. Asian American and Pacific Islanders make up 5% of the district's population, with the largest population living in Ward 2. However, every ward has a strong Asian American and Pacific Islander population, adding vibrancy across the district. We will now call on our public witnesses, and I ask that all witnesses state their name for the record. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to testify. Groups, associations, and businesses will have 5. Okay, on our first public witness, Kishan Puta. Lauren Piers, Training and Outreach Program Manager, Asian and Pacific Islander. Domestic Violence Resource Project. Jim Ferroli, Pro Bono Coordinator, Catholic Charities, Immigration Legal Services. Lauren, okay. Okay, look, is there anyone else in the hearing room that would like to testify on this office's budget? Okay. All right, we'll begin with Mr. Ferroli.
Thank you, Council Member. I am testifying in support of the DC government's commitment to enhance immigration legal services for DC residents and the Mayor's recent announcement to increase the funding available for these critical services. My name is Jim Ferroli, and I'm the Pro Bono Coordinator at Catholic Charities Immigration Legal Services. Catholic Charities Immigration Legal Services has been serving the DC metro area since 1986. We provide direct legal services and refer individuals for pro bono legal representation. Our services are open to all in need, regardless of age, race, nationality, sex, sexual orientation, background, belief, or circumstance. Immigration Legal Services advances the Catholic Charities mission by addressing the legal needs of the Washington, D.C. region through high-quality, reduced cost, or pro bono immigration legal assistance and education. At our 5 office locations, foreign-born individuals and their families receive direct legal advice and representation for legal services, including naturalization and citizenship, asylum, family and employment-based immigration petitions, relief from removal in immigration court, VAWA self-petitions for survivors of domestic violence, U and T visas for victims of crime and trafficking, special immigrant juvenile status for unaccompanied children, temporary protected status, and consular processing. Immigration cases can take between 6 months to 3 years from start to finish. It is crucial that high-quality legal representation is available to immigrants so they do not have to rely on notarios or other non-attorneys for assistance. At Catholic Charities, we have 11 immigration attorneys and 3 Department of Justice fully accredited legal representatives who serve D.C. residents. 9 of our legal professionals work in our 2 Washington, D.C. offices. In the last fiscal year, our program opened 600 cases for D.C. residents, which included legal consultations and a range of immigration legal services. Catholic Charities serves members of D.C.'s homeless community. Some of these individuals are permanent residents who have lost their green cards due to their living situation. Replacing a green card can mean the difference between remaining homeless and dependent on the D.C. shelter system, or being able to get employment and a path to self-sufficiency. We make Freedom of Information Act requests to help these clients understand their immigration history in order to evaluate whether an immigration benefit is available to them. As the pro bono coordinator, I'm part of a team at Catholic Charities that trains and mentors pro bono attorneys serving asylum applicants, survivors of domestic violence, crimes, and trafficking, as well as unaccompanied children. As a recipient of the Mayor's Immigrant Justice Legal Services Grant, we provide legal trainings in Washington, D.C. on immigration law topics. We anticipate training between 60 to 80 private attorneys at these sessions over the course of the grant period. These attorneys will be able to better serve the legal needs of the immigrant community in Washington, D.C. Catholic Charities is grateful for the support from the IJLS program and for the positive impact it has on our community. Washington, D.C. has a critical need for immigration legal services for low-income immigrants. They are among the most vulnerable members of our community and include survivors of domestic violence and crime. Catholic Charities ILS ensures that survivors have access to legal assistance through appropriate, reduced cost, or pro bono legal services. Having immigration status can dramatically change a person's life. It provides the ability to work and support one's family. Individuals experience abuse can leave an abusive relationship. An individual fleeing conflict or persecution can make a new life. And families can reunite and remain lawfully in the United States, free from the fear of deportation. Increasing the funding for immigration legal services in Washington, D.C. supports critical legal efforts to promote and preserve human rights for all residents. Catholic Charities is just one of the local D.C. area immigration legal service providers that works to provide services through direct representation, matching cases with pro bono attorneys, and holding clinics and workshops in the community. We partner with D.C. area law schools, law firms, and the community to provide life-changing services. The D.C. Council's continued support of legal services increases equal access to justice for immigrants in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Buta?
Thanks, Councilmember Todd. How are you today? Good. And I'm an ANC commissioner in Ward 2. How many minutes do I have today? 5. Okay, great. I may not need it all.
Technically 3 because you just signed up as an individual.
Yeah.
But we give you 5.
Thanks. I'm not testifying on behalf of my whole commission, but I am an ANC commissioner in Georgetown, and I am a commissioner on Moapia's commission and I've been a supporter of the office for years, and so I appreciate this opportunity. I also appreciate you and your staff, Manny and Keiko, for working so hard and being so good to work with. And actually, it was nice seeing both Keiko and yourself at the Lunar New Year parade a few months ago in Chinatown. We always see you out in the cold. It's impressive, but I did want to invite you to something warmer. On May 6th, the office will be having the mayor's annual Asian American Heritage Month celebration at the Lincoln Theater. I hope to see you there. I don't think we've seen you there recently, and it would be great to have you there. And so I wanted to just speak in support of the office and all their great work. The Asian American community is growing very fast in DC, the APIA community. I've heard it's the fastest growing group in DC. It looks to be almost 10% of my ward, Ward 2, if not already, very soon. So it's not just Chinatown, as you mentioned. There's a large population of professionals, both immigrants and first and second generation APIAs in DC. They deserve and need a government that appreciates their cultural issues and needs. And one thing that I've been excited about is that we had been asking the police department for years to have better cultural competency for the not just the Asian American community. They do have that liaison unit, as you may know, but also for religious minorities such as the Muslim community, with hate crimes against those groups on the rise nationally, regionally, and in the district. So I think we need to do more. We have been with MPD advising on some training videos that they can show to help advise the police officers in training and in retraining about the Asian American community. But I hope that more can be done, not just videos, but maybe actual coursework or actual training. And we have asked, but we haven't gotten too far with MPD recently. I believe we're doing it for the DMV as well, which is nice. You may know that we've now celebrating 15 years of the language access law in DC. That was a landmark act for the district to take leadership on, and we're very proud of it, but again, more needs to be done. We can't get stuck patting ourselves on the back for something we did 15 years ago and have not necessarily always enforced. And Moapia does its part by catering to immigrants of multiple backgrounds, many different languages in the Asian American community. I know my colleagues from the office will be able to testify to that, but to provide services and translations in multiple languages. And for they also support small business owners of the Asian American community, which is very important to me because they have, just like yourself, helped support the work of DC Health Link, both for individuals and small businesses, in getting the word out to make sure they can enroll. So we really appreciate that. Before I close, I just want to say a quick minute on the new director. We had worked with Director David Doe for many years. He's now moved on to some great new opportunities in the government, but I may not be able to testify at the confirmation hearing for Director de Guzman, but I do want to endorse him fully and say that I have experienced his leadership not just at this agency, but in his prior work working for LGBT Asian Americans as well. He did a great job. He was a passionate and tireless advocate, and since taking the roles here from the LGBTQ Affairs Office, where he was previously, he's really stepped up and taken the reins, and he really even engaged the commissioners in even more than before. And that's really important, because that's the whole purpose of having a commission of advisors, is to use their advisory capacities. And he sees that vision, and the commissioners are re-energized, and you'll be seeing more from us and more from the office in coming days and months. And we hope you'll support their work and support the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you both for your testimony. And Mr. Ferroli, thank you for your work. And Catholic Charities has been a great community partner to work with that provides critical services for residents across the district. And I'm glad to hear that Catholic Charities has been able to help so many people from the IJLS grant. And yeah, excellent. And I certainly support the increase in funding for that grant this year, and the committee supported it last year and the year before, and we will continue to do so. Now, you mentioned in your testimony the 60 and between 60 and 80 attorneys that you will train. How do they come to your organization? Would they seek you, or would you seek them?
We seek them. We're always doing outreach. We're going to the different law firms throughout the city, recruiting new attorneys, working with the bar associations.
Okay.
We have an extensive email list. Recently, the DC Attorney General had a program at his office where he recruited attorneys who were interested in providing pro bono services, and we did a training for them. So that was actually a really good program as well. So we're constantly doing outreach, trying to get attorneys in the DC, in the District of Columbia, to do more pro bono work, and they've been, fairly responsive.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And are many of the attorneys bilingual?
Not enough. So that's always a challenge. My co-presenter referenced was it the 15 years of the new language program, or the established language program. That's been a real help for us. AUDA has funding for interpreters, so they've been able to provide interpreters for us as well, and then we're always kind of recruiting volunteer interpreters as well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, thank you for the work that you do on behalf of your constituents, and on the work that you do on behalf of the Asian and Pacific Islander Commission. Certainly appreciate your advocacy, and the committee will follow up with you around the MPD issue that you seem not to be able to get any traction with. So we'll definitely work with you on that. And then, is our city's film office doing the training videos? Or
I don't know who's doing the training videos.
Can you turn on
it is a government office.
Okay.
It might be the Film or Octo.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, they've been good. But we've all sat through these training videos. It's not enough.
Yeah.
I think Councilmember Che had proposed a liaison unit, which is a higher level of commitment from the MPD for religious minorities, and I support that. It hasn't gotten very far over there. It doesn't have to be that, but more than just a video.
Okay, I got it. And your comments on the director's confirmation are duly noted. I think the committee is working to schedule a hearing. It was supposed to be for later this week, but we have another hearing with, I think, 80 or 90 public witnesses, so probably won't be able to have it then, but we will get it scheduled very soon.
I hope so.
And I'm going to check my calendar for May 6th.
Great.
Yep.
Please do.
Thank you
We
both.
hope to see you there. Thank
Absolutely. Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
If there are any additional individuals in the hearing room that were not added, if you want to please join us quickly. We'll give you 3 minutes to testify. Okay, yeah. We have 3 minutes. Last call before we go to the director. Yes, if you have not testified and you would like to. I think you're for a different office. This is for the Office of Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs. Okay. Okay. All righty. We will now call on our government witness, Mr. Ben de Guzman, Director of the Mayor's Office on Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs. And it is the practice of the Committee on Government Operations to ask that all government witnesses swear in. Welcome, Director. If you will please state your name for the record, we may proceed with the oath.
Ben de Guzman.
Okay.
Director of the Mayor's Office of the Pacific.
Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm under the penalty of perjury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. You may proceed with your testimony. I'm sorry, ma'am. Would you
Thank you.
state your name and title for the record if you would just turn on? Yeah.
Frehi Udoroso, I'm the Agency Fiscal Officer.
Okay. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Director.
Yes.
Thank you. Before I begin, I did want to acknowledge Frey's presence here as our fiscal officer, as well as indicate that Lauren Pierce from the Asian Pacific Islander Domestic Violence and Resource Project was here earlier, and she wasn't able to stay because of the schedule. She did drop her testimony off. So she joins the 4 other agent organizations that were unable to join us today because of the rescheduling. So, but they and other folks, I think, are also submitting testimony by Wednesday. Is that right? Yes, thank you. So, good morning, Chairman Todd, members of the committee and committee staff. I'm Ben de Guzman, again, Acting Director for the Mayor's Office on Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs, and I'm pleased to testify before you today on Moapia's fiscal year 2020 budget. In March, Mayor Bowser presented the fiscal year 2020 budget and financial plan, the district's 24th consecutive balanced budget. This budget does more to make Washington, D.C. a place where people of all backgrounds and in all stages of life are able to live and thrive by making key investments in affordable housing, infrastructure, education, health and human services, economic opportunity, seniors, and public safety. These have been and continue to be very good times for Washington, D.C., and in this budget, the mayor asks commercial property owners to share some of that upside. In doing so, the district will be able to make big investments in supporting our most vulnerable neighbors and in keeping D.C. affordable for families and residents across the income spectrum. These investments reflect the key priorities identified by district residents at budget engagement forums and telephone town halls held during the budget formulation process. Today, I'm pleased to report that the mayor's budget for Moapia demonstrates her leadership and commitment to ensuring that all district residents, including the Asian American and Pacific Islander, or AAPI community, have a fair shot to reach the middle class. Moapia is dedicated to ensuring that the over 35,000 AAPI constituents that we serve have full access to the services and benefits offered by the district government. As a critical link to the AAPI community, we work to ensure that their specific needs, interests, and concerns are reflected in the day-to-day work of the more than 70 agencies that serve DC residents. In FY20's budget, Mayor Bowser has allocated approximately $904,000 to Moapia, a 3% increase from FY19. This increase will help bolster the agency in many ways, including allowing our agency to maintain its current staffing levels. In the past year, Moapia was pleased to be able to focus on hiring within the agency and are currently at 10 full-time staff and will be fully staffed by the end of the month. Our staff brings a range of skills to bear in pursuit of our mission and collectively speak over 6 different languages beyond English, including Mandarin, Cantonese, Vietnamese, Korean, Tagalog, and Spanish. Our staff come to this work from the private sector and from the nonprofit arena, working on issues on a range of concern to AAPI constituencies. With this team in place, we look forward to continuing the ongoing work to serve the residents of the District of Columbia. Moapia's FY 2020 budget will also directly support our programmatic efforts in 3 key areas: advocacy, outreach and education, and interagency coordination. Our advocacy work includes our grant-making program, which provides funding to locally based nonprofit organizations. Over the past years, our grant-making program has invested over $730,000 to provide critical services and resources to the AAPI community here in the District of Columbia. We look to continue this work in FY20 and welcome the increased budget for the Immigrant Legal Justice Program from $900,000 in FY19 to $2.5 million in FY20. Recognizing the critical need for services that immigrants face in this current political climate, Mayor Bowser's increased commitment will allow organizations such as IJLP grantee, the Asian and Pacific American Legal Resource Center, to ensure the rights of some of the district's most vulnerable populations. Moapia's outreach and education work will see the biggest share of the FY20 increases in our overall budget, with an allocation of $6,600,000, up from $620,000 in FY19. The work our staff does in the community is our agency's bread and butter, and this investment is going to allow us to deepen our work in this area. For example, in February of this year, Moapia released the final report from our 2018 Leadership Action Forum, where we brought over 100 community leaders together to provide feedback and recommendations. This community input guides our work plan, and the report serves as a roadmap for the outreach and education we look to do in FY20. The report calls for increased engagement in the arts, and we look to build and expand our networks with AAPI artists and creatives. On April 4th, the same day that Mayor Bowser released the DC Cultural Plan, our office took part in the launch of the Rapture Public Art Project, funded by the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities, that draped saris over 5 buildings in historic Anacostia in Ward 8. We look to build on our outreach work and integrate it with unique collaborations across city agencies. We also partner with the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities with our annual Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month celebration on May 6th, which our commissioner graciously invited you to. And we look to continue to bring unique events like this to our district calendar of events. Throughout the year, we engage city agencies, local partners, and the community to put on events that showcase the diversity that exists only in the district. We celebrate Lunar New Year in Chinatown with the Chinatown Community Benevolent Association, which brings together the mayor, yourself, and other council members and community leaders. This year, DC's different drummers marched in the Lunar New Year parade as the first ever openly LGBT contingent to ever do so in the parade. Our events will continue to demonstrate this kind of forward thinking as evidence of our commitment to DC values of diversity and inclusion. Another recommendation in the Leadership Action Forum report calls for increased civic engagement, and FY 2020 offers us a once-in-a-decade opportunity to work on the decennial census. Mayor Bowser's FY 20 budget calls for an investment of $2.5 million to make sure that every district resident is counted in the 2020 census. At Moapia, we recognize the stakes our community has in filling out the census. A recent report by the Census Bureau points to research that indicates that along a number of metrics, AAPIs are disproportionately less likely to fill out the census than other groups. With language expertise and deep relationships in community leaders and trusted institutions, we're uniquely positioned to be a part of this important work to ensure a complete count of the census for the District of Columbia. Finally, our work across agencies to ensure that city government provides linguistically competent services to all district residents will continue in FY 2020. This month, we joined the Office of Human Rights, as has been mentioned before, to commemorate the 15th anniversary of the passage of the District's Language Access Act, and to recognize our common history as an anchor agency to implement this important piece of legislation in our communities. This past year, we've begun to provide trainings to city agency staff on providing culturally competent service to AAPI residents, and have worked with agencies such as the MPD, which has already been mentioned, and the DMV. The FY 20 budget will allow us to continue this work to make sure that all residents are able to engage our city agencies. In closing, I'm confident that the Mayor Bowser's FY 20 agenda and the Moapia's FY 20 budget will improve the lives of the 35,000 API residents who call DC home and play a critical role in supporting residents' efforts to reach and remain on the pathway to the middle class. The council and this committee are critical allies in this effort, and I appreciate your partnership to ensure that we operate efficiently and effectively. I look forward to our continued work together to achieve our shared goals and give all residents a fair shot to benefit from Washington, D.C.'s continued prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director, for your testimony. And your office's proposed budget, as you noted in your testimony, includes an increase of about 3%. Most of that increase is allocated to outreach and education. Can you discuss your outreach and education efforts and how the increase will benefit the population you serve?
Yeah, I think we're looking to, build on the already robust work that our office is doing. Our outreach staff are literally in the field every week, talking to business owners, talking to community leaders, making sure that we hear their concerns. Again, they speak different languages. We have bilingual capacity in Korean, Vietnamese, and Chinese in our outreach staff. So they're directly able to be a trusted voice for the government to make sure that, that we're hearing their concerns. And at the same time, I think we're looking to do a lot of the cultural programming that has been mentioned, whether it's the API Heritage Month celebration, whether it's the Chinatown Summer Series, which includes both fitness activities like Tai Chi that are weekly in nature and so are an ongoing effort, as well as sort of more one-off activities like the Chinatown Festival on June 15th, or our movie series, which will happen over the course of 4 weekends at the end of the summer. So it's efforts like that that our office is going to look to continue and to potentially identify different ways to explore sort of both the cultural and the economic life of our residents through outreach and education.
Thank you very much. What 2020 census outreach work is your office performing?
Well, right now, we are part of discussions with community groups. We've spoken to some of the ANCs. We're still sort of in the beginning formulations of this, right? And so I think that people are only now beginning to focus on the census, and so we are looking to partner with other city agencies that are beginning to do outreach around the census. April 1st was 1 year before Census 2020 happens in April 1st of 2020, and so the countdown has sort of officially started. So we look to kind of ramp up that effort to make sure that some of the outreach that does happen is happening in the languages that our office speaks, because a lot of it is not going to be in our languages unless we take proactive steps to make sure that that happens. So I think that's going to be sort of the nature of our work moving forward.
Okay, thank you. How many FTEs does your office employ?
We currently have 10, and we're looking to bring on our final staff to come to 11 at the end of this month.
So you have 1 vacancy currently?
Mm-hmm.
And what is that position in?
It's a community outreach position. So that person is actually on board, and their start date is at the end of the month.
Okay. And then there's a $9,000 proposed cut to your office's advocacy efforts in the budget. Can you outline your office's, can you describe how this funding, the decrease in funding, would impact that work?
It's essentially kind of a realignment of our resources. So I think we want to make sure that the work in our advocacy arena continues to happen, whether it's the grant-making program. We do not look to decrease that work in any way, but we look to sort of realign some of that in our outreach and education work, which has experienced a larger budget increase.
Okay. In the proposed budget, $6,000 is allocated for fleet management. Can you discuss your need for fleet management?
Yeah, so it's the car service that our outreach staff uses so that they're able to get around in the city and make sure that they're able to go to different neighborhoods that may have timeliness issues in terms of being able to get there. So we're able to use the fleet management to get them in a car to make sure that they're able to get there in a timely manner.
Okay. How many grantees have or will be awarded the AAPI Community Grant in FY19?
We have 9 grantees.
9 grantees.
And a total of $275,000.
So the average is?
$247,750. Sorry, let me make sure that's correct.
Okay. What types of services and programming do the grantees provide?
They provide a whole range of services, whether it's health-related. I know that Jane Pan was here testifying at the performance oversight hearing, talking about the work that they do to raise awareness about hepatitis B, whether it's housing, whether it's other services for seniors with the Chinatown Service Center. We fund the DC Center to support particular outreach for Asian American and Pacific Islander LGBT residents. Okay. So it really runs the gamut.
Who does your office provide the grants to? Could you provide a list of the grantees to the committee?
Yeah, so there are 9 different agencies: Asian American Lead, Asian Pacific American Film, the Legal Resource Center, DVRP, Chinatown Service Center, the Hep B Initiative,
Housing Counseling Services, the DC Center, and the Washington English Center. And we'll provide you that information in writing as well.
Okay. And how does your office work with the grantees once they have been awarded the grant to ensure that they are using the funds efficiently and effectively and to further the purpose?
So as some of my other colleagues have indicated, we use, just in terms of the infrastructure, we use the Zoom grants technology to facilitate grant reporting and that sort of thing. So we make sure that our grantees are providing quarterly reports, and we do insight visits as well. Our staff are, meeting with them right now to arrange some of these periodic visits. And so, so we are talking to them to make sure that they are meeting their goals, and that if they have any questions or concerns, that they're able to flag them along the way.
Okay, very good. The committee doesn't have any further questions for you. If we should, we will provide them in writing, but I want to thank you, Director, for your testimony today and for the work that you continue to do on behalf of the residents of the District of Columbia.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the committee will now proceed with the Office on African Affairs. The mission of the Mayor's Office on African Affairs is to ensure that the full range of health, education, employment, social services, safety, business, and economic development information, services, and opportunities are accessible to the district's African community. African immigrants make up 17% of the foreign-born population of the District of Columbia, totaling over 16,000 people. Ward 4 boasts the largest African immigrant population. The African community contributes greatly not only to Ward 4, but to the entire district. We will now call on our public witnesses, and I ask that all witnesses state their name for the record. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to testify. Groups, associations, and businesses will have 5 minutes to testify. And I would like to note that the committee will recess at 12:25 because I have a Committee on Government Operations markup that should only take about 10 minutes at 12:30. So the committee will recess for about 15 minutes at 12:25. Witness list. Okay, I will now call on Joan Hodges Wu, MA, MSW, LGSW, founder and executive director, the Asylum Seekers Assistance Project. Okay, Adrian F. Schreiber, executive director, Multicultural Community Service. Rosalie Ngachu, Renaissance Center for Culture and Education. Hermila Kebede, Ethiopian Community Center. Lodi George, Ethiopian Community Center. Galila Asifa, Ethiopian Community Center. What are your names? Okay, and your name? Perfect, thank you. Okay, and we'll begin on my right. If you would please state your name for the record, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Todd and members of the committee. My name is Joan Hodges Wu, and I'm the founder and executive director of the Asylum Seeker Assistance Project. ASAP is the only organization dedicated to serving asylum seekers and their families in the DC metro region. So the budget of MOA is of great importance to ASAP and the clients that we serve. ASAP was founded in 2016 in response to a long-standing service gap affecting an estimated 25,000 asylum seekers here in the capital region. Although asylum seekers have the right to remain in the United States while their legal case is processed, they are ineligible for critical services to meet their basic needs and simultaneously denied permission to work for an extended length of time. There are 44 countries that accept asylum seekers. The United States is the only one that imposes these restrictions. Unfamiliar with their new community and unable to financially support themselves, many asylum seekers experience extreme poverty, isolation, and victimization during the asylum process. But today, thanks with your help, ASAP is working to change this. ASAP provides holistic services that are not available by any other community agency in the region. We employ a model that essentially offers radical hospitality. We combine social work, community, and employment services to promote individual self-sufficiency. Our goal as an agency is to empower asylum seekers to rebuild their lives here in the United States with dignity and purpose. For the past 2 years, ASAP has received $15,000 from MOA to support our employment program. This money has in part allowed us to provide intensive employment support to 37 asylum-seeking DC residents from 10 different African countries. As a result of this investment, 90% of our clients find new jobs within 6 months. And within that cohort, 70% find new jobs within their preferred profession. This is a big deal because it means our human rights attorney from Nigeria is not driving Uber anymore. She's working as a paralegal where she should be. Our last month, a business consultant from Ethiopia, he was hired by the DC government to work with your taxi cab commission as a liaison with the Ethiopian taxi cab drivers. And tomorrow, I have an IT professional from Eritrea who's interviewing for a job that pays $50 an hour. It goes without saying that this program is life-changing. While we applaud the mayor's proposed increases to programs that serve immigrants, MOA's budget remains woefully inadequate. I mean, although the recent census conducted by the Urban Institute identifies DC African population to be larger than the DC Asian Pacific Islander population, MOA's budget is the fraction of Moapia's. That doesn't make sense. As a result, MOA's limited funding has placed a cap on their grants. The maximum grant awarded for the past 2 years, as well as I can tell, is $15,000. $15,000 is nothing. It's not nearly enough to cover the demand for ASAP services from asylum-seeking residents of the district. ASAP is a young organization, but we have consistently operated with a waiting list since our service launch due to overwhelming client need. We receive funding from a variety of sources, including the Starbucks Memorial Fund, the coffee company, but we simply cannot meet client demand. As a result of the budget shortfall, we're forced to place limits on the number of DC residents we can work with. And the unfortunate consequence means that asylum seekers who would be moving toward rebuilding their lives languish on our wait list. Instead of moving toward self-sufficiency, which they are very capable of doing, they have no choice but depend on expensive government-funded safety net services such as homeless shelters and hospital emergency rooms. As a city, we can do better. We have to do better. Councilmember Todd, as the representative of Ward 4 with a large immigrant population, I imagine this issue is very personal to you and your constituents. And without increased support from MOA and other government offices, it will be impossible to scale the good work of ASAP and other organizations that also make an impact every day in the lives of African residents. So today, I strongly urge you to consider how MOA's budget can be increased so that we as a city can take full advantage of the presence and potential of DC's asylum-seeking African residents. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ma'am?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Adrienne Schreiber, and I'm the Executive Director of Multicultural Community Service. We are a grantee of the Mayor's Office on African Affairs. MCS is a 501c3 organization that has provided interpretation and translation services and workforce development training since 1997. Our programs include our rigorous 70-hour community interpreter certification course, the day-long translators and interpreters professional development workshop, and many smaller skill-building classes. We have certified over 300 community interpreters that speak Amharic, Tigrinya, Oromo, French, Arabic, and more. MCS and other area organizations realized that there was a critical need for culturally competent interpreters who are not only accurate and knowledgeable in their translations, but who also have the trust of the communities that they represent. The demanding training programs that we jointly sponsor have ensured that the quality and accuracy of oral language interpretation services being offered not only meet but surpass the minimums required by the DC Language Access Act of 2004. MCS would like to continue to offer community interpreter trainings in the District of Columbia, as we've done for previous years, funding dependent, with participants completing 60 classroom hours of study focused on consecutive and simultaneous interpreting skills, cultural competency, telephonic and conference interpretation, note-taking, DC Language Access Act policies, and a 10-hour practice internship. We launched a Trainer of Trainers program to be able to offer the course more frequently with a larger roster of qualified instructors. Additionally, we launched the Affordable Language Access Program to provide reduced cost services for DC residents who cannot afford the full cost of language services. Thanks to the support of the Mayor's Office on African Affairs, DC residents with limited English proficiency can call upon well-trained and qualified interpreters to facilitate their communication needs. We can say without hesitation and with full confidence that in the District of Columbia, access to language interpreters is not an exclusive privilege reserved only for high-level government officials or diplomats. We've seen lives changed, and as you've heard and will continue to hear extensively today, our mission of inclusive civic participation continues to grow and expand as the diverse communities of DC are nurtured and cultivated. MCS has worked closely with MOA for several years since the inception of the African Community Development Grant for our Language Services Program, and we will be seeking to expand our work through constituency office partnerships and collaboration. Their support has been instrumental in working to reduce language barriers for DC's African residents, creating opportunities for proficient and bilingual residents, and building a stronger citywide understanding of emerging non-traditional and indigenous languages spoken by DC's immigrant and bilingual community. MOA works closely with us to ensure that our program goals are funded, supported, and sustainable in our community. We have frequent communication, monthly and quarterly reporting, and ongoing conversations to ensure that our needs as a grantee are met, as well as the overarching goals of the Mayor's Office on African Affairs. As we see DC's local communities expand with new residents from across the African continent, language interpretation is a necessary first step towards inclusive civic participation. MCS firmly believes in supporting LEP community members by giving them the tools to communicate and fully engage in the civic life of the community. Without language assistance, residents suffer significant strains on their finances as well as quality of life. I'd like to request that the Mayor's Office on African Affairs see an increase in their budget. Their work is admirably performed by a dedicated but quite small staff. The grant funding is a relatively new line item in the budget, and it is nowhere close to sufficient to meet the needs of African residents across the city. When compared to the other constituency offices, MOA's allocation is simply not on par with resources. Funding should proportionally match the population served. I highly commend the work performed by my colleagues here today and applaud the efforts to ensure that the African communities in the District of Columbia can access services without substantial constraints or barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Todd, Chairperson for the Committee on Government Operations. My name is Loide Rosa George, and I'm a member of Board of Directors for the Ethiopian Community Center, ECC, an advocate for immigrant rights and a practicing immigration attorney within the district for the last 12 years. As will have been testified or will be testified, the Mayor's Office on African Affairs mandate is to ensure access and improve the quality of life of the district's diverse African immigrant community. In turn, the Ethiopian Community Center works lock and step with the MOAA to cater to the needs of the African constituents within the district to help families thrive and enrich their community. Established in 1980, ECC has been serving district residents for 39 years, providing a wide range of culturally and linguistically targeted programs and services. In just the past 10 years, ECC has provided workforce development and ESL training for over 2,100 adults with limited English proficiency, offered after-school and summer youth programs for over 300 youth, and connected residents to critical social, legal, immigration, and emergency resources and services. We've been busy, very busy, but we've also hit a wall. There's simply too big of a gap between the needs of the community we serve and the resources available to support an organization like ECC that bridges a significant cultural and linguistic divide. I'm here today to ask the Council to increase funding for the Mayor's African Community Grant Program because the current level of funding is inadequate, only $100,000 a year, and not on par with community grant programs established to support culturally and linguistically targeted programs in other DC communities. According to the data profiles of immigrants in the District of Columbia published in January by the Urban Institute, DC's African immigrant population grew from 9,500 to 14,800, an increase of 56% between 2000 and 2016. Keep in mind the number does not include children born to African immigrants or reflect the robust and visible presence of African workers, entrepreneurs, and business owners contributing to the vitality of this city every day. Even while data on African immigrants is both typically aggregated or grossly undercounted, we know that the African immigrant community is rapidly growing and yet remains invisible and minimally supported. There has been progress, but not enough. I'm proud to say that through our collective effort and advocacy in 2013, and through the support of the late Mayor, Councilmember Marion Barry, and others, the OMAA now has an active African community grant program and expanded staff. Nevertheless, considering the per capita spending allocated to each immigrant serving office within the district, there remains a visible disparity. While we applaud the Council's dedication to support the immigrant population within the district, we implore the Council to make it an inclusive, comprehensive, and equitable effort. Increasing the Mayor's African Community Grant Program from $100,000 to $300,000 will ensure that organizations like ECC and our colleagues on panel right now can receive adequate funding to address challenges and provide programming and services that reflect the priorities of African immigrants. With more than 50 African countries represented in every ward in the district, it is critical that resources for this community are commensurate with its growing needs. These facts were first presented and addressed in 2013 when the Council voted in favor of giving grant-making authority for the first time to OAA. We applaud this unprecedented effort along with the modest increase in the OAA budget, as this reflects the Council's growing commitment to serve the needs and interests of African immigrants and the African diaspora population in DC. However, while we appreciate the provision for additional funding for the MOAA, it falls short of the $700,000 increase that was requested in fiscal year 13 to provide adequate programs and services to the African community in the district. Therefore, at this time, we strongly recommend that $700,000 be budgeted for the OAA in addition to the $581,000 recommended by the Mayor. We request that at a minimum, $300,000 of this budget be allocated to the African Community Grant Program. I'd like to add that as an immigration attorney, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Mayor for establishing and growing the Immigrant Justice Legal Service Grant Program. The ECC was in fact a recipient of this grant in fiscal year 17 and delivered a Know Your Rights education on immigration rights to the Amharic-speaking district residents. We are in full support of the Mayor's proposal to increase funding for this program to $2.5 million in fiscal year 2020. Thank you for the honor and privilege of being able to testify today.
Good afternoon. My name is Galila Safa, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am a DC resident and live in Ward 1. I moved to Washington, D.C. from Ethiopia my senior year of high school, where I attended Bell Multicultural High School. My experience at Bell was not easy for many reasons, including adapting to the culture while being true to myself, and most importantly, the lack of support and guidance for college. As a first-generation Ethiopian, the lack of support from my school affected me more than my peers who were born here and knew how to navigate the system. It took not only the support of my family and friends, but as well as the Ethiopian Community Center. ECC connected me to a group of college students who were a part of a program dedicated to helping high school students with SAT preparation and college applications. If it were not for them, I don't think I would have been able to attend one of the best public universities. Therefore, I know firsthand the difference that a thoughtful youth program can have on a young person's life. That is why I am here today to ask the Council to increase funding for the African Community Grant Program so that the Ethiopian Community Center and other organizations serving African youth can offer the kinds of programs that have helped me succeed and stay in school. I am currently a junior at the University of Maryland and majoring in anthropology and communication. On campus, I am involved in several philanthropic student organizations such as the Ethiopian Eritrean Student Association, as well as the Society of African American Studies Saturday Freedom School. Through my own experience in school as well as a volunteer, I understand that compassion and support are necessary to build a future for an individual that is both ambitious, selfless, and confident, which is exactly what the Ethiopian Community Center's African Culture and Reading Camp does, through its focus on improving reading skills and cultural immersion. Last summer, the Ethiopian Community Center asked me to serve as a counselor for their yearly summer camp, and I could not have been happier. Although the DMV has a large Ethiopian community, ECC is one of the very few nonprofit organizations who serves its community. As an Ethiopian myself, I felt honored but also obligated to take the position in order to give back to my community. Soon after I started working there, I realized that due to the lack of funding, I had to be very creative to make the camp as fun and immerse the kids in a cultural experience. At the end of it, the kids loved it, and it made me realize how much this camp means to them. The Ethiopian Community Center gives these kids a sense of belonging as well as a better understanding of who they are and where they come from. FIDA Reading Camp does the same and more. The funding the camp receives has allowed it to embrace more cultures and add an educational component, and it's only the beginning. FIDA provides kids with support and allows them to interact with people who understand their struggle. I therefore joined the other community members today to request that the council increases funding of the Mayor's Office on African Affairs Community Grant Program to ensure that a program like the African Culture and Reading Camp can grow and serve more of DC's African immigrant students. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Hodges-Wu, thank you. I think you noted in your testimony that you received a grant in the amount of $15,000. How many individuals were you able to serve?
16.
1-6?
1-6.
Okay. And what do you think the optimal grant amount would be?
I would like to start with 50,000 for next year.
And how many people do you think that would help serve?
Closer to
Probably closer to 40
closer to 55.
Okay.
Yeah.
And congratulations, it sounds like you're having success with the individuals you are able to serve with the grant.
It is because of them.
Yeah.
We are just the conduit to opportunity.
Absolutely. Okay, and Ms. Schreiber, thank you. And I think I remember you testifying during Oversight, and certainly appreciate the work that you are doing. And what is the amount of the grant that you've received?
This year was just 5,000, actually, down from 20, yes.
Okay, and you provide interpretation and translation services?
Mm-hmm.
And how many people do you think you're able to serve with that amount?
With this year's grant, it's significantly less. Where we have several programs that grant has gone to fund in the past, and this time it's only enough to help support our one-day professional development workshop. What we'd really like to do is have the funding to run the community interpreter training, which is a much longer course. So the CIPDW, is a long acronym for that, should have somewhere between 50 and 100 people attend, but that's inclusive of all languages. We do have a large need for African languages, and there's that need continues to grow year over year, and we have a limited number of people who are certified translators and interpreters for that. So we'd like to be able to offer that training course to support those languages more fully.
How much was your grant last year?
20.
Oh, 20, so it dropped significantly. Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rosa George, thank you for your testimony. How much did the ECC receive in grant funding? Are you a grantee?
I do want to add the caveat that I'm a newly appointed board member,
Okay.
so my information is limited.
Sure, no, that's fine. Okay.
But I do understand that MOAA was granted $15,000 if my figures are correct.
Okay. I don't think I have a copy of your testimony. If you would make sure
I did provide.
Okay. Oh, I do. I'm sorry. It wasn't given to me. I like to follow during because it's very helpful for me. Is this your first? Do you know if this is the ECC's first year?
No, it's
receiving
not.
a grant? Okay.
They've received grants, I believe, from 2013.
2013
But
on.
from my understanding, their monies have gone down because there's many groups to support.
Right. Okay. Do you know how many individuals? Oh, I think I see it maybe here. Do you know how many individuals the ECC will serve this year, this fiscal year?
I respectfully will decline to
Okay.
respond, but we are happy to give you that
Absolutely.
information.
Thank
I
you.
rather give you
No, no.
accurate info.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And Ms. Asefa, thank you for your testimony, and it's always really, really great when we can hear from our young people, and I'm glad that you were able to get the help you needed from the ECC from your junior year in high school, and now it sounds like you're a thriving junior in college, and keep up the good work. Congratulations, and just really glad to hear that this funding was able to help you transition into high school and coming to a new country. So we're very proud of the work you're doing, and keep making us proud.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And thank you all for your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the committee will recess for 15 minutes, and the time is now 12:27 p.m., and we will reconvene 15 minutes from now. Thank you. try to move through quickly. All righty. Okay, the time is 12:55, and this budget hearing of the Committee on Government Operations is reconvened. We will now move on to our public witnesses, and we will begin with Khalib Burhan, Ethiopian Community Center. Rosalie Ngachu. Marth Nomeni. Miss Ngachu. Martha Nomeni. Okay. So no Miss Ngachu. Oh, okay, got it. Christine Takua. Okay, and please excuse me if I've mispronounced anyone's last name. So it's my understanding that you all will provide your testimony in French, or the two ladies on my left. And so the director of the Office on African Affairs will translate your testimony at that time. Young man, if you would please turn on the microphone and state your name.
Hello, my name is Caleb Burhan. I'll be testifying on behalf of the Ethiopian Community Center today. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start with saying that I was born and raised in D.C. and a child to two Ethiopian immigrants. I'm a senior graduating this year and going to James Madison University next year. I would also like to state that I attended Ethiopian Community Center summer camp as both a kid going to summer camp and a volunteer. Growing up in D.C., most summers since I was 9, I would attend the Ethiopian Community Summer Camp. At this summer camp, we had participated in activities like arts and crafts, reading, math, and occasionally went to the swimming pool. But what was different about this summer camp was that every day we learned either about Ethiopian culture or learned the Amharic language. Learning about the Ethiopian culture and the Amharic language in this camp was something that I really appreciated. This is because as growing up as an Ethiopian in America, you barely learn or even have the option to learn the Amharic language and or the Ethiopian culture anywhere in the United States. This is always something that disappointed me because when I was young, I had never understood where I was originally from and how I would never have the opportunity to learn about my Ethiopian culture, or more about the Amharic language. But at the Ethiopian Community Center summer camp, they provided me and other young Ethiopians the chance to learn more about what country our parents came from and why it was important we know. As a part of them teaching about our culture, at the end of the summer camp every year, all students attending the summer camp would have to perform different types of traditional Ethiopian dance. One year, I remember actually going to see professionals perform different types of Ethiopian dance in the Smithsonian National Museum of African Arts, and coming back to camp and trying to incorporate their choreography into our final performance. We had also learned about the Ethiopian alphabet and how to enunciate each letter. This helped me later be able to perfect my Amharic and make me sound less foreign to the language. These were only a few things that the Ethiopian Community Center had done to teach me about Ethiopian culture. But when you combine all we had learned on Ethiopian culture and the Amharic language, the Ethiopian Community Center was able for at least me and other kids who attended the camp a chance to fill an empty hole as being an Ethiopian in America. This is what I'm very grateful for and admire this center for. When I was able to volunteer at this community center, I was given a chance to pass on what I learned about Ethiopian culture to kids that came from had a background like me. I also believe that organizations like Ethiopian Community Center providing services like camps to teach kids and teens about their African culture is very key to a understanding about history and culture of Africa. This is because in school, where most kids and teens get an education, are taught a generalization of an aged European and American belief of what Africa is and its history. This includes that Africans were believed as savages, so they should become slaves. Then slavery isn't good, but it's okay to conquer and rule their lands so that Europeans can make more money for them, so that at the same time convert what they believe are savages to proper human beings. Then colonizing is bad, so European slaves taking as much as they can to sell back in Europe, and leaving Africa with the bare minimum, and now a majority of Africa is in civil war. It is sad, but this is a majority of what students are taught all through America. Although this is the case, this is where organizations like the Ethiopian Community Center and its summer camp is trying to teach that Ethiopia and other African countries are not that. They provide services to people like me that Ethiopia and other African countries have a rich history and culture which isn't taught to kids, teens, and adults. By providing services like the summer camp, it allows to teach kids of Ethiopian descent to know the important history and culture they are from, and which is not taught or provided anywhere else. By doing this, people like me who come from African descent can tell others about the culture and history of the African nation we are from. This also allows us to merge our Ethiopian history and culture into our American way of life. So in general, I believe organizations like the Community Center, Ethiopian Community Center, are important and crucial to our society because they allow kids from Ethiopian descent to experience their Ethiopian culture in different ways and provide a key part to our society, understanding what has never been taught about Africans' history and culture. ECC has helped me learn more about my Ethiopian culture, and by increasing fundings, it would allow the center to provide their services to African youth like they had for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Ma'am.
Je m'appelle Rosaline Gatchou. Je m'appelle Rosaline Gatchou. Je suis élève à DC International School, qui est une école d'immersion française, espagnole et chinoise.
I'm a student at. Je suis étudiante.
Je suis étudiante à DC International.
Oui, I'm a student at the DC International School.
Qui est une école d'immersion française, espagnole et chinoise.
And it's a school with French and Chinese and Spanish immersion.
Depuis 2013,
since 2013,
je suis dans le programme d'après l'école au Centre de Renaissance.
Since that year, I'm in the program in the Center Renaissance Center,
où j'apprends à écrire, lire et à communiquer en français.
Where I learn to write, to talk, and to communicate in French.
Je suis arrivée aux États-Unis à l'âge de 3 ans.
I arrived to the United States when I was 3.
Et aujourd'hui, j'ai pu garder ma culture africaine et parler mieux le français.
And I was able to keep my African culture and to speak better French.
À cause de mon implication et mes activités dans le centre.
Thanks to my participation in the center.
Après 6 ans de formation, je suis capable d'assister les plus jeunes également dans leurs activités.
After attending the school for 6 years, I'm able to help all the younger students.
J'ai appris les maths, le français, la danse traditionnelle, l'informatique et beaucoup d'autres choses.
I learned mathematics, dancing, and computing and many other matters.
J'ai également appris à socialiser avec des camarades de même âge et en parlant la langue française.
I was able to socialize with my peers of my same age and speaking in French.
Aujourd'hui, j'assiste le professeur de graphique et dessin au Centre de Renaissance chaque semaine.
Right now, I'm helping the teacher of graphic designs and the Renaissance Center.
Je voudrais cependant attirer votre attention sur le fait que beaucoup d'organisations ne soutiennent pas la communauté francophone à DC.
I would like to call to your attention that many organizations do not support the French-speaking community in DC.
Surtout des jeunes élèves comme moi en classe d'immersion française qui aimeront continuer à améliorer ou renforcer nos cultures.
Especially the young students that are in the immersion classes that want to continue with their culture.
Chaque année,
every year,
certains de mes camarades de classe transfèrent et préfèrent d'autres langues autres que le français.
Some of my friends, my school friends, prefer to change languages, and they pick a different language than French.
Donc, ils quittent la classe de français pour la langue espagnole ou chinois par faute de soutien ou ressources en dehors de l'école.
They quit French and they pick Spanish or Chinese because there are not enough resources and support for the school.
Les parents partagent leurs avis également.
And their parents support them too.
Le centre de Renaissance limite de participants à cause du budget.
The Renaissance Center is limited to participate because of the budget.
Le budget pour le Bureau des Affaires africaines est vraiment insignifiant.
The budget for the African Affairs is very limited.
Aussi, le Diversity Fund ne sont pas souvent considérés pour la communauté francophone, même quand celle-ci dépose une demande.
The diversity funds are not considered for the French community.
Je termine en disant que nous aimerons que vous accordez beaucoup plus d'attention et d'importance à la communauté d'Afrique francophone.
I would like to finish by asking you to pay more attention to the African French community.
Tout en augmentant ou accordant plus d'aide aux organismes qui leur soutiennent.
And to increase the help to all the organizations that support us.
Selon le US Census,
according to the US Census,
en 2010 à 2011, 33 pays africains sont représentés aux écoles publiques de DCPS.
Between 2010 and 2013, there is a smaller amount of students that are represented at the DCPS.
Cela représente l'importance de soutenir ces communautés.
That represents the importance to support this community.
Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am.
Merci pour votre témoignage.
Bon après-midi, messieurs et dames.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Je m'appelle Marthe Nomini.
My name is Martin Nomini.
Je suis en classe d'informatique au Centre de la Renaissance pour la culture éducative.
I'm taking computer classes at the Renaissance Center.
Au travers de ce cours, nous avons appris les bases de l'informatique.
During this class, we have learned all the basics of on computer science.
À utiliser sans effort notre ordinateur Windows fixe ou portable.
To use our laptops or our regular computers, regular desktops.
Nous avons également appris comment manier le clavier et la souris.
We also learned how to use the keyboard and the mouse.
Comprendre les éléments à l'écran, dossiers, fichiers, fenêtres.
Et utiliser aussi and to use also the files and windows.
Nous aborderons prochainement l'Internet, le multimédia et les composants d'un ordinateur.
We also use internet and multimedia, and we also know about all the parts of the computer.
Nous sommes dans l'obligation de suspendre les classes faute de budget.
But we were forced to stop the classes because there is no budget.
Cette classe est enseignée en français et à notre rythme.
This class is taught in French, but at a different rhythm.
Vu que nous avons reçu aucune éducation de base en informatique,
since we have not got any information, basic information on computer science,
et nous avons besoin de plus de temps et de la patience pour mieux assimiler les cours.
We need more patience and more time to better learn the classes.
Aujourd'hui, tout est informatisé Et la technologie évolue chaque jour.
Nowadays, everything is done in computers and the technology changes every day.
Nous avons même eu l'impression que les francophones africains n'ont pas beaucoup d'assistance à DC.
We even have the impression, or we are under the impression, that African French speakers do not receive much help in the district.
Heureusement pour nous que le Centre de Renaissance soutient la communauté francophone de DC depuis plus de 5 ans.
To our benefit, the Renaissance Center supports the community, has been supporting the community for about 5 years.
À travers ces multiples programmes et activités éducatives pour les personnes de tout âge.
Through all the multiple programs and activities for people of all ages.
Le Centre de Renaissance nous permet d'évoluer en communauté et partager notre culture avec nos enfants.
The Center of Renaissance allows us to develop and to develop also along with our children.
Je vous prie de bien vouloir augmenter le budget des bureaux des affaires africaines.
I beg you to please increase the budget for the African affairs.
Et également aider la communauté africaine avec le DC Fund.
And to help the African community with the DC funds.
Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am.
Merci beaucoup de votre témoignage.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone.
Je m'appelle Christine Chakwa.
My name is Christine Takwa.
Je suis en classe d'informatique au Centre de Renaissance.
I'm taking I'm taking a computer class at the Renaissance Center
Pour la culture et l'éducation.
for culture and education.
J'ai également bénéficié des cours gratuits
I have also benefited from free classes
de CPR
of
et
CPR
First Aid
and first aid,
organisés pour aider la communauté francophone africaine de DC.
organized to help the Francophone community from Africa in DC.
J'étais très surprise de voir plus de 20 personnes en classe
I was very surprised to see more than 20 people in my class
et d'apprendre qu'il y avait des gens sur la liste d'attente.
and to find out that there were people in the waiting list.
Le centre nous aide avec des ressources nous permettant de naviguer
The center helps us with resources that allow us to navigate
dans le système et de faciliter notre intégration dans le pays.
in the system and to facilitate our integration in the country.
Nous bénéficions des services tels que la crèche en langue française,
We benefit from services such as daycare in French
pour nos petits-enfants,
for our grandchildren,
cours d'informatique pour parents et enfants,
in computer classes for parents and children,
ateliers sur l'immigration,
classes about immigration,
ateliers sur l'aide au logement et autres.
classes about housing and others.
Le manque de fonds limite notre accès aux activités et programmes
The lack of funds limits our access to the activities and programs
que le centre offre à la communauté d'Afrique francophone de DC.
that the center offers to the Francophone community of Africa in DC.
Le centre de Renaissance nous permet d'évoluer en communauté.
The Renaissance Center allows us to evaluate in the community
et partager notre culture avec nos enfants.
and to share our culture with our children.
Parmi les 32 pays africains représentés à DC,
Among the 32 African countries represented in DC,
12 pays sont des francophones.
12 countries speak French.
Je vous prie de bien vouloir augmenter le budget
I beg you to please increase the budget
des bureaux des affaires africaines
of the Office of African Affairs
et également aider la communauté africaine
and to
avec
help
le DC Fund.
and to help the African community with the DC funds.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you all for your testimony.
Merci à vous tous pour votre témoignage.
this afternoon.
de cet après-midi.
It is very helpful as we go through the budgeting
Ça
process.
va nous aider pendant le procès du budget.
And I've heard loud and clear that we should consider allocating more funding so that you're able to take advantage of some of the programs and training that you have previously or that you're currently participating in.
J'ai bien compris que vous avez besoin d'augmenter le budget pour couvrir les dépenses de tous les programmes pour les centres pour l'entraînement.
And I want to especially acknowledge our young people, Caleb and Rosalie. Thank you both for providing your testimony. Caleb, congratulations on finishing high school and being admitted into college. This is probably the most exciting time of your life. If I could go back to undergrad, I would, because it's the only time that you're kind of an adult, right? You have lots of responsibilities for school, but you also have still the support of your family and friends. So keep up the good work and let us know if we can support you in any way. And Rosalie, thank you for your testimony and congratulations on the work that you're doing at DC International School. We are very proud of that school and certainly want to make sure that the school is very well resourced, but also that our community partners like the ECC are resourced to be able to support you in what you're doing. So congratulations to you both, and thank you, ladies, for providing your testimony and sharing your experiences with us today. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we will proceed with our public witnesses, Julianne Mablo, Theodore Ngachu, Noel Carl, and Halu Gatsek, Managing Partner, African Translation. For one more. Okay. 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 And Mr. Ngachu, we'll begin with you. Please turn your mic on and state your name for the record. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Councilmember Brandon. I'm Theodore Ngashu. I'm testifying. I'm here to testify as one of the commissioners in the Commission on African Affairs. And first of all, I really want to give all my gratitude to Councilmember Honorable Brandon Todd for your constant support during the last fiscal years. Support in obtaining for the Mayor Office of African Affairs, obtaining more staffers for the Mayor Office on African Affairs. I really also want to seize the opportunity to thank Mayor Bowser, who is really working tirelessly to provide a fair shot at the economic growth to all residents of all 8 wards. And African immigrant communities are not left behind. And that's a good thing, even though we still need more and more. But we are already proud of the accomplishment. And yeah, of course, we have more staffers in the Office of African Affairs today, and we have French-speaking. You heard about some French-speaking families here. I really want to seize the opportunity also to thank Elizabeth, who is the Executive Director of Renaissance, for the wonderful work that she is doing, to provide, this kind of guidance to our community, because when we came to DC when we moved to DC for the first time in 2002, DC was kind of not really welcoming a French-speaking African, but you know, when I see how French-speaking families are happy to move to DC today, I can tell that, you know, the Bowser, the Bowser government is working hard and to welcome all these people, and that's a good thing. In the Office of African Affairs today, we have a language access coordinator, we have a community outreach person, and recently, I think one of the publications of the mayor, the Urban Institute State of African Immigrants in the District of Columbia, we learned from this report that people in linguistically isolated households face significant challenges to access essential services and resources in their communities when they don't have additional language support. So, and that's the reason why we really welcome a language access position in the Office of African Affairs, as they will be able to provide this language support to our communities. On the other hand, I've personally witnessed Mr. Ali Kaba, who is the Deputy Director of the office, and Mr. Cherichenko, who is the Community Outreach Specialist. I've witnessed them knocking at doors in the community, you know, coming to the community to meet the people, to meet their own people, and to connect with them. That really impressed me. What that means is that, you know, these staffers are really doing a wonderful work, and I surely believe that if the mayors, if the director of the mayor's office of African Affairs has the budget that he's really requesting, I'm quite sure that they're going to be able to do a very good job outside there. And so we stand with Mayor Bowser, we stand with the DC Council in support of, who are in support of Sanctuary City and language access, mostly at this particular time of a horrible political climate against immigrants, against black populations, and the crackdown on undocumented immigrants. So we stand behind you, the council, and behind the mayor to make DC a sanctuary city. And we surely appreciate all efforts from you, you know, to help the Office of African Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gachu. Appreciate it. Sir? You would state your name for the record.
I sure will. Good afternoon. My name is Haile Sadik. I am with the African Translation, Washington, D.C.-based language service provider. I'm here today as a member of the community, the African immigrant community, to testify, to be a witness, if you will, as to what typical African immigrant who happens to be non-proficient or limited proficient in the English language. I know that language access has been in the book for the last 15 years in this city that we call home. Unfortunately, members of my community, the African immigrant, who happen to be not English proficient, they are not aware language access exists, period. So there is this missing link, if you will, outreach. We have failed them. And I would like council to consider this, to make the appropriate budget available for the Office of African Affairs so they can do outreach using community-based organizations in the city, so that the law is designed to empower those who happen to be limited or non-proficient, so they can at least know about it and go about benefiting from and language access. In addition, I am a volunteer and a board member with the Ethiopian Community Center located on Georgia Avenue, the oldest African immigrant center in this city. And they do amazing work in providing support to the immigrant community. And we closely work with the Office of African Affairs. But unfortunately, the money's not there. It's lacking. And the African immigrant community, unlike any other time in 2019, we need you. We are, in the crosshairs today. We are being targeted. We are the new scapegoats out here. We are being demonized. And that has a serious effect upon the immigrant community. And we would like the city government to stand behind the immigrant community and give it support. And one way to do that is an appropriate budget. And we hope you all do that. I still have some time. If you all have any questions, I'll be glad to respond.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your testimony. Sir?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Todd, and all the members of the Committee on Budget Oversight Hearing. My name is Noel Carlo Bonjogandu, an acting commissioner at DC Mayor Office on African Affairs. It's a pleasure to testify today. Mayor Office on African Affairs' mission is to improve the quality of life of the DC African-born immigrants by providing community-based grants, advocacy, community relations, and outreach services to African residents. MOA missions allows DC African residents to have a full range of human services, health, education, housing, economic development, and employment opportunities. The district African community counts approximately 16,000 African-born residents, which is the highest portion of African-born residents of any major city in the United States. As the newest and fastest growing immigrant group, the community partakes in and contributes to the cultural and economic fabric of the local and national community. Last year, with limited resources, the MOA coordinated different events to identify and solicit feedback on issues affecting the African community and develop a strategic plan to address them. Some of the events were Black History Month, Know Your Rights Town Hall, Young African Connection Summit, Mandela Day, African Heritage Month Kickoff Happy Hours, Afro Delicious, just to name a few. We thank Mayor Bowser and DC Council for being proactive in providing support and funds to DC immigrants. Unfortunately, the budget that the MOA received is not enough to serve our dynamic African immigrant community. There are still significant needs for additional funding and resources for our community members who contribute in countless ways to the economic, social, and cultural fabric of the District of Columbia. MOA employees and interns wear multiple hats and take on various responsibilities, including constituent services, grant management, language outreach to limited and low English proficiency African immigrants, public safety outreach with MPD, providing cultural competence training to the Department of Motor Vehicle, MPD, and quality control to other district agencies. With a growing number of African-born immigrants and the actual political climate where immigrants are targeted, the MOA needs more funding to be able to serve our dynamic community, especially on language access and public safety outreach. We support Mayor Bowser's vision and urge DC leadership, especially DC Council, to further engage and develop additional pathways for African residents in order to build together a safer, stronger, healthier, and more sustainable DC. To conclude, I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today, and I thank Council Member Todd and all members of the committee for the opportunity. Thank you again.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Ma'am.
Bon après-midi tout le monde.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Je m'appelle Julienne Bialé.
My name is Julianne Miabiu.
Je suis en classe d'informatique au Centre de la Renaissance
I'm taking computer classes at the Renaissance Center
pour la culture et l'éducation.
for Culture and Education.
Je participe à beaucoup d'autres activités et
I participate in other activities
programmes organisés par le Centre depuis plus de 5 ans.
and programs organized by the center that have been organized for the last 5 years.
Ma petite-fille est inscrite à la garderie
My granddaughter is registered at the daycare
d'immersion française du Centre de la Renaissance
at the French immersion daycare of the Renaissance Center
depuis plus de 2 ans où elle apprend la langue française
for the last 2 years where she's learning French
et beaucoup d'autres activités que contribuent
and many other activities that contribute
à son développement social et culturel.
to her cultural and social development.
Évoluer dans notre communauté
Participating in our community
nous permet de mieux nous intégrer dans le pays
allow us to integrate or be part of our country
et de mieux naviguer dans le système.
and to better navigate in the system.
Depuis plusieurs années,
Since many years ago,
la communauté d'Afrique francophone n'est pas très considérée à DC.
the Francophone African community is not very well considered in DC.
Comme les autres, et pourtant, nous sommes également nombreux.
Like the other communities, and however, we are also an important community.
Même dans les services sociaux, nous sommes réduits.
Even in the social services, we are kept
au silence lorsqu'on ne peut pas traduire en français.
We are kept in silence because they are not French translations.
Pour nous informant qu'il n'y a pas de traducteur francophone.
To give us information because there are not French translators available.
Disponible pour nous.
Available for us.
Notre cours d'informatique prendra fin bientôt.
Our computer class will be over very soon.
Faute de budget et nous avons besoin de continuer cette classe.
And the budget is running out of funds, and we need to continue this class.
Je vous prie de bien vouloir augmenter le budget.
I ask you to please increase the budget.
Des bureaux des affaires africaines et également aider la communauté d'Afrique.
To increase the budget of the African Affairs Office and also to help the community.
Francophones dans leur budget avec le DC Diversity Fund.
To help the African community, the French-speaking African community, with the project and the DC Diversity Funds.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your testimony.
Merci beaucoup de votre témoignage.
And I'm so happy to hear from all of you that this office is facilitating the types of resources that you need, such as computer classes, which are very, very important, and such as access to resources. And I certainly understand, well, it's very helpful, particularly during the budget process, that we can figure out where the gaps are and how this committee can support the office in filling those gaps. So your testimony is very helpful to us as we move into the final stretch of budget hearings. So thank you all for your testimony. And Mr. Gachu, thank you for your service on the commission and certainly in Ward 4. We appreciate it very much. Thank you all for your testimony today.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
With no further public witnesses, we will now move to the director. Were you, okay. Is there anyone else in the chamber who didn't get a chance to sign up that would like to testify? Okay. Anybody else? Last call? Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Thank you so much. My name is Leonce Biemana. I'm the Executive Director of Task International. We are a nonprofit in DC helping torture survivors from around the world, including people from Africa, from different countries in Africa. I'm originally from Rwanda, and I came here in the US in 2015. And with my experience working with genocide survivors back in my country, with working with children who were born with HIV/AIDS, when I came here, I started with, I had like 2 degrees in psychology and public health, but I started as a doing janitorial work. And as few people started to realize, what type of work I was doing back home, and so I got this job that I have right now. Running an organization with 14 staff members and with 300 survivors of torture as clients. So most of my clients are in my situation. They have high degrees. 40% of our clients have a master's degree or a PhD degree, most of them from Africa. So, but we see most of these people working at gas stations, parking lots, and we believe that if DC government invest in those individuals, the DC government is going to benefit from it because they can fill those positions that are lacking labor in DC area. We thank the mayor's office and the council of the support that we get. We get money from the IGLS grant. It's helping our survivors of torture to get asylum because they came here to seek for safety. We got a small grant from the Mayor's Office of African Affairs. It's helping us to help these individuals to upgrade their jobs, to get back to their careers. And we believe that with more funding to the Mayor's Office of African Affairs, we're going to be able to help more individuals to get back in their careers and help DC to be active members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Millie Terry. I'm the Director of Patient Navigation and the Breast Cancer Survivor Program at the African Women's Cancer Awareness Association. I know we have been here a couple of times. Ms. Ife Wabuku, who is the CEO, just came back from Nigeria on a medical mission and she's not feeling too good, so I'm stepping in. Our organization has been working with the African immigrants who are uninsured, underinsured, underprivileged for the last 15 years. As you may know, the Washington metropolitan area has the second largest number of foreign-born population. I'm one of them. I came to this country in 1972. A lot of people in this room were not even born. I came to Howard University, and I studied radio and TV production. But I'm still here, and my best friend died of breast cancer 30-something years ago. I vowed that when I'm finished with school and work, this is what I'm going to do, fight for people who didn't have a voice. Salwa died because she was ashamed. It's taboo in the community. We lived in Washington. She was in school, I was in school. Never told me what's going on. She lost her job. She lost her apartment. She lost everything. And eventually, she died. And I asked the question, Why didn't you tell me? Because I don't want people to know. I don't want people, I don't know whether it's a black thing, but Africans do not want people to know what's going on with them, especially breast cancer. It seems like it's taboo. So I set my eyes on this. In 2004, I joined the African Women's Cancer Awareness Association, and I've been with them up till this day. In Washington, we have approximately 16,000 to 18,000 African immigrants living in the districts, representing 15.1% of the total foreign-born population. African immigrants mostly live in wards 4, 2, 1, 6, 8, 7, and 5, respectively. In these wards, the top country of origin is Ethiopia, 42%. The second highest country of origin for African immigrants is Nigeria, followed by Cameroon, Ghana, Sierra Leone. 20.6% of these African immigrants lack health insurance coverage. This is where the services of our organization becomes invaluable. We not only offer aid and referral services to uninsured women, but also help bridge the cultural and linguistics gap between patients and practitioners, hence improving the quality of care as we are. But I tell you, I have a story of a woman come from Nigeria. And I took her down to DC to have a mammogram. And she came out of there and she says, my child, they said this thing would burn my breast, but it's not burning my breast. So I had to explain to her, Mama, it's okay. You know this is not, so go and tell the people in your community that this is not going to burn your breast. So this is what we do. We make sure that people who come and do these examinations understand that it's not a death sentence, that it doesn't burn. And we thank the council, we thank the mayor's office. Mamadou has been our eyes, our ears, and he just told me, your pocket. So he's been watching, and you guys have been watching for us. But what we're telling you is that you give us money, but it's not enough. We're asking for you guys to improve so we can improve the health of the African immigrant who comes here. They don't have insurance, they don't have social security number, they don't have anything. And we are the voice for them. And we do appreciate what you guys do for us, what you do for the community. I lived in DC for years when I was in school, before I had my children and moved to Maryland. But I think the District of Columbia is still Chocolate City. And we thank you all for putting your money, your mouth into the African community. We're grateful. We're very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for your testimony. Sir, does your organization receive a grant from the Office of African Affairs?
We did. We received $4,500
Okay.
For this past year. It was helpful. It's not much, but it was helpful. So hopefully, receiving more of that, we're going to be able to do more.
Was that for this current fiscal year 19 that we're in?
Yes, please.
How many people will you be able to serve with that?
Around 10 individuals. We have in our career development, we have around 70 survivors, clients, but we have another grant, individual grant. We have individual donors who give us small money to be able to help pay the salary of our career development person, but the MOA money comes into kind of pitch on that to be able to help. But with that, we've been able to help 10 individuals.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. I remember last year at budget season when a number of participants testified that your program helped to save their life. And so, we're grateful through the Office of African Affairs that your organization receives grant funding, correct?
Yes,
and that
we
you're
do.
able to receive it. And, it's so important that people get the help that they need.
Yes.
And so we're grateful for the work you're doing. And we hear you loud and clear that you need more to be able to support more people because the need is so great, particularly within the immigrant community, we have to take that extra step to get the information and education tools out there, make sure people know that there are lots of resources and where to go to get help. So we're grateful for your work. How much is your grant for 2019?
I think it's 15,000.
15. How many people will you be able to serve?
Oh, God. I mean, up to date, we have served because we've been having grants for you people from 14, 15, 16. We've served 1,600 women.
That's great. Throughout
Yes.
the 4 fiscal years?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
How many do you think you'll be able to serve this year?
Oh, my God. We should be able to serve over 1,000 women because
wow.
basically, you know, they call, they come, and we take them here. I mean, I go with them when they're doing the mammogram because the language barrier to let them feel a little comfortable. I can talk my English and I can talk their patois, and they understand what I'm saying, but we will be serving over 1,000 people.
That's incredible. Okay.
And one of them was here, but she had to go. She
Okay.
left, she had testified last year, and she was here, but she's in school now. I'm so proud of her. She's gone through reconstruction and everything. She had a testimony. I'll give it to you so you guys can read it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for what you're doing, and we will continue to support you and figure out ways that we can expand that support.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Okay, with no further public witnesses, we will now move on to the Director of the Mayor's Office on African Affairs, Director Mamadou Samba. Director, if you would join us. And it is the practice of the Committee on Government Operations to ask that all government witnesses swear in. If you would please state your name for the record, we then may proceed with the oath. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under the penalty of perjury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, Director. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Todd, members of the committee and committee staff. My name is Mamadou Samba, Director of the Mayor's Office on African Affairs. I am pleased to testify before you today on Mayor Bowser's fiscal 2020 budget. Last month, Mayor Bowser presented FA Shot, the FY20 budget and financial plan, the district's 24th consecutive balanced budget. This budget does more to make Washington, D.C. a place where people of all backgrounds and of all stages of life are able to live and thrive by making key investment in the affordable housing, infrastructure, education, health, human services, economic opportunities for seniors, and public safety. These have been and continue to be very good time for Washington, D.C. And in this budget, the mayor asked commercial property owners to share more of the upside. In doing so, the district will be able to make big investment in supporting our most vulnerable neighbors and in keeping DC affordable for families and residents across income spectrums. These investments reflect the key priorities identified by district residents at budget engagement forums and telephone town hall during the budget and formulation process. The mission of the Mayor's Office on African Affairs is to ensure that the district African communities are connected to the full range of services available within the district, to monitor service delivery to those communities, and to make a recommendation to the mayor to promote the welfare of those communities. To execute this mission, the Mayor's Office on African Affairs is built around 6 programmatic areas, including community outreach and engagement, language access, multicultural awareness, capacity building, youth engagement, and the African Community Grant Program. Additionally, Mayor Bowser's 2020 budget supports our 5 full-time employees and allocates and advocate over $100,000 in grant funding to support the African Community Grant. The Mayor's Office on African Affairs has partnered with the Department of for Hired Vehicle through a $160,000 MOU to conduct French, Arabic, and Amharic outreach to cab drivers throughout the city. This partnership not only supports our language access program, but also strengthens our strategic partnership with district agencies to extend transportation services to district residents. Similarly, the Mayor's Office on African Affairs will continue will continue working in partnership with the Department of Employment Services to strengthen workforce development for low English proficient and limited English proficient African residents. This includes providing resume writing, interview skills, and networking workshop in preparation of job fairs throughout the District of Columbia. In FY20, we will continue to utilize fiscally responsive strategies to reach the most disconnected district residents. We will do this by engaging organized hub in African immigrant community to extend our reach into diverse ethnic and faith-based association groups, particularly Muslims, Amharic, and Francophone, working collaboratively with our sister agencies, with the Commission on African Affairs, the nonprofits, private sector, community and faith-based organizations to host education workshops, seminars, and information sessions on our administration's targeted priorities. Increasing multicultural understanding, awareness, and collaboration amongst all communities, particularly those communities of African descent via organized discussions, commemorations events, and cultural events, and promoting health and wellness in the African community by connecting members to screening, testing, and vital health services and resources. In closing, the resources allocated to the Office of African Affairs in Mayor Bowser's FY20 budget will play a critical role in supporting the residents' effort to reach and maintain on the pathway to the middle class. The Council and this committee are critical allies in this effort, and I appreciate your partnership in ensuring that we operate efficiently and effectively. I look forward to our continued work and to achieve our shared goals and give all residents a fair shot to benefit from Washington, D.C. and through our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director, and certainly I want to thank you and commend you and your staff for the work that you all do on behalf of Africans in the District of Columbia. And my office and this committee have enjoyed a good working relationship with you and your team to figure out how we address some of the challenges and concerns for the African community. Your office recently added 2 bilingual positions in the office as a result of a collaborative agreement with the Department of for-hire vehicles to assist limited or non-English proficient African taxi cab operators in the district. How was this agreement developed?
This was really a discussion that we've had with the now Director David Doe, who's a former colleague, well, who's still a colleague, but really engage a conversation around how can we help both our agencies, on one hand, reach out to more of the Amharic-speaking cab drivers and the French-speaking cab drivers. And we also realize that there's a lot of Arabic-speaking cab drivers that we never engaged before. So it's really a win-win partnership where we figure out ways we can both help our agencies. On one hand, get us more support to do outreach. And so these 2 staff are doing sort of splitting the time between our agency, doing 3 days working with him in his agency and 2 days working for us. And so we help them in terms of providing quality control for safety regulations that are translated in French, Amharic, and Arabic. While they are here, they also are in the community reaching out to cab drivers throughout the city, Union Station, Fort Tartan Metro Station, and every area that the cab drivers are located. And so currently they are now working on supporting the Department of for-hire vehicles in promoting one of the new initiatives, Taxi to Rails initiative that is helping residents on the other side of the river to reach out to have more access to transportation services.
Okay, so it's been helpful to have the shared positions.
Yes, very much,
between
yes,
the 2
very much,
agencies.
yes.
How many FTEs are currently in your office?
7.
7. Do you have any vacancies?
No.
And so it's yourself?
Myself, Ali, Deputy Director. We have Galila Gatayanesh, who's our Language Access Coordinator. Cherry Chenko is our Outreach Specialist. We have Queen Alike, who's our Grant Specialist. And we have Yaret Mengeshu, who's our liaison for the Department for Hire Vehicles, who's our Amharic liaison, and we have Abdul Nyan, who's our French and Arabic liaison for the Department of for Hire Vehicles.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the African Community Grant Program? How many organizations were awarded grants for this fiscal year?
For FY19, we have 11 organizations that have been that have received grant funding, and it's been somewhat steady compared to the last year. We normally have about anywhere between 9 to 11, depending on the organization and the kind of proposal they have. We have about 31 applicants on average. 31 apply for the grant funding, and on average, they are requesting anywhere from 30,000 to 50,000, depending on the organization. For example, the African Women Cancer Awareness is a very strong partner. We've worked with them very well, and as you just heard the last testimonies, provide vital services to African women on cancer awareness, mammograms, and they play a very important role, because it's not just about the health needs that they're addressing, but you also have the stereotypes that they help address and tear down those barriers. For example, many of the people that we serve, we come from countries where healthcare is government sponsored, and so when we come to the United States in DC, we have to deal with the HMOs, the PPOs, the fees for service, and the different types of health needs, and so they help those women navigate the complicated healthcare system. And also, you have some women that are, depending on their religion and their culture, don't necessarily want to participate in those health examinations. And so, the African Women Cancer Awareness plays a vital role in providing those services. You have other organizations like Life Assets, which provide very needed health literacy, small business loan to entrepreneurs. You have, for example, the Mary Center or the Multicultural Community Services. Ali Kaba, who's our deputy director, when he first came to the U.S., didn't speak English very well, and so MCS, he trained through MCS to speak the language and to really navigate. And throughout the year, when Mayor Basel is doing for example, the State of the District address, we reach out to them to help us with translation in French and Amharic. And sometimes when we have some last-minute requests, for example, last year when DC Water had some issues with contaminated issues, we work with them to provide us translation in French, Amharic, and different languages. So our grantees are, very important strategic partners in whereas they do work in the areas where we are not focusing on or we're not focusing on fully. So overall, holistically, we have a very strong group of partners in the African Community Grant. And also, you have a Renaissance Center, which you heard the testimonies of the kind of work that they do to the French community, the elderly, and the seniors, and mostly the youth, because they help us in areas where millennials and the seniors are mostly impacted.
Excellent, thank you. So you turned away roughly 20 organizations that were not, that you're not able to fund grants?
On average.
Okay. And then what is the average grant amount to the organizations, ranging between?
The average is about 10,000.
Okay.
Or less. Some organizations get 5,000, some get 4,000 or 5,000. 4,500. The max 15,000. So the average is between, I'll say, about 9,000 to 10,000.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you talk a little bit about how you work with the grantees once they've received the grant to ensure that they're using the dollars effectively, efficiently, and to move forward our goals?
Yes, so once they award it, before they actually receive the money, that's when we start to work with them to, for example, make sure that adjustments need to be made. For example, if a particular organization requests 20,000, and we're only able to give them 5,000, we have to work with them to adjust their programs to be able to do work with that $5,000. Once they adjust the program and they start implementing the program, throughout the year we do a number of visits, site visits, announced and unannounced site visits, and they are quarterly requirement that they have to, quarterly reports that they give us. And so once they give us the quarterly reports, we typically go back and forth to get more information on the specific number of people that they serve. We attend the events. When they do events in the community, we typically there, our grant person is typically there. We invite them to come to our community, like for example, our monthly commissioner meeting, they do come and give report to our commissioners on the work that they're able to do. And wherever we do program, for example, if there's any particular health program that we're doing, we typically reach out to one of those organizations that is working in that area. So we have a very close working relationship with the grantees. And the other thing that we also do is we do work with them on a lot of, we do provide quality control for, in terms of language access of information that they share, making sure that if it is translated accurately and properly in the various languages. And we also make sure that we work with them, some of them to do a cultural competency training throughout the year. And so our work with the grantees is very solid, and depending on the organization and depending on what we have going on in the office, we do pull them in to provide the support and additional hands.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Director. The proposed 2020 budget includes a reduction of $185,000 to account for the removal of one-time funding appropriated in FY19 to help the Office of Community Affairs support hepatitis outreach for African-led organizations and a strategic plan. Are you familiar
I'm
with?
sorry, could you repeat your question, please? I'm sorry.
The proposed 2020 budget includes a reduction of $185,000 to account for the removal of one-time funding appropriated for fiscal year 2019 to help the Office of Community Affairs support hepatitis outreach for African-led organizations and a strategic plan.
Yeah, so we, in FY 2018, we had a hepatitis outreach, which was about $50,000, I believe. Mm-hmm. And we used that funding, because so we had two different grants. We had the African Community Grant, and we also had a one-time funding to do hepatitis outreach. Okay. And so we've done it. We didn't do it in the fiscal year, but in FY 20, we definitely look forward to pushing a lot more of that.
Do you know if all the 185 was spent, 185,000?
Yes, all of it was spent.
It was spent. Do you know if a strategic plan was developed?
No, but I think there's a mistake. It's not 185,000 in for hepatitis. There was the African Community Grant, mm-hmm. and there was the hepatitis grant, which was a small amount. It was 20,000, I believe, but it wasn't 185. Not as I recall it.
Okay, I don't know. The budget book says something different, but we'll figure it out. Can you talk a little bit about what your office's 2020 census outreach will be?
Yeah, so we are internally, we've had a couple of discussions on how to lend additional support to the census outreach. And so we agree enough for that, but we will definitely use our strength in terms of language support, fluency in French, Amharic, and Arabic, to reach out to the African community to ensure that they are all counted. And as you know, immigrants are generally undercounted in census reports, and you have some that do not want to participate because of fear that, fear of immigration, and for different reasons, we end up having a population undercount for immigrants. And so we definitely have committed to making sure that all of the 18,000 African immigrants get counted in this year's census.
Great. That's going to be very important for our city. Okay, thank you, Director. The committee has no further questions, and I want to thank you for your testimony and for the work you do every day.
Thank you very much.
We will now move on to the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs. And the mission of the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs is to engage the extraordinarily diverse culture of the African American community in the District of Columbia. The Mayor's Office on African American Affairs works to empower these residents through equipping them with the government resources and services they need, while also providing programmatic support to each facet of the community. In 2017, I introduced and secured the passage of the Office on African American Affairs Establishment Act of 2017. This act legislatively establishes the office, providing them with additional authority and responsibility similar to other community affairs offices in the district. We will now call on our public witnesses, and I ask that all public witnesses state their name for the record. Public witnesses have 3 minutes to testify. Groups, associations, and businesses have 5 minutes to testify. Mr. Joseph Lietman Santa Cruz, Acting Executive Director, Capital Area Asset Builders. Okay. And S. Robert Morgan, Founder and Artistic Director of the Essential Theater. And if there are any other individuals that would like to testify on the Office of African American Affairs Budget, you can come to the front now. Join us at the table. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You may proceed with your testimony, and please state your name for the record. Yes, sir.
My name is S. Robert Morgan.
Okay. You may proceed with your testimony.
First and foremost, I want to thank you, Council Member, for the act, establishing the act for the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs. I have been at first in wondering where the office was, because as I mentioned on several occasions, I have had the opportunity to attend informational sessions on funding opportunities for each of the other offices, and I always wondered where our office was. So I'm very grateful that the office has been established, and that on the 30th anniversary of our founding this year, that we were among the first group of organizations fortunate enough to be funded by the Office on African American Affairs for our community outreach programming. One of the things that we endeavor to do with our programming, in particular our Young Audiences program and our children's program in public schools, as well as our free and reduced price programming for our seniors, military personnel, and people who live on fixed income, is to really reach out and increase our artistic footprint in the District of Columbia, tantamount to what other organizations across this city who are much better funded is doing in terms of controlling and culturally appropriating the African and African American narrative. So in doing that, we try to create every opportunity possible for individuals who want to come and witness images of themselves presented by someone who looks like them from a very authentic vantage point to do so. And the money that we've been able to receive this year from the Office on African American Affairs has allowed us to begin to do that and partner with other organizations such as the DC Public Library, with whom we began a dialogue in figuring out the how to go into the libraries and produce programming and attract people to the library and use the strength of the public libraries, communications offices, to put our information out there. We're particularly concentrating in wards 7 and 8, but we are now starting to talk about doing something citywide beyond wards 7 and 8, and that's in combination with the funding that we've received from the DC Commission on the Arts East of the River Arts Initiative. So we've been very fortunate in being able to do that. One of the other things that we are planning to do with the funding in July with our free and reduced price ticket program is having a select opportunity for seniors and military personnel to come to what we call our $10 play days. So any person who is age 65 and older, any person in active military can come to those performances, that select performance, and pay $10. That's approximately almost a 65% discount off the price of a regular ticket. One of the other programs that the funding has allowed us to have is what we call our 1245 Club. And that's for young people between the ages of 12 and 45 can come to a select performance, pay half price for a ticket, which is about $19.50, and get another ticket free and bring a friend. The person can bring someone of any age, but the person purchasing the ticket must be between the ages of 12 and 45, and that's to allow us to build an audience over the long term. Because as you may or may not know, most of the well-established companies are trying these efforts because their audiences are starting to deplete because, is that for me?
Yep, you can get 30 more seconds.
Okay, but those are the programs that the funding has helped to provide us the opportunity to move forward. Thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you, Mr. Morgan. And first, let me say congratulations on 30 years. That certainly is a big achievement, and I am a strong believer in the power of the arts to help people and create an opportunity for self-expression. And so we certainly appreciate your advocacy and the advocacy work of your organization. And I look forward to attending a performance in the future.
Thank you.
So we appreciate that. So your organization received a grant from the Office of African American Affairs?
Yes.
How much was the grant for?
$5,000.
$5,000. Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much for your testimony, and we look forward to working with you and your organization in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now call on our government witness, Ms. Ashley Emerson, Executive Director of the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs. Ms. Emerson was appointed Director by Mayor Bowser on March 15th, 2019, and it is the practice of the Committee on Government Operations to ask that all government witnesses swear in. Welcome, Director Emerson. If you would please state your name for the record, and we may then proceed with the oath. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under the penalty of perjury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Todd, members of the committee, and residents of the District of Columbia. My name is Ashley Emerson, and I am the newly appointed Executive Director of the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs. As a second-generation Washingtonian, I consider it an honor and privilege to serve African American residents on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser. Since the city's inception, we have made tremendous contributions and continue to make our city, DC, proud. On December 28, 2017, thanks to you, our office was officially established by statute. Since then, we have executed several programs, projects, and events to support our shared mission to preserve the culture and enhance the quality of life of African Americans in DC. For example, A Space to Dream is a series of neighborhood revitalization projects designed to enhance the beauty of underutilized community spaces in partnership with our district agencies like Office of Planning, DPR, and the committee, Arts and Humanities. We also launched Financially Fit DC, an initiative in partnership with DISB and other key government agencies aimed at helping individuals and families in the district gain financial freedom. In 2008, MOAAA created a Fair Shot, a toolkit for African American prosperity, a resource guide that includes information on government-funded programs that can help individuals, families, seniors, and business owners find their pathway to economic prosperity in Washington, D.C. Following the toolkit release, we produced the first ever Fair Shot Job and Prosperity Fair with over 2,000 residents, more than 35 D.C. government agencies, and 25 employers were in attendance. In our signature Home Buyers Club, the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs connects district residents to first-time home buyer programs and resources. For example, Financially Fit DC, HPAP, and DC Open Doors. This year, we plan to expand our Home Buyers Club to encompass generational wealth building workshops for African Americans, a first of its kind effort. Mayor Bowser's FY20 Fair Shot budget reflects our city's deep commitment to DC values by making investments that will provide all residents of the District of Columbia with the opportunity to access inclusive prosperity. These investments will build upon the 15 one-time grants of $5,000, each awarded by MOAAA in FY19 to support organizations to further our mission in areas of housing, health, education, employment, social services, public safety, and expanding business opportunities for African Americans in Washington, D.C. Looking ahead, the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs is committed to highlighting the resources of our community-based organizations and using the district's wealth of resources to further the mission of ensuring access to inclusive prosperity for African Americans in our city. We will make policy recommendations based on research in areas of economic opportunity, education, equity, health, housing, and public safety. MOAAA, along with the Commission on African American Affairs, will address the concerns, disparities, and needs of the African American community and advise on policy decisions informed by data and empirical information. MOAAA will continue to connect African American residents and organizations with relevant grants, access to capital, and network opportunities available federal and local government agencies and corporations. These opportunities will advance the quality of life and serve African American residents in the areas of housing, education, health, workforce development, criminal justice reform, economic opportunity, and cultural awareness. We will also continue to engage the district's African American community through signature events, forums, social media, newsletters, our website, and public meetings. These events will focus on educating African American residents about the vast resources DC has to offer, as well as mayoral events, initiatives, and programs. Community engagement programming will also highlight the rich cultural identity of Chocolate City, a history to be celebrated. Along with the many investments made to develop healthy, thriving communities, the resources allocated in Mayor Bowser's proposed FY20 budget will be critical in achieving our office's mission to help grow our middle class and preserve African American culture in DC. The council and this committee have been key partners in our shared mission, and I appreciate your continued efforts to ensure African American residents maintain strong roots in our growing city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Director Emerson, for your testimony. Can you talk a little bit about the African American Affairs Community Grant that your office administers and provide us with some of the FY19 numbers, how many grants you were able to award for this fiscal year?
Thank you. So in FY19, we awarded 15 grantees in the areas of health, education, cultural awareness, jobs and workforce at $5,000 each. And in FY20, we aren't awarding any the grantees, but we are connecting our grantees with the vast amount of grant opportunities in the city from our other sister agencies through different funding opportunities.
Why aren't you awarding grants in 2020, next year? Did your grant funding go away?
Yes, so we were, I think there was a negative $73,000.
And last year, did you give out 75,000 in grants?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe that was a one-time.
Okay. And there were who did you award grants to this year?
This year, we awarded grants to, FY19 to 100 Black Men of Greater Washington, Anacostia Coordinating Council, Bright Beginnings, Can I Live, Inc., Capital Area Asset Builders, Central Community Development Corporation, Collaborative Solutions for Communities, Pinpoints, Inc., Sasha Bruce Youth Work, Inc., Social Art and Culture, Hanover Place Press, Started Baptist Home Foundation, Inc., The Essential Theater, the Washington Informer Charities, and Words, Beats, and Life, Inc.
Okay. And how are you working with this year's grantees to ensure that they're using the dollars efficiently, effectively, and to move forward our shared goals?
So we've continued to work with our grantees. We have weekly calls with them. Our associate director has been working with them to apply for additional funding through the city. I'm also scheduling walkthroughs just to see some of the work that they're doing and highlighting their efforts on social media and other communication platforms.
Okay. How many staffers do you have in your office?
Currently 2.
To yourself and?
Yes, and an associate director.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about, you mentioned a program in the Homebuyers Club. How does your office support the Homebuyers Club?
So we partner with DISB, and also we partner with DHCD to develop programming, to allocate space, outreach, and engagement to neighborhoods, particularly in neighborhoods with that need more support in home buying. And they help us identify communities as well. I think last year we had 25 recipients and about 15 who graduated from the program.
And when does graduating mean that they can purchase a home, or?
So that means that they have the tools and resources they need to be able to purchase.
Okay.
Yes. But we know that purchasing a home is based on individuals' timelines and needs.
Okay. Okay. All right. I don't believe the committee has any further questions. If we should, we will put them in writing to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Okay. The committee will move to the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. But before we do so, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. And the time is 2:25, and so we'll reconvene at 2:30 sharp. Alrighty, the time is 2:31 in the same room and on the same day, and the Committee on Government Operations is now reconvened, and we will now hear from our final office for the FY 2020 budget hearing, which is the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. The mission of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs is to improve the quality of life of Latino residents in the District of Columbia by addressing a broad range of social and economic needs through strategic management, public and private partnerships, supporting the creation of policies, promoting community relations, civic engagement, and community-based grants. The district's Latino population has seen continued growth and increasing diversity. Presently, over 70,000 Latinos call the district their home, with the highest proportions in wards 4 and 1. We will begin with our public witnesses, and I ask that all witnesses state their name for the record. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to testify, and groups, associations, and businesses will have 5 minutes. And due to the large number of public witnesses, we will adhere to the time limitations strictly today. We will begin with Lorena Palacios, Community Engagement Coordinator for DC Scores. Joan Hodges-Wu, Founder and Executive Director of the Asylum Seeker Assistance Project. There's Lorena. Karen Gardner, Senior Executive Director, Reading Partners, DC. And Anna Greenstone, Program Manager, Reading Partners, DC. And we'll begin on my right. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Lorena Palacios, resident of Ward 1. I'm also the Community Engagement Coordinator at DC Scores, which is approaching our 25th year providing free programming for thousands of low-income and at-risk DC school children. This school year, we are partnering with 65 elementary and middle schools, providing teams for over 3,000 children across our district. Each of our youth teams play in our soccer leagues, writes and perform original poetry, and designs and carry out a service learning project. Being part of DC Scores builds kids' physical fitness and emotional health while also helping them do better in school. I know Councilmember Todd is familiar with DC Scores scope, programming, and outcomes, so I won't spend additional time on those topics today. We are a proud partner of the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs, and this year MOLA is supporting our Latino participants in Ward 1 and 8. We support the Mayor's proposed budget increases for grant making and grant making support in the fiscal year 20 budget. As we continue to support our Latino community in the face of uncertainty and threat from the federal government, MOLA and community partners like DC Scores are crucial partners to make sure we are supporting our young Latino people and their families. During the past year, DC Scores has been focused on how we can support our Latino parents and families. I am happy to be leading our Latino parent engagement strategy titled Familias Unidas. Our plan to better engage our Latino parents in their native language started with a group of DC Scores parents that sat down with our staff members to discuss what they like about our program and share their opinions on how we as an organization can improve. After discussing a variety of topics from more efficient ways to share information, event overviews, and registration processes, it was clear that parents and family members are happy with our program outcomes for their child's development. One parent said, "Something that really catches my attention is that DC Scores ask you how you feel as a parent and how you think the child feels, because this program really helps the child's self-esteem." Another parent said that she loves our annual poetry slams because they represent our Hispanic roots and culture. Our focus on engaging our Latino parents and families is just getting started. We are very excited to continue the work to better improve the DC Scores experience for our Latino participants and their families. While it continues to be a crucial partner in helping us in this work. Finally, I'd like to share an original poem from the Tubman DC Scores team titled We Can Inspire. When you inspire me and I inspire you, there's nothing in the world we can't do. Cuando tú me inspiras y cuando yo te inspiro, no hay nada en el mundo que no podemos hacer. My dad is like a shield. He works so hard, he should retire. He's protective and dependable. That's how he inspires. My teachers are the stars of my heart. There's so much I admire. They bring out my best every day. That's how they inspire. My family is like my team is like a family. They run a soccer empire. When we make a mistake, we learn from it. That's how we inspire. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman Todd. My name is Joan Hodges-Wu, and I'm the founder and executive director of the Asylum Seeker Assistance Project, the only organization solely dedicated to serving asylum seekers and their families here in the DC metro region. ASAP was founded in 2016 in response to a long-standing service gap affecting an estimated 25,000 asylum seekers living in the capital region. Although asylum seekers have the right to remain in the United States while their legal case is processed, they're ineligible for state or federal services, and they can't legally work for upwards of a year. Unfamiliar with their new community and unable to financially support themselves, many asylum seekers experience extreme poverty, profound social isolation, and continued victimization during the asylum process. But today, thanks in part to MOLA, ASAP is working to change this. Today, our model combines social, community, and employment assistance to promote individual self-sufficiency. These services are not available by any other community agency in the region. Our goal as an agency is to empower asylum seekers to rebuild their lives with dignity and purpose here in the United States. Last year, ASAP received $8,000 from MOLA to extend our social work program to serve Latino DC residents. We also received $40,000 from the Immigrant Justice Legal Services Grant to launch our Lo Bono Legal Access Initiative, designed to subsidize the cost of immigration legal services to asylum seekers facing extreme financial hardship. The impact and intersectionality of these two grants may best be described by the case of Eduardo, a deaf asylum seeker from Guatemala who came to DC with a student visa to study at Gallaudet University. Back home, Eduardo was an American Sign Language teacher, but he also lived as a closeted gay man. After arriving in the United States, a cousin discovered a series of photographs with Eduardo and his former partner, and suddenly he began receiving violent threats from family members warning him never to return. Unsure of what to do, he visited 4 community service agencies. Each time he was turned down either because of his disability or because he was LGBTQ. Through the DC Center for the LGBT Community, Eduardo learned about ASAP. When I first met him, he was hungry, nearly homeless, and experiencing suicidal thoughts. He had no money for an immigration attorney. His father had stopped sending money, so Eduardo could no longer pay his rent or university tuition fees, and because of his student visa, he was not permitted to work. Like many clients, Eduardo came to ASAP in crisis. Quickly, we were able to connect him to various resources to help him find food, medical care, material assistance, and a welcoming faith-based community. We coached him to use his personal network to find temporary housing, and through a pre-existing partnership, we were able to secure counseling services for free. Lastly, because of our IJLS award, Eduardo received a $2,000 financial subsidy to offset the cost of immigration legal services through our Lo Bono legal partner. This subsidy allowed him to submit his asylum application before the 1-year filing deadline and gave him the reassurance to plan for his future. Today, Eduardo works 3 part-time jobs, including one as an ASL instructor at a local community college. He is busy, he is productive, and he's renting an apartment here in DC with a roommate. This program is life-changing for Eduardo and many other DC residents. While ASAP applauds the mayor's MOLA budget increase and the IDLS grant enhancement, ASAP's FY19 grant awards totaling $48,000 are nowhere near sufficient to meet client demand for our services. ASAP is a young organization, but we have consistently operated with a wait list that we cannot meet the end of, and quite frankly, it's beginning to snowball. Limited funding in FY19 means that we are forced to place restrictions on the number of DC residents we can serve each year. This means that residents who would benefit from our services often languish on our wait list. Instead of moving toward self-sufficiency, which they are capable of, they end up depending on expensive government-funded safety net services such as homeless shelters and hospital emergency rooms. To adequately address the client need, MOLA would need to begin by allocating at least $65,000 to our program, with an additional $115,000 from the IJLS award. Councilmember Todd, I know that you are a fervent champion of migrants and refugees. Your record describes a tireless fight to increase the access to services that you help your constituents rebuild their lives in DC. With increased support from MOLA and the DC government, we believe ASAP will be able to scale our services in order to make a meaningful difference in the lives of the asylum-seeking community here in our city. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mayor? just turn on your microphone. Yep.
Thank you, Chairperson Todd, the Government Operations Committee, and the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. My name is Karen Gardner, and I am the Senior Executive Director for Reading Partners DC. I am also a proud resident of Ward 4. At Reading Partners, we are changing the life trajectories of 925 students in 19 schools across the district by building literacy skills, inspiring volunteerism, and unlocking opportunities. This is our 4th year of receiving funding from the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. And this fiscal year, a $25,000 Latino Community Development Grant is helping us provide our program at 2 schools, Height Elementary in Ward 4 and Bancroft Elementary in Ward 1. Both of these schools have a predominantly Latino student population. To date, we are serving a total of 129 students at Height and Bancroft with the help of 148 community members who serve as volunteers. We are proud to partner with DC Public Schools to serve 14 schools and 4 charter LEAs, Achievement Prep Academy, Sella Public Charter School, DC Scholars, and both Rocket Ship campuses. Within each of these schools, we serve as an official Tier 2 intervention and work closely with the school administrators and teachers to provide literacy tutoring to students who are 1 month to 2.5 years behind grade level in reading. Continued funding from supporters like MOLA is key to ensuring that we can continue to serve our school partners in the best and most efficient way possible. A randomized controlled trial study conducted by leading education research firm, MDRC, found that for every dollar invested in Reading Partners, we turn it into $2 worth of resources for our schools. Further, this support is helping us implement our new strategic plan, which places educational equity at the center of our work. This includes building the cultural competency of our staff, AmeriCorps members, and volunteers through trainings and resources, as well as engaging parents and families in their children's literacy development. Finally, while it is not directly related to MOLA or to this grant, I would be remiss if I didn't use this opportunity to address the news that Serve DC missed a deadline to submit the AmeriCorps recompete application for Reading Partners, Literacy Lab, and City Year. Reading Partners had requested a grant of $560,000 for 37 AmeriCorps slots, but the loss isn't just the grant amount. AmeriCorps members are paid a modest living stipend, and if we had to replace those positions with staff, we estimate the total loss would actually be $1 million. I mention this because as the city works on a solution, I want to make sure that the DC Council is fully aware of the cost of this mistake and the near impossibility of our organization finding new revenue to replace the loss of AmeriCorps. Given the absurdity of replacing this loss, the more likely scenario is that we would have to make budget cuts to make up the $1 million gap, resulting in a decrease of services, particularly in schools that require more resources. We have the data for this serious impact on our budget due to the fact that the current presidential administration has been threatening our AmeriCorps funding for the past 2 years. We never imagined that we would have to use our contingency planning as a result of the actions, or in this case, inactions, of our local DC government. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson Todd and Government Relations Committee and the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. My name is Anna Greenstone, and I'm a Program and Training Manager at Reading Partners DC. We're grateful to be a 4-year recipient of the Latino Community Development Grant. I'm honored to speak before you today and share in knowing the importance of this office's work to improve the quality of life for the district's Latino residents. I'd like to give a small snapshot of how Reading Partners contributes to the vision and priorities of this office through our literacy work. 6 out of our 19 schools that we work with serve majority ELL students, many of whom speak Spanish as a first language. Our program typically serves students in grades K through 4. One of our older students, I'll call her Yvette, is at Dorothy Height Elementary in Ward 4. Her first language is Spanish, and she's still developing comfort and confidence in conversational English. In addition, she's more than 3.5 years behind in reading. As it happens with many older students who struggle, she's actually a pretty fluent reader. She has memorized so many sight words and phonics rules in English, and she can read text at a 3rd grade level without an issue with decoding the words. However, she struggles to comprehend and discuss what she has read at the level of depth that we would expect for her grade. Initially, Yvette was not excited to come to Reading Partners. As an older student, all too aware of the challenges she faced, Yvette sometimes tried to avoid coming to our program by slipping out of the classroom or going to the bathroom or hiding. When she did come, she was quite shy. She barely talked, and she often just shrugged when she was asked questions, comprehension questions. But in the last couple of months, we've seen a transformation from Yvette, due in part to her own bravery and readiness, and in part to the dedication and commitment of her AmeriCorps site coordinator, Patsy, who has invested the extra time to get to know Yvette and tailor her experience. The Reading Partners model that delivers one-on-one tutoring for all students has allowed us to further individualize Yvette's lesson and use additional resources. We've incorporated extra practice to build her vocabulary, listening comprehension, and provided lots of opportunities for her to talk. Through these adjustments, we've seen Yvette blossom. She's now excited to come to her lessons. She's much more expressive, and she's finding books to read that she loves. Most recently, she spent some time learning about Malala Yousafzai. Patsy has also been able to connect with Yvette's mom and share all of her great progress, strengthening the family connection. School communities in the district are doing great things to support ELL students holistically, and Reading Partners is one piece of the puzzle pieces in this important work. As Karen Gardner mentioned in her testimony, supporters like MOLA and Serve DC are key to ensuring that we can continue to serve our school partners in the best and most efficient way possible. We're grateful for this office's support through MOLA, and we urge you to work alongside the Mayor's office to ensure there is no disruption in funding through Serve DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your testimony and for all of the work that you do in our communities every day. Certainly, there's a lot that we can do here in the government, but when we work with our nonprofit partners like you all, we can do so much more. Ms. Palacios, thank you for your testimony, and yes, I'm very familiar with the work of DC Scores, and we're really proud of the work that you all are doing in Ward 4 schools and schools across the city. What is the amount of the grant that you received from MOLA for 2019?
I'm not sure, actually. I know our chief of staff can respond to that, but I know this past year it did increase a bit.
It did? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And Ms. Hodges-Wu, thank you for your testimony before this committee. And you noted that you received $48,000 from MOLA for FY19.
We received $8,000 from MOLA and then an additional $40,000 for the IJLS.
Okay, got it. How many people, individuals, are you able to serve with just the $8,000?
5.
5. Okay. Okay.
I also just want to note that the Latino population is the largest asylum-seeking population in DC Metro, so $5,000 does not go a long way.
And then the IJLS, the $40,000, is that competitive as well?
Yes, it is, and that is, it's a combination. We've partnered with a low bono law firm called Kine Wilkes.
Okay.
They offer reduced rates for our clients. Fair market rate for immigration legal services for a private attorney, it's around $12,000. Kine Wilkes starts around three and a half. So it's a considerable difference. And then that particular grant is a combination of providing a financial subsidies, pro bono referrals to partners that we have relationships with, and know your rights trainings.
Okay. And how many people do you think you are going to be able to serve with the $40,000?
So 10 people receive financial subsidies, 10 families, I should say. I believe it's 8 pro bono referrals, and then it's 60 attendees at Know Your Rights trainings.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Ms. Gardner, thank you for your testimony. And I'm also familiar with the work of Reading Partners and appreciate what you're doing in Ward 4 schools and schools across the city. And I, too, am extremely disappointed in Serve DC's failure to get the application out timely. This committee is working with them to figure out what the financial impact is for individual grantees such as Reading Partners, because I realize very acutely that it is not just that $1 amount, but it's very nuanced and there are lots of layers, and the effect can be it can be tough for many. And so we're working with the city administrator and as well as Serve DC, and Manny Giraldo is my committee director, and he will be reaching out to you in the coming days so that we can have a better understanding of what the totality of the financial implications will be. But it is this committee's expectation that we will figure out how to fill the gap in the funding, the $3.5 million, and really take a hard look at how it could affect budgets moving forward. Because we realize most nonprofits operate on a very thin margin currently, and so any changes to funding can be catastrophic in many cases. So we'll be in touch for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So no, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Greenstone, for your testimony and for your work on behalf of our young people. So thank you all for your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Kathy Doan, Executive Director, Capital Area Immigrants' Rights Coalition. Abdul Aziz, representing CAIR. Abel Nunez, Central American Resource Center. Lori Ball Cooper, Legal Director, AYUDA. Ms. Cooper's not here. Ms. Cooper? Okay. Perfect. We will begin on my right, and please state your name for the record.
And I'm the Executive Director of the Capital Area Immigrants' Rights Coalition. And I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Aziz, who will be testifying after me, is actually a client of CARE Coalition.
Okay.
It's not a separate organization. The mission of CARE Coalition is to ensure equal justice for immigrant adults and children threatened with detention and deportation in the capital area and beyond. We are the only nonprofit organization in the capital region with a legal services program focused exclusively on serving the nearly 2,000 immigrant men, women, and children currently being held in 11 adult and juvenile facilities in Maryland and Virginia. As many of you know, there are no immigration detention centers in D.C., so residents of the district who are detained by ICE are held in facilities far from the district. As immigration detentions continue to surge nationwide, the number of D.C. residents arrested by ICE increased 71% between 2017 and 2018, bringing the total number of D.C. residents detained by immigration authorities to 90 last year. More than 25% of these individuals had U.S. citizen children. In addition, more than 3,000 D.C. residents with TPS faced the loss of their status in January 2020, making them subject to detention and deportation, potentially tearing hundreds more families apart. CARE Coalition commends Mayor Bowser for recognizing that the district's immigrant community is facing a humanitarian crisis by increasing the Immigrant Justice Legal Services Grant Program by $1.6 million to a total of $2.5 million to fund legal assistance, ranging from brief counsel and advice to full representation to residents of the district who are threatened with detention and deportation under the administration's increasingly draconian immigration policies. However, in order to make the Immigrant Justice Legal Services Grant Program as impactful as possible, the funding also needs to be made available for detained immigrant defense. Under the grant program's current policies, the funding cannot be used to represent immigrants who are in detention. There is no logical reason for making a distinction between those who are currently in detention and those who are currently under threat of detention and/or deportation, because either they lack status or they are on the brink of losing that status, as in the case of TPS recipients. Both detained and non-detained immigrants are eligible for many of the same immigration benefits, and both need competent legal counsel if they are to be successful in their cases. Increasingly, jurisdictions around the country are identifying publicly funded deportation defense for detained immigrants as a key component of being a welcoming community for immigrants. In partnership with Capital Area Immigrants' Rights Coalition, Baltimore City and Prince George's County launched pilot detained representation programs in 2018, funding representation for 60 detained immigrants. The success rate in the first year was 85 to 90%, including 3 cases in which detained fathers were granted legal permanent residence and reunited with their children. We are excited to report that both jurisdictions have renewed their funding for a second year. As a publicly declared sanctuary city, D.C. should be a regional leader when it comes to publicly funded detained immigrant defense. Sadly, this is not the case. A publicly supported legal defense fund not only gives detained immigrants or those threatened with detention and removal greater access to critically needed legal services, it also sends a strong message of support and solidarity to immigrant families in the district who, like immigrant communities across the nation, feel under siege, terrified about what their future holds for their families and their children. We applaud the mayor's dedication of $2.5 million in her budget for immigration legal services and ask the council to approve it. We also urge the mayor to permit those funds to be used for both detained as well as non-detained immigrants facing deportation. In that way, DC will truly be living up to its moniker as a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir?
Good afternoon, Chairman Todd and members of the committee. Thank you today for allowing me to speak. My name is Abdulaziz Musa Jibril, and I am from a small French-speaking country in Eastern Africa called Djibouti. I am a lawyer by training, and I studied law in one of the prestigious university in France called Sorbonne. And I was a magistrate before I was persecuted in my country and decided to leave. I then left my country to seek asylum in the United States of America. I was detained for 4 months in Farmville Detention Center in Virginia and subsequently lived in DC for over a month and a half. I do not think that 3 minutes are enough to tell you about the horror of the detention, but I will do my best to show you an image close to the reality. As soon as I arrived at Dallas International Airport, CBP stopped me and they transferred me to ICE. When I arrived in a small transit center, I had to stay there one night before being sent to Farmville Detention Center. At that time, I was chained like a criminal who was being sent to a high security prison. I was chained hand, waist, and feet, and I arrived in Farmville Detention Center in the same day at the evening. I was in a state of a total panic at that time. I did not understand the crime I had committed to deserve such treatment. During my detention, what surprised me the most was the behavior of the officer who were in charge to watching over us. They treated us as if we were criminals. However, the only thing we had done was to flee a persecution. Let me tell you an anecdote. The first time I called Care Coalition, I came across a wonderful lady who is here today, and I started giving her my alien number, and she immediately stopped me and asked me to give her my human number. This sentence might seem meaningless to you today, but you could never imagine how comforting it is when you are being unfairly treated like a criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to finish my testimony by explaining to you how a nonprofit organization like Care Coalition can give hope to people who are in detention. During our judicial process, we face a team of prosecutors who have unlimited access to both national and international sources, while individuals like me in detention do not have even access to the internet. We do have a legal library, but it's not updated. In fact, the case law dates back years and is no longer relevant to the current law. Even UNHCR is unable to protect refugees against the steamroller that is the Homeland Security. At that time of our arrests, they confiscated our suitcases, which hold all of our evidence, and we do not have access to them until the completion of our cases. How do you want us to gather our evidence to support our cases under such condition? How can we defend ourselves in that kind of situation? Care Coalition was able to place my case with a pro bono team, and thanks to them, I had a free legal representation. My lawyers were able to gather evidence through my friends, get in touch with a country condition expert and protect my rights against Homeland Security to build my case. Their knowledge of US law enabled them to construct an effective argument that fit the legal criteria of asylum. These legal nuances were not something I had studied or of which I had knowledge. I saw other people struggle tremendously without counsel. They did not know which application or motion to file, how to present their cases in a court, assert that a criminal conviction did not bar them from the relief or sit applicable law.
Sir, I'm sorry. I think we have a copy of your testimony, and just in the interest of time, we will hold it because it'll be a part of the official record. But I do want to make sure everybody else gets an opportunity to testify, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Sir?
Thank you, Councilmember Todd and staff members of the City Council. I am here today to speak on the importance of fully funding the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, including the Community Development Grants and the Immigrant Justice Legal Service Program. As Executive Director of the Central American Resource Center, we rely on MOLA's technical support and funding to fulfill our mission, which is to foster the comprehensive development and the integration of our Latino community. We do this by providing direct services while promoting grassroots empowerment, civic engagement, and human rights advocacy. The Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs is a longtime funder of Carecen's citizenship program, which combines legal assistance and citizenship classes with other wraparound services. This fiscal year to date, we have enrolled over 70 district residents in citizenship classes, provided over 120 eligible screenings, and filled 60 applications for naturalization. This fiscal year, 70 district residents have successfully obtained U.S. citizenship and therefore the right to vote, the ability to reunite their families, and the opportunity to expand their economic opportunities. Furthermore, as recipients of the IJLS funding through the partnership with the DC Affordable Law Firm, we have been able to do 85 additional legal consultations, 225 citizenship screenings, steward 48 cases with pro bono attorneys while Carecen remain their legal representatives. The support that MOLA provides through the Community Development Grant is critical to our citizenship program and consequently to the vitality and safety of our immigrant residents seeking U.S. citizenship. It is also critical to remember that to celebrate the success of new citizens, the district must first support its residents along all the previous steps in their immigration journey. For this reason, Carecen urges the Council to support the proposed $2.5 million allocated to the Immigrant Justice Legal Service Program, which ensures that immigrant residents of the district have a fair shot to obtain and maintain a regular immigration status, work permits, and protection from deportation. In order to give DC immigrants a fair shot, this funding must be protected, and the program must be expanded to provide protection for detained immigrants. Carecen recently conducted a citizenship eligibility screening for a client who just 5 years ago found himself in an ICE detention center after being pulled over for a traffic violation. As we see TPS expiring, and with it the driver's license and identification of so many in our community, these arrests will only increase. Barring detained immigrants from accessing public legal defense is unacceptable and will result in separated families, traumatized children, and fractured communities. Many detained immigrants who should pass through Carecen's citizenship program find themselves instead locked up and deported from minor infractions, all because they lacked access to legal defense. This is not the time to cut corners or parse apart our immigrant community. DC residents deserve to be protected by DC government's funding and services, whether they are currently preparing for their citizenship exam or are detained but eligible for relief that will one day provide a path to citizenship. In summary, Carecen urges the Council to fully fund MOLA's budget's request to support full funding for the IGLS and Community Development Grant as proposed by the Mayor so that we can continue to provide the services critical to the well-being of our community. Together, we can ensure that every Latino immigrant who makes DC home is able to prosper and contribute to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council Member Todd and committee staff. My name is Laurie Ball-Cooper, and I am the legal director at IUDA. I have submitted written testimony for the record, but in my oral testimony today, I would like to focus on 3 points that I consider particularly important for your attention. The first is the growing and changing needs of the community. The second is the importance of fully funding language access within any increase in funding for immigration legal services in particular. And the third is sustaining long-standing and important community mainstay programs, even as we increase in emergency response in programs such as IJLS. First, with respect to the needs of the community, we are all painfully aware of the recent changes in federal immigration law and policy that have made the need for legal services and other services more critical than ever for DC's immigrant residents. However, a component of that need that is not always obvious is that ongoing cases take longer, stay open longer, are pending decision longer, are facing increased additional requests for burdensome evidence that shouldn't be necessary, often because it has already been provided by the federal agencies responsible for adjudication. And all of this means that merely sustaining services requires an increase in funding. It is for that reason that we particularly enthusiastically support the mayor's request for the increase in the IJLS budget to $2.5 million. That will allow local service providers to continue serving those we are already assisting and increase to serve additional clients. But without an increase in funding, a substantial increase in funding, we will all be treading water just to continue to serve the people we already represent, given the increased complexity and needs in those cases. Another aspect of the mayor's program, the IJLS funding and the implementation of that funding by MOLA and various offices that I would like to take a moment to praise has been the flexibility of that funding. For example, the IJLS funding source does not tell us how we can best serve a client. So some of our clients are best served through in-house representation directly by an IUDA immigration attorney, and some are best served by a pro bono attorney from a private firm under the one-on-one mentorship of an IUDA attorney. The IJLS program has not to date tried to give us an arbitrary number of cases that must be served one way or another. We're able to serve our clients through the best means available to serve that client in that matter. And that's an incredible amount of flexibility. Like the other panel members before you, and like others who will surely testify after us, I do want to encourage the council to support efforts to make the funding more inclusive, particularly to include detained immigrants who have to date been excluded. My colleague panel members have made clear that need already, but it's very important to have funding available to assist DC residents wherever they are found, and many of our clients rotate in and out of detention. Having them disqualified for services under a particular funding source because of that is unjust, terrible for the client, and very difficult for the organizations to manage. In addition, the funding has been flexible with respect to client histories and other potentially disqualifying factors, and maintaining that flexibility where other jurisdictions have not is extraordinarily important. I'd like to point out with respect to language access that IUDA provides language access services to various organizations, not just IUDA, and it includes at least 10 recipients of IJLS funding. Since the beginning of the IJLS program, the need for that interpretation has more than doubled in terms of usage of the interpreter bank by IJLS recipients. It is critically important, therefore, that the council continue to fund the Access to Justice Commission, which funds the Community Legal Interpreter Bank, and also encourage the mayor to include in the IJLS funding room for additional funding for interpretation and translation services. And finally, like Carecen, we would like to point out the importance of sustaining long-standing community development grant programs implemented by MOLA. IUDA has for more than a decade received MOLA assistance, and often that community development grant goes to the things that are not catching the headlines. TPS re-registrations, DACA renewals, and they're things that now, if our clients had missed, they would be out of luck. A client who has maintained DACA status can continue to do so. A client who has not may have lost that opportunity, at least for the duration of pending efforts to terminate the status. And so that day in and day out work that is not always in the headlines must be sustained year over year over year. And to continue serving new clients, even those supposedly simple matters are becoming complex. And so an increase in funding for the Community Development Grant Program for MOLA is also necessary to expand those services to additional district residents. I refer the council to my written testimony for additional detail, and I welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for providing your testimony and for the work that your respective organizations does on behalf of district residents. So we'll start with you, Ms. Doan. Thank you for your testimony. Does CARE receive, I don't remember it from your testimony, receive a grant from MOLA? Okay. Do you receive any district government funding at all?
We currently do not receive funding. As I mentioned, our services are limited to detained immigrants, and so currently there's not a funding source out of the district.
So how many people, and I was going to ask you this question as well, Ms. Ball Cooper, how many people do you think the district is missing out on serving because of the fact that we're not allowing funding to be used for detained immigrants?
Sure. Well, I had mentioned in my testimony that the number of detained immigrants in the district has increased 71% between 2017 and 2018. So in 2018, we met 90 DC residents in detention, and I anticipate that number is just going to increase. Overall, detention nationwide is up 40%. And ICE is now targeting folks that they wouldn't have targeted before, people who have routinely gone into check-ins for years, people that just were not on ICE's radar. But unfortunately, what's happening in DC is reflective of what's happening nationwide, that anybody and everybody is a target. And to the points that my colleagues have made, they can be serving a client who then finds themselves in detention. We are the only legal service provider in DC, Maryland, or Virginia that focuses exclusively on detained immigrants. So the entree to our services is you're in detention. And so but we are seeing more and more DC residents. And as I mentioned, other jurisdictions have seen the importance of using publicly funded public funding for detained representation, and nationwide there are over 14, and the number is growing, jurisdictions that have taken that step. And so I just think, given all the other support that DC gives to its residents, that this is just an important next step to make those funds available.
So, and Mr. Nunez and Ms. Ball Cooper, feel free to chime in. If we are serving, or one of your organizations is serving someone and their status changes, what then happens? Would we stop serving them, or how are your hands tied?
You mean if they become detained?
If they become the detained immigrant, then what happens?
We at IUDA, we continue to serve them to the best of our ability. However, there's an infrastructure that CARE has in place that in some circumstances they're able to share with us that we all rely upon.
So you all work
to
together.
Continue. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, very much.
Yes.
Yeah, and similarly, I mean, if somebody calls us and they're not detained, we're like really glad you're not detained, but we refer them to IUDA or Carecen. And similarly, when they have folks in detention, because we have teams of attorneys who are in one of those 11 detention centers every week. We also have a hotline that folks in detention and their family members can call. So we work in very close coordination with each other.
That's good to know. Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Aziz, thank you for your testimony, and I'm very glad that CARE has been able to help you, and I certainly reiterate my support for the increased funding for the IJLS grant issued by MOLA. And so I'm very glad to hear you share your story. I'm very glad to hear that our government worked and our nonprofit partners work, and that you were able to get the help and care that you need. So I'm very happy to hear that. And thank you for taking the time to come down to the DC Council to share your story. It's very helpful and very important. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for the support that you provide for the non-profit organizations such as those are sitting near to me. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Mr. Nunez, thank you for your testimony and certainly for the work that you've been doing in our community. on behalf of your organization. How much is the grant that you received from OLA?
Yeah, so currently we receive 2 grants, one to support our citizenship work, which is about $35,000, and then we receive another 30 for IGLS in partnership with DC Affordable Law Firm.
Okay. And how many individuals are you able to serve roughly between the two?
Well, currently, because it supports all of our work, so in the citizenship, about 70 students are in our classes.
Okay.
We've increased our screenings to 225. We actually, with that funding, we also have provided Know Your Rights workshops, 2 workshops with approximately 20 people attending each. It allows us to continue to do consultations and also to steer clients that we may not be able to provide, but we do with our pro bono partners, work with them to ensure that they have legal representation.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Ball-Cooper, thank you for your testimony. In your testimony, you mentioned a couple of times the length of time per case. What is the average length of time? I expect that probably changes per individual or per family.
And it changes most dramatically based on the type of relief that the client is seeking. So for example, one of the cases with the longest processing time and the most utility for many DC residents is something called the U visa, available to survivors of crime who have cooperated with law enforcement.
Okay.
Right now, we are receiving decisions on those cases that have been pending for approximately 4 to 5 years in the best case scenario. And typically those cases take, depending on the circumstances, roughly 6 months to a year to prepare properly.
Okay.
So you're looking at roughly 5 to 6 years for the life of that case. Now, our best estimate when we tell clients what to expect right now, based on how things have slowed down over the years, is that U visas filed today, we expect, unfortunately, could take close to 8 years to be adjudicated. Asylum cases that are pending in the immigration courts, there's been some variance judge to judge, but the rough rule of thumb is that they'll be pending often for roughly 5 years once they're in immigration court. Asylum applications being filed by individuals not in deportation proceedings, known as affirmative asylum applications, have 2 options. They're filed right now according to a last in, first out policy. So if you file, it's very possible you're going to get your interview within about a month of when the application is processed. However, if it doesn't come that fast, you're going to go into a backlog, and all we can really tell people is that that means years. And so it really varies widely from case to case. But another piece of the increasing complexity we're seeing on the front end is also that most of our low-income clients have long been eligible for fee waivers. Many, but not all, applications to immigration cost money. Many applications, for example, are $930.
Okay.
Our clients can't afford to pay that. There's a fee waiver system, properly documented, carefully completed by a qualified attorney. We have long had close to a 100% success rate on those. We are now seeing something close to a 100% denial rate, and we have been seeing that for about 6 months.
Oh, wow.
And so we have clients trying over and over and over again to submit those filings. We're seeking alternative funding sources to allow us to help our clients pay those application fees when they have not been able to obtain the fee waiver multiple times. The administration has now proposed changing the requirements even further to make them more restrictive and eliminate one entire qualifying category. For example, people whose children are receiving TANF. That receipt of means-tested benefits they're proposing removing as a way to demonstrate your eligibility. And so that's all time and energy and stress for our clients and also for our attorneys on the front end. And so that's just one snapshot that often falls below the radar of why these cases are taking longer.
So the funding really, without the increase, we can't expand the pool of families or individuals that we're able to help, right? Because
absolutely not. We would be struggling with the same amount of funding. We would be struggling just to serve the clients we're already serving.
Okay. Are you hearing from our neighboring jurisdictions that 100% denial rate that you just articulated as well?
Most of those, IUVA has offices in Virginia, Maryland, and DC, and most of those applications are processed at different service centers by the immigration authorities, depending on the type of case, more than the address of the client.
Okay.
But yes, we are seeing that pretty uniformly.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you all for your testimony. Thank you for taking the time. Okay. Alexandros Talderos, Shrine of the Sacred Heart. Juan Bellman. Kalmanovitz Initiative at Georgetown University. Mizoram Bellman, student at Georgetown University. And Mariel Mendez, student at Georgetown University. Okay, we will begin on my right, and please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Todd and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Alex Taliadoros, and I'm here as a DC resident and parishioner at the Shrine of the Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart is a century-old Catholic church in Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant. It is a spiritual home and center of community life for vibrant communities from El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, Haiti, and Vietnam, as well as for many lifelong Washingtonians. Each weekend, Mass is celebrated in 4 languages, with English being the minority. Through our parishioners, our bilingual school, our dinner program for the homeless, and our ESL courses, we are deeply integrated with DC's immigrant communities and attuned to the challenges that they face. President Trump's decision to end TPS and DACA sent shockwaves through our parish. Among the 4,000 DC residents that rely on these programs to live and work in our city are hundreds of families within our parish. They now face impossible decisions between leaving their families, their homes, and their jobs, or going into the shadows. With no good options, some residents have already left the country. We are already losing our neighbors. The Mayor's Immigrant Justice Legal Services Grant Program has played a critical role in giving hope and protection to our immigrant brothers and sisters. Grantees such as Carecen, Catholic Charities, La Clínica del Pueblo, Ayuda are trusted in the community for their ability to provide strong, comprehensive services at little to no cost. Because of the crisis created by the rescission of TPS and DACA, the mayor's proposed $2.5 million in funding for IJLS is both merited and needed. We encourage the council to approve the full increase. Beyond DACA and TPS, we have also seen a surge of ICE activity in the district. In 2018, the number of DC residents by ICE, detained by ICE doubled compared to the year prior, and last year, ICE issued more detainer requests for DC immigrants than ever before. Last summer, ICE conducted mass raids in the DMV area, and the largest DC raid took place across the street from our church. ICE agents could not find the individuals they sought, so they indiscriminately stopped and detained people on 16th Street. 2 of the DC residents taken that day were parishioners at Sacred Heart. While other jurisdictions prioritize detained immigrants for legal defense, DC prevents IJLS funds from supporting those who need it most, DC residents who have been detained by ICE. Without an attorney, it is nearly impossible, as we've heard, for our detained neighbors to win their case, even when they do have a strong legal claim to avoid deportation. But with legal representation, immigrants are 10 times more likely to win their case, be released from detention, and reunite with their family, their community, and their congregation. We strongly urge DC government to make IJLS funds available for all DC immigrants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir.
Dear Chairman Brandon Todd and Committee on Government Operations, my name is Juan Luis Belman Guerrero, and I am a DACA recipient with family members who at the moment do not have quote-unquote legal immigration status to reside in the U.S., even though they are hardworking and contributing members of our country. At the moment, I work at Georgetown University in the Kalmanovitz Initiative for Labor and the Working Poor as a program manager, essentially running our student programming. I'm here to talk about the need for the $2.5 million in access to immigration legal services, especially to make sure that these funds provide the support to our community who are detained and going through court hearings. In our growing community, we see the constant need for immigrants to have access to legal support in the very much complicated immigration legal system. As we see, the current administration has put a limbo not only on DACA recipients, just as me, but TPS recipients who have been a part of the DC community for decades. It is estimated that there's around 4,400 DACA and TPS recipients who are DC residents. This number does not include all of the DACA and TPS recipients who might commute and work within DC. If we do not act now and provide universal representation, we will not have the resources to protect this population from possible deportation if they fall out of status. Universal representation is not a new concept, but a model that has been growing all across the country, including with our neighbors in Baltimore City, Prince George County, and Fairfax County, who may soon be a part of those communities who are taking the necessary steps to protect their immigrant community. Universal representation is an important step to assure that our residents have due process when it comes to immigration court hearings. At times, private immigration attorneys are not accessible due to the cost, and nonprofit organizations are at capacity most of the time. If immigrants have access to an attorney, they will be able to present their cases more coherently to the immigration judge, who would then decide on their case. If we provide universal representation, we will be a model to other cities across the country for the possibilities of how a city should protect its immigrant community, especially its DACA and TPS recipients who are in limbo under the current administration. Having access to universal representation means that we will be supporting families who otherwise would not have access to counsel in immigration court. Universal representation means that we are willing to invest in our communities and make sure that we protect everyone who belongs here. Thank you for your time, and I hope that the DC Council makes sure that it's a leader in protecting its immigrant community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Todd and members of the committee. My name is Mizraim Bellman Guerrero, and I'm a current junior at Georgetown University in the School of Foreign Service studying culture and politics with the focus on immigration. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm here in support of the $2.5 million allocated for the Immigrant Justice Legal Services grant, the IJLS, and as an undocumented student, I'm here to advocate so that these funds could be used for legal representation by DC immigrants currently detained by ICE. I was born in Juventino Rosas, Guanajuato, and I immigrated to the United States when I was 4 years old with my mom and my older brother, who's currently sitting next to me. And we saw the lack of education opportunities in Mexico, and my parents knew that they didn't want us to grow up in that situation. We moved to Austin, Texas in 2003, and I've not left the country in these 16 years. While in Austin, I grew up like anyone else, getting involved in extracurricular activities. However, when I was about 13 years old, my father was detained because on his way back from work, one of his passengers did not have a seatbelt. Due to this, my father ended up in jail and later in a detention center for about a month. It was one of the hardest obstacles my family has had to live through. Since my dad was the sole provider for my family, not only did we have to figure out how we were going to pay rent and his $5,000 bond, but also had to come up with money for an attorney. We know that if we did not have an attorney, things might not have ended up the way that they did, and we possibly wouldn't have had my father with us today. I've since moved to DC to study at Georgetown, and in these past years, I've not stopped my activism around immigration. I've immersed myself not only with the undocumented community on campus, but with the community in the greater DC area, doing volunteer work at organizations around the city. Unfortunately, now more than ever, it seems like my community is at risk every single day. While DC states it's a sanctuary city, the raids that happened just this past summer in Sarbin Towers show that ICE is still a threat in the city, and we need to do more to protect and support our fellow DC residents. This is a clear example of increased enforcement and deportations coupled with threats to temporary protected status, TPS, and along with DACA, shows the need for the increase in funding and so that residents also have access to to protection. Our communities cannot wait, and we need access to legal resources for the 4,400 DC residents with DACA or TPS. From my personal experience, it shows just how necessary it is to have an attorney. Given that immigrants do not have a right to an appointed counsel, it is imperative that the council approves the $2.5 million allocated in the mayor's budget and allow for the grant to be used to represent DC immigrants currently detained by ICE. This is also not something without precedent, as Baltimore City and Prince George's County already have universal representation, and DC needs to be next. Committing the $2.5 million and ensuring that DC residents detained by ICE can access legal representation will ensure that DC can be a welcoming city for all. DC is a place I've called home for the past 3 years, and it is a place I want to continue to call home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Todd and members of the Committee on Government Operations. My name is Mariel Mendez. I am a documented working class student at Georgetown University. I'm here today to make sure that when the mayor and the DC City Council allocate $2.5 million into the Immigrant Justice Legal Services IJLS program, that money is available to folks who are most impacted by the immigration system in this country. Thank you for this opportunity. So from the moment I moved here in the summer of 2017, everyone assured me that DC was safe for undocumented folks like me and that it's openly a sanctuary city. Though a year later I arrived here, I was out in the Columbia Heights Civic Plaza rallying with hundreds of people in support of our neighbors who were snatched from their homes by ICE that summer. Not only did that show me and undocumented folks that we are in fact not safe here, but the aftermath of the ICE detainments also highlighted another cruelty in the system. That is, that people don't have the right to appoint a counsel in cases where they've been detained by ICE. The mayor, the DC City Council, Councilmember Todd, and MOLA have the opportunity to change this. If the city is going to continue to promote itself as a welcoming place for undocumented people, it has to put forth protections that cover all undocumented people. Admittedly, it has been a fault of the mainstream immigrant rights movement to exceptionalize people and perhaps unintentionally present some as more deserving than others. But everyone here today can change that pattern by following the example of other places like PG County and Baltimore City of providing the necessary legal protections to people detained by ICE, who need those protections the most. My family has not gone through the horror of being detained by ICE, but I know so many people close to me who have. And let me tell you that not only is it traumatic for everyone involved, but it is also something that affects families forever. Families are separated, sometimes indefinitely, and their livelihoods suddenly become more precarious when, for instance, folks no longer have an income coming through to pay bills, or when they have to pay for lawyers, who sometimes are not there to defend them but to scam them, because the community and the city they live in do not value their right to legal representation. Let me be frank, the court is already slanted in the favor of the government, so that's even more reason to approve these funds and make them available to people detained by ICE. DC has been a leader in protecting its community members by having some of the strongest tenant laws in the city, going after business owners who abuse workers, and doing much more. It should continue being that leader by allocating $2.5 million for the Immigrant Justice Legal Services Program and making the IJLS funds available to people who have been detained by ICE. This can open the door to providing more legal protections to everyone, including those facing evictions in landlord-tenant court. Let's make it clear to the immigrant community in DC that you value their lives and their contribution to making the city what it is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony. It certainly is the full expectation of the committee that the funding will remain the same, the 2.5 total funding, with the increase in 1.6 million to get us to that number will not change. But your testimony certainly helps to ensure that does stay the same. And the committee, we've heard from the previous panel, the one right before you, about the need for universal representation, and I think you all mentioned that in your hearing, and so this committee will be taking a look at trying to figure out why and what we can do to change that. So thank you for your testimony. It's very, very helpful. Thank you. Okay. Kataya Quintanilla, Youth Development Worker, Mary Center Team Program. Joseph Liebman Santa Cruz, Acting Director, Capital Area Asset Builders. Kataya. Michaela Cone Fuentes, Latino Student Fund Post-Secondary Success Manager. Karina Rodriguez, Latino Student Fund Student Alumni. And Adrian F. Schreiber, Executive Director, Multicultural Community Service. Okay, we'll begin on my right.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to discuss the important services Mary Center is able to provide through funding from the Office of Latino Affairs. My name is Katia Quintanilla, and I'm the Youth Development Worker for the Teen Program at Mary Center, a federally qualified health center with locations across the DC metropolitan area. Mary Center uses a holistic, multi-pronged approach that sets participants on the path towards health, stable families, and economic independence. The Office of Latino Affairs provides crucial funding to the Mary Center that allows staff to offer meaningful support to vulnerable and at-risk youth all over Washington, D.C. Mary Center is well known and trusted among communities of various immigrant populations, particularly from Latin America and increasingly parts of Africa. Through MOLA funding, Mary Center is able to provide an after-school program that serves about 120 students from all over Washington, D.C., summer employment to an average of 15 students, and case management to over 2,000 teens ages 12 to 24. Through these programs, youth are given the support that they need to prevent teen pregnancies, substance abuse, violence, and school dropout. They are given the career readiness tools to find employment and succeed at maintaining a job where they can grow to provide for themselves and their education. This MOLA funding is able to provide our team with 2 youth development workers and 2 family support workers. Our youth development workers provide workshops for teens about health topics such as family planning and substance abuse. However, one of our biggest tasks is teaching teens about college and how to fund their higher education. In 2018, 100% of our seniors in our after-school program graduated high school and were admitted to a college or university. The younger participants from our program are also successfully proceeded to the next grade level. During the summertime, through MOLA funding, we were able to provide 15 teens with employment inside and outside of Mary Center, in positions with the medical clinic front desk, dental clinic, teacher assistants with our BRIA school, in development and marketing, and as well as a position assisting our president and CEO, Maria Gomez. Some of our outside partners who hosted students during the summertime included the Global Entrepreneurship Network, the Embassy of El Salvador, Bread for the City, and Marie Reed Elementary School Summer Camp. Our family support workers are able to work more closely with participants and families to create a team of support for our teens. We serve over 2,000 teens that are in need of medical, dental, and mental health services, which are all provided within Mary Center. Through this work, Mary Center continues to see the growing needs of the largely immigrant communities we serve. We are grateful for MOLA and applaud their commitment to serving the Latin community in Washington, D.C. These are resilient, strong, smart, and talented young people who succeed when we give them the opportunity and tools to do so. We are grateful for the opportunity to share our community perspective, for partnering with you to improve the health and success of our young people that continues to improve the health and well-being of our city. Thank you. And I also just want to add that I was part of the teen program, and they are the big reason why I am in school and will be graduating in May.
Excellent. So, congratulations. Thank you for sharing that.
Good afternoon. My name is Agnes Zalizakova. I'm the Development Associate at the Latino Student Fund. I am here to read a testimony on behalf of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs by Micaela Cohen Fuentes, who is the Post-Secondary Success Manager of the Latino Student Fund. Representing the Latino Student Fund, I respectfully submit this testimony to the City Council on behalf of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. The Latino Student Fund was founded in 1994 to address disparities in access to education for Hispanic students in Washington, D.C., and has since served more than 4,000 youth across its programs. The mission of the Latino Student Fund is to provide opportunities for a strong academic foundation for underserved pre-K through 12th grade students of Hispanic descent and their families, to promote higher education and professional leadership. The organization provides year-round out-of-school time programs for low-income, at-risk students and their families with the goal of increasing levels of educational attainment in the community. The Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs partnership with the LSF has been instrumental to the sustainability and growth of our services. MOLA's continued support has allowed the LSF to significantly increase the efficacy and accelerate the social impact of our programs. The Latino Student Fund has nearly 25 years of experience providing culturally and linguistically appropriate educational out-of-school time programs and informational outreach services for Latino students and families in the metropolitan DC area. With the support of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, the TEGIO program supports 9th and 10th grade recent arrivals to the United States and prepares them to be successful in high school and beyond. The Listo and Listo Rapido program provide underprivileged 11th and 12th grade students the tools and resources necessary to not only achieve, but thrive in higher education. We invite speakers to talk with our students about everything from financial skills to time management to eating well in college. We take our students on trips to visit college campuses and work with them on choosing the right school. The programs provide a crucial service to students whose families may not have the insider knowledge to support their students through these complicated and life-changing journeys. MOLA helps the LSF work towards achieving the dream of providing all students with the resources and opportunities they deserve. The Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs has allowed the LSF to continue expanding and modifying its program offerings to meet the changing needs of our target audience. Hispanic students have the highest school dropout rates and lowest college matriculation rates of any demographic in the U.S. By committing to the LSF, MOLA helps reduce this alarming statistic. MOLA's support has helped ensure equal access to the best educational opportunities for DC Latino students and equip them with the tools needed to thrive in the U.S. educational system. The approximately 120 high school students who participated in the LSF Post-Secondary Success Program this year are one step closer to higher education. Anna, a high school junior, wrote, "Thanks for helping teens like me. You are helping shape tomorrow." The LSF was founded upon the vision of equal access to education and beyond that, academic excellence, higher education, and professional leadership for Latino youth. We depend on the generosity of institutions like MOLA who demand that vision be actualized. We are honored to be part of MOLA's legacy and grateful to MOLA for investing in our work and thus investing in the future of Latino youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Todd and members of the committee. My name is Clara Lincoln, and I'm the Tutoring Program Manager at the Latino Student Fund. I'm reading this testimony on behalf of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, written by Karina Rodriguez, alumna of the Latino Student Fund, who could not be here today. Representing the LSF, I respectfully submit this testimony to the City Council on behalf of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. My name is Karina Rodriguez, and I'm an alumna of the Latino Student Fund Listo and Listo Rapido programs. Getting to where I am today wasn't easy, but the LSF believed in me when I had absolutely no belief in myself. Growing up as a first-generation American, I knew the most English in my family, which meant that many everyday things that kids never worried about fell on me. I would have to translate for my family on important documents that I could barely understand. I would have to search up words and try to explain it the best I could. I would be translating doctor forms, the apartment letters to us, their billing information for rent, phones, and cable. If something important happened at their job, they would send a letter and I would translate it. At schools, when I had permission slips or any important information, I would mostly take care of them on my own. My family wasn't always capable of helping me like they wanted to. I worried about graduating high school, not because I didn't think I would make it, but because I had no idea what to do next. The LSF was there for me with the Listo program to help me understand the entire college application process and even talk with my mom about how financial aid works. I attended both the Listo program and the Listo Rápido summer programs, and that was when I first started to believe that I could go to college. The LSF provided my first opportunities to visit colleges and hear from college students about their triumphs and struggles. The LSF helped guide me through the college application and financial aid process, which I would have had no clue how to do without their help. The LSF truly became my mentors and family. Thanks to the Latino Student Fund and the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, I am now a business major at Trinity University on a full-ride scholarship. The Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs and the Latino Student Fund showed me that it's not just about the future. MOLA and the LSF want all of their students and families to be able to enjoy what you have in front of you and not let the language you speak or how much money you have hold you back. If it weren't for MOLA's unwavering support, I may not have had access to these programs that truly changed my life and gave me access to the future my parents dreamed that I would have. The Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs has allowed the LSF to continue expanding their services and supporting students and their families to have a better life. The Latino Student Fund depends on the support of institutions like MOLA to continue to guide and help students become successful in achieving our dreams. I am forever grateful to MOLA and the LSF for caring about me and my future like they do for so many other students. Every student should have access to programs like these, and with MOLA's help, the LSF will continue to serve more and more students in the DC area. Thank you for your time, and thank you, MOLA, for your unwavering support.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Schreiber.
My name is Adrienne Schreiber. I'm the Executive Director of Multicultural Community Service. You've already heard from me once today, so I'll let the written part speak for itself. But I'd like to talk about the importance of language access and how my organization is that go-between thanks to a ongoing grant from the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs for over a decade now. We are a founding member of the Language Access Coalition and have been providing language access services in the district for over 20 years. And I'd also like to speak to the importance of the IJLS grant. In 2017, when everyone's grants suddenly seemed like they were being cut shorter than usual, the announcement came out right after the first Muslim ban that the city was going to quite literally put its money where its mouth was. And that I can't tell you how important that was and how much of a change that's made. This is one of the most successful programs that we've seen at MCS. We've been partnering with a number of local agencies as the legal service providers to be the language access pieces that are so critical for all of that. So we'd like to continue offering all of this, and I really appreciate that your support for that particular program is going to be continuing. DC, as a statement to a very hostile government that's hostile to basic human rights, that's hostile to basic decency for our residents, that's crucial, and we need to keep doing that. So thank you to everyone here who's speaking in support of that. In addition, for language access in DC, the limited English proficiency community is growing. As we see, the DC public schools have something like 195 languages spoken in them, and it's really important that we continue to support those kids and their families in this. So I'll let the written testimony speak for itself and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you all for your testimony today. It's very helpful in this process, and hearing how funding is used to support residents across the city is so critical. And Ms. Quintanilla, thank you for sharing your story. And Mary Center has been a staple in my ward and Ward 4 for probably over 5 years now, is when they opened the Lower Georgia Avenue location. And they've just been an incredible community partner, and I'm happy to hear that you are an alum and now you are giving back to the youth. So kudos to you, and I'm glad that you're in school, and know that you have a huge network of supporters in our government and in MOLA, I know, and certainly at Mary Center. So thank you for what you're doing. And thank you both who spoke on behalf of the Latino Student Fund. And we know how important the work is that your organization continues for a number of years now, and so we're just happy that the support of MOLA has been helpful. Ms. Schreiber, thank you for your testimony. Often in the community affairs cluster, we get serial testifiers, which is a good thing because it really underscores how important these grant dollars are to help organizations like yours be able to stay focused on your very critical mission. So thank you for talking about how the funding is helpful. Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. And it is my understanding that there are a group of students representing CSC who must leave and get back to school so they can stay on their studies. So I'm going to let them bump the line, and I know nobody minds, but if our young people can just join us here at the table who are here to testify, and we're going to let you guys get back to school. Soccer, yes. All right. Okay, and we'll begin on my right.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Rubio Gomez, Resource Specialist and Soccer Coach for CSC. On behalf of my Executive Director, Penelope Griffin, I want to thank the DC Council members and the Committee of Government Operations for the opportunity to participate in this critical discussion. Today, I wanted to provide testimony on our soccer program funded by the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, MOLA. Thanks to MOLA's fundings and CSC programming experience, we have established our first all-girls soccer program using the high school health curriculum. CSC provides educational sessions about an array of life skills at least once a week. Participate also in engaging soccer practice twice per week and compete in soccer tournaments. Program staff tracks school attendance and grades to ensure support is offered where needed. CSC's current partnership with MOLA is an expansion of CSC's landmark efforts to address the need of high-risk youth, rates of crime and violence among district youth. In addition, collaborating with diverse stakeholders and 4-H, CSC was able to commence an all-girl futsal tournament that included 5 teams, where one of our teams made it to the championship game. In the closing, it's my request that the District of Columbia not only continue funding MOLA's programs, but increase their fundings to support CSC's efforts of expanding this instrumental program. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Young lady.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jessica Valencia, and I am a member of the Lady Wolves soccer team, which is founded by the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs and led by Collaborative Solutions for Community. The creation of this all-girls soccer team has helped me to develop my athletic skills and has also made me transform how I socialize and communicate. As a member of this team, it is important that we avoid negative influences, work as a team, and learn from each other. Although both MOLA and CSC continue to seek additional dollars to improve our program, I would also like the DC Council members to not only maintain but to increase funding for our soccer program to pay for additional field time, equipment, and supplies. This funding will create additional opportunities not just for me, but for future generations to interact with their peers and stay away from unhealthy activities. Soccer is not a hobby, but a passion and a way of life. The Lady Wolves is not just a team, it is a family and a path to positive change. Some might be mistaken that and assume all we do is practice and play in tournaments, but that is not true. There is a lot of weekly work that occurs off the field, surrounding leadership development, managing peer pressure, and making good decisions. Please continue to support our program, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Edith Vargas, and I'm also a member of the, I'm also a member on Ladies Wolf soccer team with Collaborative Solutions for Communities. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify. When I have a bad day, I love knowing that I can go out on the field and play to escape for a little. Even if it is just running drills, that little time is a release, a way to get out my anger and frustration in a healthy way. Soccer is where I can find solace and joy, which is one of the many reasons why I love it so much. For this reason, today I want to recognize all the administrators of the Collaborative Solutions for Community and say thank you to them for allowing me to be a part of their family. I also want to say thank you to the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs for funding collaborative solutions for communities and affording youth like myself an opportunity to engage in healthy behaviors and supporting me with becoming a responsible adult. Spending this year on the soccer team has been a great experience for me. It has taught me the value of hard work and self-motivation. I really learned how to be a member of a team, handle conflict, and who could forget we even made it together to the finals. Thanks to the founding of Mayors of the Latinos Affair and the programs at Collaborative Solutions for Communities. This year was a very powerful and emotional year filled with training and discipline. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public testimony.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Garcia, and I am a member of Lady Wolf's team with Collaborative Solutions for Communities. This program has changed my life in many ways, but one of the things that has impacted me the most is the discussion we have as a team. We all have different things going on in life, and it's important to show our teammates we have their backs. Some of the topics that we talk about together as a team are bullying, making good decisions, our feelings, and a lot more. When we are all together, it's just a wonderful time, and I enjoy it a lot. I would like DC Council members to keep funding this program because it's very helpful, and CSE is a great organization. You're helping kids like me be on the right path and still have fun playing soccer.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony. And Mr. Rubio, thank you. I know you testified at the Oversight hearing, and we talked a lot about what your organization, what you all do and how you help our young people, and it is evident. And I want to thank you ladies for taking the time to come and talk about how the MOLA funding is supporting your practice and your ability to express yourself in a different way than you otherwise may have an opportunity to do so. And it, you know, there's nothing better than sports or recreational activity because it teaches you time management. It teaches you focus and determination because you set a goal. And so this is no different. And so keep up the good work because the skills that you get from playing soccer games and attending practice on time and practicing even when you don't have practice, it'll help you in the long run when you finish high school and you go to college and you finish and you get a job, maybe in DC government or maybe for a nonprofit like Collaborative Solutions for Communities. It'll teach you all of the skills that you'll need to be successful adults. So thank you for testifying today and keep up the good work. All right, thank you all. Okay, we will now move forward with public testimony. Anessa Taylor, Community Outreach Manager, Junior Tennis Champion Center. Anissa. Ellen London, Executive Director, Communities in Schools of the Nation's Capital. Ma Cristina Calero, President and CEO, Dialogue on Diversity. Rebecca D. Mason, Staff Attorney, AARP Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Oscar Fernandez, Medical Clinic Coordinator, Bread for the City. Mr. Fernandez, okay. Charlotte Clymer. Julieta Mercado, Director of Immigrant Support Services, Catholic Charities. Ana Gomez, Practice Administrator, Andromeda Transcultural Health. Okay, Ms. Gomez. Christine McDonald, Executive Director, Ola Cultura. All right, we can begin on my right, and please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman Todd. My name is Ellen London, and I'm the Executive Director of Communities and Schools of the Nation's Capital. This year, CIS is partnering with 14 DCPS schools, serving 6,000 students in grades K through 12, and I'm testifying in support of continued funding for MOLA, allowing them to support our work at the Cardozo Education Campus and the students of the International Academy. CIS is serving 400 Hispanic students at the IA and at the Cardozo Education Campus with 3 tiers of service in alignment with our model of integrated student supports. For example, in March this year, we held our second college and career fair this year at Cardozo, and while the first fair in the fall had an emphasis on traditional colleges and universities, the second fair had greater focus on work opportunities, training, and trade school options as well. 2 scholarships providers attended the fair, providing information on college funding for students regardless of their documentation status. And this is particularly important for the IA students, as many of our students are undocumented. We held an attendance blitz for Cardozo students in March, and nearly 200 IA students were served by 25 volunteers who came in over the course of a week. Students reviewed their report cards with the volunteers, who helped to make sure students were on track in terms of coursework credits and community service hours to graduate. For students who are off track, counselors were on site to make immediate referrals for students to get the supports they need. For some students, that was an alarm clock so they could get up on time each day. For others, it may have been shoes to make their walk to school easier. This process of addressing the students' needs in real time is efficient and effective and valued not just by the students, but also by the school staff. Through our MOLA-funded work at Cardozo, we continued our partnership with the Capital Area Food Bank to run a food market on the second Tuesday of every month. The event is open to all students at Cardozo, but CIS offers targeted supports for the IA students and their families. This food market alleviates food insecurities for families, and because so many International Academy students are likely to work, lack of access to groceries can be a barrier to attendance because students will work and miss school if there is a need for food. So this market allows young people to focus on being students and not spending their time working to pay for groceries for themselves and their families. One of our site coordinators, Mr. Matos, is bilingual and has developed a relationship with 15 students from the International Academy. These students help setting up the market each week, setting up the produce, meat and grocery stalls, breaking down boxes, and they work with our partners at the Capital Area Food Bank and other volunteers. Where eligible, the students earn community service hours towards their high school graduate requirements. We are happy to see more resources going to MOLA to support our critical work at Cardozo. The MOLA staff are great partners in our work, providing information, resources, and really encouraging networking, like listening to all of the people that were here today, to help maximize the impact of our partnership with them. The International Academy students are working so hard to succeed in their education and career goals. They are excited as the end of the school year and graduation nears, and we appreciate the partnership with MOLA and the district that is helping them build their future. Thank you for supporting this work and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Todd, and to everyone in attendance. My name is Oscar Fernandez. I'm the Medical Clinic Referral Coordinator at Bedford City, and I'll speak to you directly in reference to my direct interactions with the Latino community at our clinic. As the Medical Clinic Coordinator for Bedford City, I have been working the front lines of helping people with scheduling specialty referral appointments for almost 12 years. It is these 12 years of experience that brings me to you today to speak about the importance of the support that the Office of Latino Affairs has given organizations like Bedford City and many other PCP offices like ours. In the last 12 years, insurance companies under the umbrella of DC Alliance have come and gone. Each time, a new set of rules regarding scheduling, insurance pre-authorizations, verification, and knowing whom takes what and where and when are created. Oftentimes, these changes come suddenly with very little notice or time to understand how the new incoming insurances operate. When these changes occur, the patients are often left with little notice or understanding of these sudden changes. Therefore, for example, when a patient has been going to a hospital A and then suddenly receive a new insurance that says they can only go to hospital B, it creates confusion and frustration as a result. The system can sometimes be confusing for someone who was born and raised in Washington, D.C. One can imagine how much more confusing it can be for someone who is new to the country, experiencing culture shock, not knowing the language, not knowing the healthcare system in DC. This is where Bread for the City, along with support from the Office of Latino Affairs, steps in. We work to untangle the web and help patients avoid the pitfalls that can lead people out in the cold for not knowing the local healthcare system. One would assume that other issues like gentrification and lack of affordable housing would decrease the number of Latino families and individuals who need this type of service. It has not. The need to help the Latino community via the Office of Latino Affairs and the Latino Access to Healthcare Project is still vital to Bread for the City so long as the healthcare system changes as often as it has over the years. Bread for the City by itself cannot change the complex nature of the healthcare system. However, at the very least, with the help of the Office of Latino Affairs, we can alleviate the stress of new DC residents, guiding them through a healthcare system that is complicated to Americans and non-Americans alike. That is my written testimony. And I would also like to say, in addition to the work I do directly with patients with regard to referrals, I also, when necessary and when called upon at Bread for the City, also double as an interpreter for patients, not only for the regular patients who come to Bread for the City, but also special asylum patients who come to the clinic for asylum physicals, which are needed and required for their particular cases. And during the course of my 12 years at Bread for the City, interpreting from time to time for these type of asylum physicals, there have been more than several occasions where we've had patients who, under other circumstances, should have died from the injuries they sustained and from the threats that they received, but who nonetheless survived, made it to this country, made it to Washington, D.C., and lived to tell their story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Todd. My name is Ana Gomez. Thank you. I'm the practice administrator at Andromeda Transcultural Health. I've been with Andromeda for now almost 2 years. Andromeda is a nonprofit health organization that continues to provide comprehensive integrated medical services here to the DC residents. We're here supporting the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs because thanks to their support and they continue to believe in our mission and our work, we have been able to conduct groups in the community and also for our clients to be able to identify and overcome the stigma that is around mental health services, especially in our Latino community. So we would like for you to continue to support their work and their mission, since it helps us to continue to provide the services that we provide for a lot of underinsured and uninsured clients. Myself, that goes to the community events, I have been able to see how much impact that we have done, especially in Hispanic community. We have done a lot of groups in some of the churches, some of other community partners, and some of them in our location. They have helped us to do interventions, as well as help us to get clients into care, and some of them in a serious stages of need. So we appreciate all your support, and we hope that you guys continue providing that support to us as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Christine McDonald. I'm the Executive Director of Ola Cultura. Ola Cultura is a nonprofit based here in Washington, D.C. We work with Latino youth who create and disseminate empowering alternative narratives that combat stereotypes and serve as cultural translators to the wider community. Thanks to the multi-year support that we've had from MOLA, we've assisted hundreds of DC teenagers and young adults in improving crucial English language skills, professional development skills, and digital fluency skills that, so that they can catch up with their peers. In turn, they've produced content, they've produced articles, interviews, videos, online maps, and other special research about the community that has been read by thousands, is read by thousands of DC residents every year, every week, or, well, every month, I would say. And this work also helps to counterbalance negative stereotypes, especially ones that we're seeing in the community right now. It also helps to promote local artists and other cultural leaders here in our city. Over our 9-year existence, we've published more than 1,000 original pieces of journalism that covering many organizations and artists and who never would have received any coverage. So we're having that sort of an impact as well. And today I really wanted to focus on the importance of helping, especially our young people. Our model, we help people both directly, the young people we work with directly, and then the wider community. And I just wanted to quote from a few of our summer interns from last summer who did incredible work. They developed an entire tour of the Latino history of Adams Morgan last summer, and they gave it. It was so successful, they came back in the fall and gave it 5 more times. It was very well received by the community, and we have a new tour this year of Latino murals in DC that talks about the history and the importance of community, the importance that art and the humanities have played in development of our local community. Just to quote, earlier this year when I was preparing for this summer's program, I went back to our last summer's interns and I asked them if, after several months, if they could tell me what was valuable about the program, if it really was valuable. And we published this post on our site. You can find the whole post, but just to quote from 2 of the students, one, Delia Beristain Noriega, she was an SYEP student with us, and she talked about how it helped her to develop her writing skills in a professional environment and inspired her to continue to pursue a career in professional communications. And besides that, she said, to quote her, besides that, it was a worthwhile experience because I was able to research and get to know my own neighborhood through the interviews we conducted. I gained a better understanding of my community and why it developed the way it did historically. Similarly, another student who provided me some feedback, Jasmine Avila, who we've worked with, we've known her 4 or 5 years, and we've worked with her 3 summers in a row. And she wants to become a writer, and we have watched her develop, and her writing has developed beautifully over the years. And I think what she had to say was both well written, and it touched on many of the reasons why we do these programs. She said, working with Ola Cultura has definitely been worthwhile. Last summer, I worked with motivated and hardworking interns who made it fun to work, and having that type of camaraderie at a job makes it something to look forward to. Ola Cultura, through Ola Cultura, I've developed a more well-rounded view of the issues of my community, like affordable housing and gentrification. I've learned about the genesis of the Hispanic population in DC and the development and atrophy of the Hispanic influence within our neighborhoods. I've learned that people have rich stories to tell, and their insights are as important as quantitative data. I've learned that real experience, bringing in real experiences into a research project elevates it in its effectiveness and validity. I appreciate that my community is not being overlooked. Ola Cultura is a bridge between scholars and professionals to understand the impactful community and that shapes DC. Having taken part in a project that is meant for the greater good is rewarding. And despite my terrible reading, I think you can see that she's developing as a wonderful young professional. And this is the kind of work that Mola has assisted us in doing, so much so that we're working now on expanding our summer program into a year-round program so we can provide more impactful help to these young people. So without Mola, we really would not be able to do this work. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all for your testimony. And I think I've had the opportunity to hear from each of your respective organizations during Oversight this year and even during budget last year. So I'm keenly aware of all of the good work that you all are doing and how the support of MOLA is so critical to you continuing the work that you do for residents and providing education and outreach. I had the opportunity to spend time with the team at Andromeda on Saturday at a community event, and so I'm very aware and want to continue to support MOLA's ability to provide grants and even look at how we can expand that support at times. So thank you for your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I know we have some of my favorite people here, some seniors from Vida Senior Center. Yay for Vida. And Maria Anderson, Samuel Ares, Delia Mongros, and Josefina Campos. And okay, that's fine. Yes, absolutely. And actually, we can just have everybody come up, maybe. Good afternoon, Vida.
Good afternoon.
All right. Okay, and we'll start with, yes.
No, I'm not going to.
Okay, we'll start with you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Todd and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Vida Senior Center and the underserved Hispanic senior population living in DC. My name is Maria Elena Anderson. I'm a participant at Vida. I've been a participant for the past 3 years. Based on the latest estimates of the U.S. Census Bureau, in 2018, Washington, D.C. had a population of 702,000 persons. There are 11% are Hispanics, and that is about 78,000 persons. And of those, there are more than 9,000 senior Latinos in the city, and 3,000 of them live in poverty. If one looks at income statistics in DC and at the federal poverty level that stood at $12,140 in 2018, one observes that senior Latinos over 65 that have an income at or below the federal poverty level total 3,000 persons, or about 30% of the Latino seniors in the city over 65. And there are more, about 5% between 60 and 65, but the statistics are not that easy to come by. For the past 50 years, Vida Senior Center has been the only senior center in the city that provides services to Latino senior population in our language, and it serves roughly only 17% of the poor and vulnerable Latino seniors, most of whom are single, divorced, or widowed women. Vida Center is bursting at the seams, and it cannot continue to operate with the current level of funding. Staff, facilities, and resources are overtaxed. Federal funds cover 260 participants at a unit cost of $122 a month or $6 per day. DC funds, including MOLA, cover all 500 registered participants at a unit cost of $72 a month or $3.60 per day. We have lived in this country who welcomed us. We have worked hard, studied, had families. Now that we're seniors, we need to have a community that reflects our culture. Vida Senior Center is that community and is unique for us in this city. What we need is support, because in the short term, we need Vida Senior Center to be open every day for a longer period. Right now, it closes at 2:30 in the afternoon. This would allow for increased services to a large number of participants and it would provide more flexibility to existing participants. Space is at a premium, so that anything that can be done to create extra space should be explored and funded. Please keep in mind that Vida Senior Center provides services to only 17% of potential participants who are Latino seniors living with incomes at or below the federal poverty level. I'm sure you would agree that $6 or $3.60 per day, which is what many in the city spend for a light breakfast, is not sufficient to provide sustained good quality services to the DC Latino senior residents and citizens, especially to the low-income ones. In closing, I would like to thank you in advance for your support to make the lives of poor and vulnerable Latino seniors better by increasing overall funding for Vida Senior Center so that it can reach more participants and better serve the existing ones. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Sir?
El testimonio de Samuel Arias Méndez, participante de Vida Senior Center.
This is the testimony of Samuel Arias, participant of Vida Senior Center for the Committee of Government Operations.
Estamos, estimados miembros del Consejo, miembros de este comité y distinguida audiencia. Mi nombre es Samuel, tengo 74 años. En Vida recibimos clases de promoción de salud, acceso, la consejera nos muestra, toma nuestra presión arterial, azúcar y cualquier condición que tengamos para estar seguros de que estamos bien. Y si nota que necesitamos ir al doctor, nos refiere a un médico y nos ayuda a hacer nuestra cita. Lo mismo con las clases de salud mental, que en realidad están orientadas a todos los participantes, porque nos enseñan a relajarnos, a controlar el estrés, a manejar las situaciones difíciles con paciencia y buen humor.
Dear members, dear council members, members of the committee, distinguished audience, my name is Samuel Arias. I am 74 years old. My wife's name is Maria Espinosa, and she's 89 years old. At Vida, we receive classes to promote our health betterment. The counselor, the health counselor, monitors our high blood pressure and our sucrose level or whatever condition that we have to make sure that we're in good health. And if she notices that we need to go see a doctor, she refers us to a doctor that would, and also she will help us to set up the appointments. The same thing with the classes of mental health that in reality are geared towards all of the participants, and they teach us how to relax, to control our stress, and to better manage our difficult situation with patience and great humor.
Si necesitamos apoyo en nuestra alimentación, tenemos también una nutricionista. Ella nos pesa y nos asesora en nuestra dieta. Por otro lado, Vida nos ha ayudado a aplicar a nuestros seguros médicos, a los programas que ofrece el gobierno, incluidos Medicare y Medicaid. Todos los problemas de trámites administrativos nos lo ha resuelto la asesora social de Vida.
If we need support with our nutrition, we also have a nutritionist. She weighs us, she evaluates our diet, and on the other side, VITA had helped us to apply for our medical insurance, the programs that the government offers, Medicare, including Medicare, Medicaid, and all the problems that we have with administrative affairs has been resolved with the assistance of VITA.
Pero quizás lo más importante es que vida es nuestra casa, es el club de los amigos, es el lugar en el que vamos a cualquier día sentirnos de buen humor. Es el sitio en donde bailamos y donde cantamos, en donde aprendemos inglés y en donde nos ofrecen paseos. Es el lugar donde aprendemos computación y arte. Es el lugar en donde celebramos nuestra cultura latina. Vida es el único lugar en donde nosotros celebramos nuestros cumpleaños y nos tratan a cada uno por su nombre. Vida es el único sitio en la ciudad en donde los adultos mayores hispanos pueden acudir.
But perhaps the most important thing, that Vida is like our own home. It is a club that belongs to friends. It's a place where we go any day and we feel animated, and it's the place where we dance and we sing and we learn how to speak English, and they offers us to go on trips. And it is the place where we learn how to use computers and the art, and it's a place where we celebrate our Latino culture. Vida is the only place where we not only celebrate our birthdays, and they treat us and they call us by each of our names. Vida, it is the only place in the city where with senior Hispanic people can go and visit.
Estoy aquí en nombre de todos los participantes de Vida para decirles que estamos muy contentos con todos los servicios que recibimos en Vida, pero necesitamos que se extiendan las horas del servicio. Hay muchas personas que no pueden ir a Vida en la mañana y que necesitan que esté abierto hasta más tarde. Eso nos ayudaría a tener la opción de ir a horas diferentes y también ayudaría a que no estemos tan apretados como estamos actualmente.
I'm here representing the participants from Vida to tell you that we're very excited and happy with all of the services that we received at Vida, but that we also need to extend the hours of service. There are a lot of people that are not able to come to Vida in the morning, and that it is necessary to have it open later, for later hours. This will help us to have the option to go during different hours. And it would also help us with this very tight schedule that we're dealing with now.
También necesitamos un gimnasio en uno de los locales de Vida, en donde podamos hacer ejercicio. Muchos hemos probado ir a gimnasio, pero las clases no se ofrecen en español. También necesitamos que nos ayuden con más transporte, porque por ahora los 2 buses de Vida solo pueden transportar a 30 personas y somos más de 100 personas las que vamos a Vida diario. Les pedimos que no dejen de pensar en los adultos mayores de la comunidad hispana. Gracias.
We also need a gymnasium in one of the Vida buildings where we could go and do exercise. A lot of us have tried to go to the gym, but the classes that they offered us, but there are no classes that they offer us in Spanish. Also, we need your help with transportation. At the moment, we have 2 buses at Vida that are only able to transport 30 persons, and we are more than 100 persons that go to Vida on a daily basis. We ask you not to stop thinking of the senior Latinos that live in the Hispanic community. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Mr. Todd, Chairman del the Committee de Operation. Vida is, my name is Delia Mandros. I'm 80 years old. No, es que no puedo porque esto está en inglés. Yo soy Delia Mandros, original de Perú. Tengo 80 años de edad y participo en Vida Senior Center por 8 años. Allí me siento muy bien como en familia. Me gusta el ambiente, la amistad que se vive y lo que hay ahí, pero en Vida. Pero necesitamos más ayuda porque estamos muy cortos, el sitio es demasiado pequeño y necesitamos que ustedes nos ayuden. Venimos pidiendo esta ayuda por mucho tiempo y usted creo que lo sabe porque he hablado con usted muchas veces.
My name is Delia Madros, and I'm originally from Peru. I am 80 years old. I have been a participant at Vida Senior Centers for 8 years. Vida is my second home, and thanks to the classes in Vida, I have learned to improve my diabetes and manage my health. And we need your help, your additional help.
Tengo ya este tratamiento y porque ahí los profesionales, una doctora cubana que me enseña a cómo mantenerme y mantener mi salud.
I am able to control my health because there is a lady from Cuba that is teaching me how to keep myself healthy and to control my health. Cuban doctor, sorry.
Yo quiero terminar en español. Sí. ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde me quedé? At Vida also monitor our medication. Some of my friends who take multiple condition participate in program in which they learn to be consistent in taking their medication. I feel it is a privilege to have an excellent professional as health counselor who is closer to you, who knows your medical history, when demonstrate to us that she is really committed to keep our life healthy. It also makes a big difference when your health counselor explain everything in Spanish. We also receive mental health counselors in individual and group section at Vida. We have an Argentinian psychiatrist that is medical help counselor at Vida. Some of my friends at Vida suffer insolace, depression, or anxiety due to the difficult situation in their life, and the support they receive from Vida is not only very professional, but crucial to be able to cope with life problems. Some participants suffer severe mental illness, and Vida also being there support them to find the right medical attention for them. But just being at Vida every day is a mental health treatment for all of us, for all of us. Vida is the place where we relax, make friends, have fun, learn, eat, exercise, and where we can speak our language. To complete that, we also practice Tai Chi every morning to relax, learn how to breathe, and get right on the stress. In turn, on our physical health, once a week we do exercise for arthritis guided by health counselor. We receive classes of Zumba, and we dance regularly to celebrate life. We are very good dancers. Council member Mrs. Brain Nadeon said we are the soul of pretty. We enjoy her annual party very much. Reading food and nutrition, we have lunch from Monday to Friday at Vida. And if you get there before 10:30 a.m., you will receive coffee or tea, and most of the days some breakfast. Vida collect donation to serve at least oatmeal to those who arrive with no food in their stomachs. It will be nice if the city could help Vida to provide breakfast to seniors in need. In combination with that, Vida also provide nutrition service. 90% of our participants suffer from diabetes. I am one of those. We need to understand what we can eat and what we could not eat. Yukon Nutrition teaches us to make good decisions at the time of eating and drinking. I love when the nutrition does cooking classes. Vida also provides social service. If a participant is homeless, a Vida or social service work and help us to find housing or help us supply for a suicide. If we need to apply for social service at Vida, the staff help us fill out the form. They explain to us the benefits we are applying for, and benefit we can receive. They make medical appointment and appointment with agencies if we need help with that. At Vida, we learn how to be good citizens in this country who accept and giving us all type of opportunities. There are weekly classes to prepare participants to become American citizens, and as in Es que no puedo estar interrumpiéndome así porque si no, no puedo. Before we learn and we have fun at Vida, we day until 2:30, because at Vida we can take many different classes and activities: English, Latin, Spanish, embroidery, art, jurists, painting, chess, music, society. All of that I have explained. Every service we receive from Monday to Friday from 10 until 2:30 a.m. All of the offerings in Taos House in Adam Morgan. It is that they provide by a small team of excellent professionals. I am here to testify that Vida is not only the oldest Hispanic organization that provides all those services to older people, but also is our second home. Vida is familia, Vida is our community, and I am here to ask you as authority of this city to continue supporting this organization. They make all the difference in the life Latino senior. I hope you can support them even more causes. I am sure that your economics to support to Vida is going to translate into more service for us. Latino seniors in Washington, D.C., are minority and need immigrants with no other choices but to find happiness with all difficult circumstances, and Vida is to help. Thank you for much for your attention. Si lo puede pasar, si lo puede, no sé si lo puede leerlo. Puedes resumirlo.
Thank you so much. Thank
He
you.
can translate
okay.
you? Oh, I can give you
your English was perfect.
No, perfect, but I tried the best
It was
I can.
very good.
Thank you.
It was very, very good. You did a great job.
Sí. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Luz Onofre, soy peruana de nacimiento y ciudadana americana. Soy votante en Washington, D.C., soy participante de Vida Senior Citizen desde hace 14 años y además ser participante, soy miembro del directorio en representación de los participantes.
Good afternoon. My name is Luz Onofre. I am Peruvian by birth, and I am an American citizen. I am a voter here in Washington, D.C. I am a participant. I have been a member of Vida Senior Centers since 14 years ago. Besides being a participant, I am also a member of the council
board.
I'm sorry?
Member of the board.
Member of the boards of representatives.
Vengo de Vida Senior Citizen. Vengo de Vida Senior Citizen casi a diario. Disfruto de todas las actividades que se ofrecen en vuestros dos centros. Los servicios de promoción de salud son especialmente importantes para nosotros, los adultos mayores. La doctora cubana que nos atiende como promotora de salud es excelente. Nos atiende con paciencia y amabilidad y trabaja excelente. Trabaja incansablemente para atender diariamente a todos los participantes. También apreciamos mucho los servicios de salud mental que nos ofrece nuestro consejero, el doctor Jorge, y un psiquiatra argentino que nos apoya con consejerías individuales y grupales.
I come to Vida Senior Center almost every day. I enjoy all the activities that are offered and are the two centers. The services that promote health are especially important for us, the senior adults. The Cuban doctor that helps us, she's a promoter of good health, and she is very excellent. She helps us with patients, and she's very courteous. And she works incessantly to attend to our daily, to the participants every day. We also appreciate a lot of the services, such as mental health, that are being offered by our social worker. With a counselor, the Dr. Jorge. He is an Argentinian psychiatrist, and he helps us with individual and group sessions.
En el paso de estos casi 15 años en Vida Senior Citizen, he visto como cada vez tenemos más participantes, día a día, más adultos mayores, hispanos que acercan a vuestros centros a recibir servicio. Nunca he han cerrado las puertas a las personas que necesitan de la ayuda de nuestros centros, pero cada vez estamos más apretados y en el paso de los años el presupuesto con el que cuenta vida no ha crecido. Por esa razón, el año pasado se tuvo que hacer un ajuste y reducir el número de personal en la institución y también ajustar las horas de servicio. Actualmente, Vida Senior Citizen Center solo hasta las 2:30 de la tarde. Los participantes de Vida necesitamos que el centro esté abierto hasta las 5 como ha sido siempre. Eso nos permitiría no estar tan apretados como estamos ahora. También que las personas que no pueden ir en la mañana puedan asistir en la tarde con los consejeros de salud y recibir los otros servicios que brinda Vida.
Throughout the years, almost 15 years that I have been going to Vida Senior Center, I have seen more participants day by day. There are more Hispanic seniors that come to our centers to receive our services. It had never shut its doors to people that need help with this at these centers. But every time we are more tight as years go by. The budget that Vida has received has not grown. That is the reason that last year they had to do some adjustment and they had to reduce the amount of person in the institution, and also they needed to adjust the hours of service. In actuality, Vida Senior Center, it's only open until 2:30 p.m. The participants of Vida, we need a center that's open until 5 p.m. as it has always been, and that will permit us not to be so tight when we come in the morning, and also the persons that cannot attend in the morning, they can come in the afternoon with the counselors, the health counselors, and they be able to receive other services that Vida provides.
En este momento, Vida Senior Centers recibe solo 50,000 de mola, aún siendo la institución hispana más antigua y una de las más importantes de la ciudad. Es importante que Mola nos transfiera más fondos para que los adultos mayores podamos recibir más horas de servicio.
At this moment, Vida Senior Centers only receive $50,000 from Mola, even though it is a Hispanic institution that has been here for quite a long time. And it is very important for this city. It's also important that Mola transferred more funds for the senior adults so that we can receive more hours of service.
Otro tema importante es el transporte. Necesitamos que haya un circulating que vaya por los lugares en donde viven la mayor cantidad de adultos mayores hispanos para llevarnos a los dos centros de Vida. Vida no solo atiende a residentes de un sector, sino que cubre toda la ciudad.
And another important theme is that we need a circulator that goes by the places where the majority of the Hispanic adult seniors live, so that they could take us to the two Vida centers. Vida not only helps residents of one ward, they also help everybody around the city.
Ojalá pudieran ayudarnos con estas dos cosas. Primero, extender el horario hasta las 5 y dos, brindarnos un bus que nos ayude con el transporte para llevarnos a Vida, porque muchos de nosotros tomamos hasta 3 buses por llegar allá. Muchas gracias.
I'm hoping that you're able to help us with these two things, to extend the schedule until 5 p.m. and to provide us with a bus that will help us to transport us to Vida, because a lot of us had to take up to 3 buses just to get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandon Todd, Chairman of the Government Operations Committee. My name is Blanche Cotliar. I am the Executive Director of Vida Senior Center since October 2018. I have been in this position only for 6 months, but I have seen enough to tell you that Vida is a model that should be replicated not only in this city, but also around the country. I have worked 15 years at the World Bank before working at Vida, and I don't remember having seen a nonprofit like this one before. Vida have a daily impact on the quality of life of dozens of seniors who live in DC. Vida count on excellent and in some cases overqualified professionals. Vida is the only senior center that provides free services to a very vulnerable population of the city. And I want to be very clear about this. Latino seniors are the poorest of the poor seniors in DC. Nevertheless, Vida continues being underfunded. This year, Vida turns 50 years old. Our dream is that in these coming years, Vida will do so well that when Vida becomes a senior in 10 years, it won't be begging for money anymore. Our budget will be secured in 10 years. Vida will be self-sufficient, and the needs of Latino seniors will be attended. I am new in this position, so I don't know what happened over the years that the oldest Hispanic organization in Washington, D.C., serving the most vulnerable of the people, ended up in this difficult economic situation. Maybe we didn't raise our voice enough. Maybe we didn't reach out well. Maybe we thought the money will come in proportions to the numbers we represent in terms of votes, but that has not happened. So we are here today, after years of silence, to remind everyone, even to remind ourselves, that since 1969, Vida has been the only organization devoted to serve Latino seniors in Washington, D.C. We have done our work for 5 decades, and we are here to request your support so that we can continue doing this for the decades to come. The founder of Vida Senior Center, Mr. Carlos Rosario, was the first leader of the Hispanic community. He founded EUFULA, now Vida, as the heart of the Latino community in D.C. He did it with the support of Mrs. Casilda Luna, the Afro-Latino woman who fought for the civil rights of the Afro-Latinos in this city. The founders of Vida, including the leaders of the Hispanic community, knew that if we had to choose a group of the Latino community in which we had to focus our social services, this group had to be our seniors, the most vulnerable of all the Hispanic population in the city. 50 years later, Vida is still the second home for the Hispanic seniors. You have heard from our participants all the services we provide. So I'm not going to repeat the long list of services they receive at no cost. But I will share our numbers. We serve regularly 500 participants. 120 participants come every day to our 2 centers. We receive a total of $810,000 in grants per year. 380,000, it's from the federal government, from UPO. 380,000 from the ACL, and 50,000 are from MOLA. So the total is $810,000 per year. That's the total of the grants we receive and all the money we have to provide these services. Besides that, we have to contribute 20% of those grants in local share from funds we have to raise. And it is not easy to fundraise for older people in this city and in general. The grants from the city have not increased in years, but the numbers of participants increase weekly. With the same funds, we have been serving more people each year. Actually, we serve more people every week. We have never closed the doors to a senior in need of us. But as you may imagine, this has consequences. We had to cut the budget somewhere. So last year, the hours of services had to be reduced. As participants have been explaining, instead of offering services until 5 p.m., as it was how it works for 50 years, we had to inform our participants that our both centers would be closing at 2:30. That was a very sad moment for Vida Senior Center. It also meant that the contract of our staff had been reduced 10 hours per week. Instead of working 40 hours per week, most of the staff now is paid only 30 hours per week. The doctor from Cuba, the psychiatrist for Argentina, the nutritionist from Brazil, very qualified people, and they're with us only being paid 30 hours per week because we don't have money to pay for more. With the current funds, we are not able to offer services as a normal senior center is. All the rest of the senior centers are open until 5, 5:30, or 6:30. And it's easy to compare the numbers. You can have access to the numbers we have not, but you can see the budgets, the numbers of people they serve, and the money they receive. You can go to any senior center, and you can go to Vida any day. You are very welcome to come and see the number of people we receive every day. When they say we are crowded, we are really crowded. We don't have more space to accommodate people, and we cannot close the doors of our centers. So now we are really in an emergency situation in terms of the space. Our seniors need more services. As Maria Elena mentioned, we represent almost 50% of the seniors in DC, but the numbers on the budget doesn't represent that 50%. Many studies state that the Hispanic seniors will represent a bigger percentage in a few years. According to a report published...
You're about 4 minutes over your allotted time. Can you try to bring it to a close? And I think we have your testimony.
Okay. So we have two options. The first option is to invest today in our seniors, providing them with preventing and educating services. Or the second option is not spending the money now, but in some years spend that money multiplied by 10 in medical services. We are Vida proposing to extend the services of ours to provide more services that are not medical but preventive. We believe that our seniors have the right to have an active and healthy and happy life. Thanks to MOLA, we provide very important services to our seniors. We receive, as I mentioned, $50,000 from MOLA. Thanks to that, we pay the 13% of the salary of 5 of our staff. Thanks to that, we have the total payment of 2 instructors of computers and literacy in Spanish, which is 2 very important classes for our participants. But we really request you to support MOLA so they can help us more. We know that MOLA have to support many Hispanic organizations, and they do a great job, and they support us as much as they can. But we think that if they receive more, they will be able to give us more. So what we want for this coming year is to...
I think I understand the need, so I'm just going to, will we have your testimony for the public record?
Just to finish with one request, we would like if you can support MOLA with extra $100,000 that we can use to study the needs of the Latino older people. We are working currently with Age Friendly City, DC, in partnership, and there's no data and information about the Hispanic older people.
So I've introduced a bill called the Senior Strategic Plan, and it would require the DC Office on Aging to study the needs of the DC senior, including Latinos, for the next 10 years. And so I look forward to hopefully getting that funded in the 2020 budget, and they can begin the work.
That would be really very helpful, because one of the problems is that we need to understand the needs and where they are, because all the studies cover the metropolitan area, but not DC, where it's our target population.
Thank you so much. And
Thank
I want to
you.
thank you for
very
your
much.
testimony and for your work. And you said you've been on the job 6 months?
Yes.
So you know I represent Ward 4, and I have 2 VITA centers in my ward on Missouri Avenue, 30 units of housing, and then at Hattie Homes. I don't think we've met.
No, not yet.
Okay, so we should change that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank the seniors. Thank you for your testimony today. It is so very important that you have a high quality of life in the district, and that we help to help you overcome any barriers that you may experience. Is the gentleman going to translate for me?
Si le puedes
For the
traducir en
seniors,
español para
so they
los.
And I want to also say that I'm committed to figuring out how we can even more support VITA, because there's one thing that's very important to me, is happy and healthy seniors. And you all look happy and healthy. I almost don't believe that you're seniors.
Thank you. That's
Because you
thanks
all
to
look so
VITA.
good.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks to the services
Yes.
we receive, really.
Okay, and thank you so
Makes a
much for your
difference.
testimony. Thank you for waiting to testify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have to?
And I understand that there may be a couple of individuals who didn't sign up. We can have you come forward, have 3 minutes to testify. We're going to try to get to the director. So this is the final call for providing testimony. Okay, and we'll begin on my right. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, members of the community. My name is Amber Posadas. I'm an assistant support in the Latinos programs at Casa Ruby. The Latino Services want to thank Jackie Reyes and her staff for the support and advocacy for the program. Tu Ticket de Trabajo is a program to help the young community to find jobs, housing, health insurance, and learn English. On a regular day, the program has about 25 clients, and weekly 135 clients. It's a challenge because the office has one person working with clients and address their needs. In the service in the program are not only about the job search process. However, many people who come to Casa Ruby have a lot of basic needs to be met in their integrated into the community. Overall, we are offering an straightness or a program to provide services and respond to their needs. In our program, Tu Ticket de Trabajo has done an excellent job helping people to obtain employment, official ID, identification, in the District of Columbia, medical insurance, and other benefits to cover their needs. In additional services, we refer our clients to predominantly are obtain their ID, driver license, finding legal counsel, and supporting their migration case, looking for employment, help applying for DC medical insurance, finding a place to live, providing reference for housing applications, finding resources for to complete their job applications, HIV testing, name change for transgender individuals or crimes victims, helping find asylum, evidence for asylum, and finding mental health services and counseling. And also we, yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council Member Brandon Todd. Council members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Larry Villegas Perez. I am a resident in Ward 1, and I work as the Deputy Chief and Chief Data Officer at Casa Ruby, a multicultural community center and housing program serving the needs of the most vulnerable members of the LGBTQ community in the metropolitan area, and we are located in Ward 4. Since we opened our doors and with no local funding, we attended the needs of our community. We provided case management, peer support groups, referrals to lawyers, and support to obtain health insurance and vital documentation. It wasn't until approximately 2014 when we began receiving grants to work with Hispanics living in poverty in DC, with the purpose of providing social services support, job readiness, and retention. We obtained a grant from the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs. It has been instrumental on the work we do because we have been provided with a grant to do exactly that. Work with our Hispanic clients living in poverty or in need access to services to really embrace the USA as their new home by becoming more productive citizens, taxpayers, and be able to live their American dream. Not only we have provided all services mentioned previously, but also housing, food, and shelter, HIV prevention, education, testing, and counseling, job fairs, and referrals, and access to mental health. It is important to mention that in comparison to other grants, our current Tu Ticket de Trabajo, Your Ticket to Work, grant is one of the most successful interventions we have implemented because as of today, we support the needs of approximately 650 clients, including 17 individuals from the caravan who worked over 1,800 miles to get to the U.S. looking for a safe place to be themselves, who seek social and personal improvement. All that work is great, but we can only afford one full-time case manager, so we support them with any extra cent for all other funded programs. We're thankful to Mayor Bowser for the budget provided through the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs. And if we can make one miracle every day with that one case manager, imagine what we could do with 2 or 3. 650 clients per year is a lot. And only one case manager, you can just imagine. So we thank Director Jackie Reyes, Eduardo Perdomo, and Nathan Gomez for their support and guidance, and because they have actually visited our facilities to see how our model works. Right now, we're working with one person from that caravan who was mistakenly taken back into custody by ICE to work with all the other organizations who came to the table to actually help us to bring him back to Casa Ruby and achieve also his American dream. We need one more case management, bilingual mental health services, and housing for victims of crime and domestic violence in DC. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. And you said you're from Andromeda?
Casa Ruby.
Casa Ruby, okay, yes. Thank you for both of your testimony, and the committee has heard from Casa Ruby at oversight hearings in both the budget, so we are acutely aware of what the needs are and certainly want to continue as a city to support what your organization does because we know it's so critically important. So thank you both for taking the time to come down and testify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now call on our government witness, Ms. Jackie Reyes Yanes, the Director of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. It is the practice of the Committee on Government Operations to ask that all government witnesses swear in. Welcome, Director. And if you would please state your name. Yes. If you would please state your name for the record, then we may proceed with the oath. If you both will raise your right hand and state your names and title.
Jackie Reyes, Director of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs.
Paul Blake, Agency Fiscal Officer.
Do you solemnly affirm under the penalty of perjury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman, TED, members of the committee, and committee staff. I am Jackie Reyes Yanes, Director of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs, better as known as MOLA. I am pleased to testify before you today, and on my right, my Chief Operation Officer, Paul Blake. On March 20th, 2019, Mayor Muriel Bowser presented the fiscal year 2020 budget and the financial plan. This budget does more to make Washington, D.C. a place where people of all backgrounds in all stages of life are able to live and thrive by making key investments in affordable housing, infrastructure, education, health, and human services, economic opportunity, seniors, and public safety. This has been and continues to be a very good time for Washington, D.C. And in this budget, the mayor asks commercial property owners to share some of this upside. With these resources, the district will be able to make big investments in supporting our most vulnerable neighbors and keeping DC affordable for Latino families and residents across the income spectrum. These investments reflect the key priorities identified by the district residents in budget engagement forums and telephone town halls held during the budget formulation process. MOLA is focused on making sure that over 70,000 Latinos residents will have full access to the services, benefits offered by the district government. We serve as a resource to the Latino community, and we ensure that their specific interests and concerns are reflected in the day-to-day operations in more than 70 agencies to serve district residents. MOLA activities in the coming fiscal year include, but are not limited to, hosting the MOLA 43rd anniversary during Hispanic Heritage Month. That takes place from September 15 to October 15. Coordinating and supporting the implementation of the existing Mayor Muriel Bowser's Immigration Justice Legal Services Grant, IJLS program, and the Latino Community Development Program. The IJLS funds support grants in areas that include legal support to renew DACA applications and work permits for DC residents, help prepare asylum applications and provide legal presentations at the asylum interviews and hearings for DC residents, and removals to protect financial assets and custody for DC children in the face of potential deportation and parents and guardians. Planning and executing with the Department of Employment Services up to 4 industry-specific job fairs to better match job applicants with employers. These industries include construction, hospitality, medical assistant, and parking enforcement. Implementing Mayor Bowser's Summer Youth Employment Program under the leadership of DOES, MOLA provides to 200 Latino youth ages 14 to 24 beneficiaries of the SYEP with meaningful and structured employment and career readiness opportunities and services with a variety of community-based partners for the duration of the SYEP. MOLA facilitates language access to limited English proficient and non-English proficient youth Latinos. Residents beneficiaries access to the program. In addition, MOLA ensures that they receive the training required to succeed in the workplace. Hosting the Cinco de Mayo, celebrating the highlight of Mexican culture to educate the community, both and others, on the richness of the culture of their fellow DC residents, simultaneously MOLA hosts a forum to brief a small business community on regulations and best practices prior to the major holidays such as Cinco de Mayo, and to educate the district Latino community and all initiatives and services to the district government provides to create a more educated and inclusive city. On MOLA's FY20 budget of $5.6 million comprised of local and inter-district funds will enable us to accomplish these goals. For we are excited to expand the reach of the Immigrant Justice Legal Services IJLS program, which provides targeted services and resources to the district immigrant population to the families, to their family members. The mayor's $1.6 million for a total investment of $2.5 million to increase the IJLS budget will support additional work by legal services providers on behalf of these residents. In closing, the resources allocated to MOLA and Mayor Bowser's FY20 budget will play a critical role in supporting these residents' efforts to reach and remain on the pathways to the middle class. The council and the committee are critical allies in this effort. I appreciate your partnership to ensure we operate efficiently and effectively. I look forward to our continued work together to achieve our shared goals and give all Latino residents a fair shot to benefit from Washington, D.C. continued prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any of your questions at this time.
Thank you, Director. And first, let me just thank you and your team for all of the hard work that you do every day. I think by the sheer number of people who testified in support of the work that you do and underscored how critically important the funds, the grants that your office administers is to their respective organizations really is a testament. So thank you for your work. And as you know, the biggest increase in your office's proposed budget is a one-time increase of $1.6 million to support the Immigrant Justice Legal Services Grant Program. And this additional funding will put the total budget for the program at $2.5 million. How many organizations have or will receive IJLS funding in FY19 in this fiscal year?
And this year, the FY19, there were a total of 15 grantees that received a total of $900,000. So with that money, if it is approved, it will increase the amount of money of the existing and new grantees. But as you heard, we are facing a humanitarian crisis that is going to approach January 2020. Mm-hmm. So that's why the mayor proposed this budget to increase to $2.5 million.
Yeah. And then the organizations provide services not only to the district's Latino population, but to other immigrant populations as well.
Yes, to all. Yep. Being the Latino community is the biggest one.
Yep. Do you know what the breakdown in percentage is?
It's for the amounts that we're giving.
Yeah.
It ranges from $30,000 to $85,000. Okay. But we are looking forward to increase up to $120,000 per organization, given the volume of services that will be required.
Okay. Do we think the $1.6 million is enough? I mean, well, we can always use more.
Yes, and if you can see, is the attorney's fees and also the applications fees. And if you know, Mayor Bowser also have the program for the citizenship that we're paying for citizens for the applications fee and for the fingerprint. So there are up to 25,000 people here in the district that are eligible to become citizens. Mm-hmm. So that is something that we're looking forward to do.
Now, it was brought up a couple of times from public witnesses about the fact that it was said that we don't universally represent.
We are looking into that. The General Counsel is looking into that, and then we will be gladly loop you into the findings.
Thank you very much, Director. Your Latino community grants also seeks to support the provision of culturally and linguistically appropriate services to the district's Latino community. In FY18, the community grants provided over $2 million to 73 grantees, many who we heard from today.
Yes.
How many applications have you received thus far in fiscal year 19?
So we have received 97.
Wow.
76 were they were granted. 15 were new grantees, and 61 were returning. So we had a total of 97. And this year we granted $2.3 million. So we had increased that from 2.04 million. So we have increased the amount of grants.
Okay. And so how many grantees did we have to say no to?
Total, so we had a total of 76.
Okay.
And we had the breakdown. In education, we give out to 21 grantees at 362,000. On public safety, we give out to 6 grantees with an amount of $153,000. In health and wellness, we have 8 grantees with a grant amount of $95,000. In civic engagement, we have 6 grantees with a amount with the amount of $120,000. So we are making sure that when we give our grants out, we are covering all of Mayor Bowser's priorities. In the areas of art and economic, like Gala Theater, National Hispanic Foundations, we also include in the arts. So we had $150,000 here to 7 grantees. Public safety, the IGLS, we already talked about that, is 15 grantees with a total amount of $900,000. Workforce development, we had 13 grantees with the amount of $345,000. Housing, we have 4 grantees with the amount of $65,000.
Okay, excellent, thank you. In FY19, did your office receive any intra-district funds?
Yes, we did. From DOES, and that is the mayor's office, the Mayor Bowser's Summer Youth Employment Program, and also for the language access with Mary Center that we provide people who has, with DHS, this is a DHS my God, intra-district funding, yes.
Okay.
And we also did with DCPS, the summer youth program with them also, so we increased that.
Okay.
And DC Arts, we did $50,000 for Fiesta DC.
Got it. And do we expect that you will receive any intra-district funds in FY20?
Yes, we will.
From the same agencies,
Yes.
likely? In a proposed budget, your office's community relations and outreach funding is reduced by $61,000. Can you talk a little bit about your office's community relations and outreach activities, and if this reduction would limit your office's scope?
So, can you repeat the question, please?
So in the proposed budget, it appears that your office's community relations and outreach funding is reduced by $61,000.
$61,000.
Councilman, that just comes from a realignment of FTEs,
Got it.
but the actual program funding will still remain the same.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you talk a little bit about your outreach efforts in the community?
Yes, so we have increased our outreach efforts. We are very active in what is the social media, so our constituents are getting bilingual messages from the mayor's office. We are the outreach arm for the mayor in the community, and we are out in community fairs. We are very visible in schools, and we try to do more partnership with our grantees, so we are very upfront. So, and also in a community purpose for everything that the mayor, all the news, all the press releases are in Spanish, all the Facebook Live are in Spanish. As you can see today, we provide services of translation, so we make sure that the services to our constituents seamlessly when they are reaching out for government services.
Okay.
So, and that speaks to our outreach efforts.
Okay. How many FTEs does your office currently have?
11.
11. And I know at our performance oversight hearing, you had 3 vacancies: Director of Operations, Outreach Specialist, and Language Access Monitor.
Yes, so my staff is here, and we are full.
Full complement.
Yes.
Great. No other vacancies. How does your office work with the grantees to ensure that they're using the grants efficiently, effectively, and to really promote our shared goals?
Yes, we have a very robust grants department under the leadership of Eduardo Perdomo and Nathan Gomez. They have everything. They have a program where it's the monitoring from the first step of announcing the funding alerts to make sure that everybody knows about this. The monitoring process we have quarterly, and they go out. Our grants monitors, they go out and make sure that they go and everybody is applying with the grant agreement, so we're not missing a bit on what is the grant, and making sure that we meet the deadlines.
Okay. Now, you said there were 97, you said you have given out 76 total grants.
Yes, there were 97 applications, but they have to comply with the checklist of clean hands, making sure that they have a good standing, and they submit a proposal that we feel that it goes through a process of the grant reviewers, that they have a strong proposal. Okay. So the 76 made it out of the 97.
Got it. Okay. Well, I don't believe the committee has any further questions. Oh. How is your office preparing for the census, the 2020 census?
We are working with the mayor because this is a big priority for the mayor, and we know the Latino community, and especially the times of fear, what is going on. We are preparing in all angles to have a very strong outreach, so everybody gets counted in the city.
Yep, and I think someone mentioned earlier we're at the 1-year countdown as of April 1. So. Yes. It's going to be critically important that I know.
Yes, we will make sure you get invited to all of our events.
Yes, please, and we got to make sure everybody gets counted. Yes. It's very important.
It's critical.
I don't have any further questions, but again, thank you for your work, Director, and thank you for sitting here for 8.5 hours. I don't think any other director has that distinction today. So thank you for your work. And I want to thank all of our public and government witnesses for testifying before us today. The hearing record will close 2 business days following the conclusion of this meeting. As such, the record will close on Wednesday, April 24th, 2019 at 5 p.m. And this concludes the budget oversight hearings that the Committee on Government Operations will conduct for fiscal year 2020 budget. I want to thank my fellow members of the Committee of Government Operation and their staff for their input during this budget process. And I want to also thank my staff, my Committee Director, Manny Giraldo, and Raleigh Lancaster, Committee Counsel, and Sam Stevens, Legislative Assistant, and Keiko Yoshino, my Legislative Director. With no further business before the Committee on Government Operations, the time is 5:28 p.m. in the same room we started, and this budget hearing is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.